Your host today for day 2 of the VIP Ignite Model Actor Bootcamp. We are so excited to have you. So, just so you know, yesterday we laid the foundation. Today is my favorite day. Today is Transformation Day. My goal is that by the end of the day today, you are a completely new version of you 2.0. All the good stuff heightened up. So let me just tell you a little bit about myself, and then we're going to get started. So again, my name is Deneen White. I am the president of talent services for Truth Management, which is our mother agency. I also host all of our live and virtual events. So here, first, I am hosting all of you virtually today. When we have the opportunity to meet you in person, I'll be there guiding you along. I also host 2 podcasts for VIP Ignite. The VIP Ignite Live podcast, which is more focused on the entertainment industry, and the Coffee in the Green Room podcast, which is focused on entrepreneurship. So I tell everyone that I have the best job in the whole entire world because I get to help actors, models, and musicians create their own success by giving you the tools, resources, and connections that you need. So now you may be watching us on Facebook. You might be watching us on YouTube. Here's my question for you. How are you planning on getting discovered when no one can see you? So this is what I want you to do. I want you to come on over here to Zoom. Come on over and join us. How are you going to do that, you ask? You're going to go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, go to VIPigniteSummit.com. You'll click on that little link. You'll get a Zoom link, and then it'll bring you right here to all of us. So today we have an amazing day in store for us. We are going to be talking about how you can work in person with us here at VIP Ignite. How many of you know that Zoom is cool, but in person is so much better, right? Oh my gosh. So we're going to talk about that with you guys today. We're going to have one of the stars from The Sopranos come on and talk to you about what it takes to be in a hit TV show. How many of you here would love the opportunity to be in a hit TV show? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And if you want that, this is what I want you to do. I want you to take a lot of notes because he's going to give you some clues on how he did it. I want you to say, oh, okay, how can I start doing that too? You're also going to have the opportunity to hear from one of the biggest theatrical agents in Hollywood. She has people on the cast of Wednesday, of The Americans, of You, like every major TV show. She has people on. How many of you would love that opportunity to work with someone who can put you in front of the right people to get you on a hit TV show? That's what she does. After that, you're going to have the opportunity to hear from an international agent. How many of you would love to travel internationally as a model, as an actor, have the opportunity to go travel to Europe, go travel to Asia, go travel all over the world as a model, as an actor? If that sounds like you, make sure you do not leave this call. In addition to that, at the very end of the day today, we are going to have we're going to have an exercise. It's called Model Garage. Okay. Ryan Colby is going to choose a couple of you, and he is going to go through. He's going to look at you. He's going to evaluate you. He's going to tell you what market you'd be good in. Maybe he's going to tell you, oh, you know what? Maybe you need to cut your hair. Maybe you need to change your hair color. He's going to go through that with a couple of you. How many of you want the former art director of Vogue art directing your life? If that sounds amazing, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. So yesterday, at the end of the day, I gave out a challenge because that's what I do. I like to challenge people. I like to push people out of their comfort zones so that you can grow. And the challenge that we gave was to go join our school community. Okay. And you might be thinking, Deneen, I don't want to go to school. I graduated this week. School is not what you're thinking. School is an amazing opportunity to create a community and grow and learn in the industry. If you were on yesterday, if you weren't on yesterday, you're going to hear this over and over and over and over again. You need to be training. You always need to be growing. Okay. How many of you have ever heard of a guy named Al Pacino? Has anyone ever heard of Al Pacino? Oh yeah. Did you know he's still taking acting classes? What? Al Pacino? Yes. I am not fibbing you. You can look it up. If Al Pacino, who we all know and love, is still taking acting classes, Would you think that perhaps you should be as well? Yes? Yeah, I mean, success leaves clues. Type that in the comments. Success leaves clues. Whenever I want to be more successful, I look at people that are doing what I want to do. I'm like, okay, what are they doing that I'm not? So I want you to start thinking about that. Okay. So we gave a bunch of you the opportunity. We gave everyone on the call yesterday the opportunity to join school. Let me ask you a question, and I already know the answer. How many of you joined school and did the challenge? If you did, raise your hand. If not, I have a question for you. Yesterday we had Mara Santino on, right? And she and Allie talk like all the time. Like she and Allie are like BFFs. Okay. And she called and she asked Allie how many people joined school and did the challenge. And Allie had to tell her it wasn't as many people as were on the call. And she's like, what? She's like, what? Like, let me understand this. So they're on a call with us. I gave myself to them for an hour and they didn't even all join the community? Wow. Let me ask you a question. How many of you think right now, if I had an audition right at this very moment, that if I submitted you, you would absolutely nail it. You would absolutely be ready. How many of you think that if you think that if I had an audition right now, you would be able to audition and I would be able to put you in front of someone. If you feel like that, you raise your Zoom hand. Raise your Zoom hand. Okay. Okay, Daisy, Amanda. Okay. All right. Daisy, you were the first one to raise your Zoom hand, so I'm going to bring you on with me. I'm going to unmute you. Daisy's like, whoa, I didn't think she was going to call on me. What's going on here? All right, Daisy, introduce yourself, your name and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Daisy Brown. I live in Daytona, Florida.
Are you guys, can you repeat? I couldn't hear you.
I'm Daisy Brown and I live in Daytona, Florida.
Awesome. All right, Daisy. So this is your audition. Give me a monologue right now.
Okay. Pepperonis. Are you your dog's best friend? If you're not, get you some pepperonis and you will never have to worry who your dog will love because it will always be you. Thank you.
Okay. I like that, but if I were going to submit you for Stranger Things, do you think that's a monologue you would be able to use? Do you think they'd be like, wow, she's real good at pepperonis?
I would have to study something from that.
Okay. Okay, that was pretty good. But this is what I want you to start thinking about. And this is for everyone. This is and you know what, Daisy, thank you so much for volunteering. I know you were like, whoa, hold on, why is she calling on me? I thought I was just saying, yes, I could do this. This is what I want you to think about. And this is for everyone on the call. This isn't just for you, Daisy, but you always have to be ready with a monologue that is applicable to everything, right? So where did you learn that monologue? And if you, I know it's another company, so don't say another company. Just say I learned it from an audition with another company or something like that.
Oh, it was a TV commercial.
This is okay. This is a TV commercial. You just memorized it. Okay, you did that on your own. Okay, awesome. Are you in school?
No,
Okay. Well,
I
later
learn on
on,
my own.
okay. Well, later on, we're going to give you an opportunity to join our school community.
Okay.
And then the cool thing is you can unlock 50 monologues so that you can start working on new monologues. That was not bad. I'm gonna give you a thumbs up for that one.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Everyone give it up for Daisy for volunteering, even though she didn't know what she was volunteering for. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna call on one more person here. Here's the thing too. I'm not call if your camera isn't on, I'm not calling on you. So, okay, Polis, is that you? Okay, I see you moving. Okay, Polis, you're up. I'm not sure why you're turned on the side, but here we go. Okay, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Nope, there we go. Okay.
My name is Paulus Arya. Live in Texas, Dumas, Texas.
Okay. And do your monologue for me.
Excuse me?
Perform a monologue for me.
What's that?
What's that? Okay. Thank you very much. So if whenever you go into an audition, you have to be ready to perform a monologue. So a monologue is if they give you sides or they give you something like that, what they'll do is when you go in for an audition, they're going to give you sides to perform. So do you have any kind of work memorized so that if you wanted to go in and be an actor in a hit TV show that you could perform it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so are you interested in acting or modeling?
Uh, Modeling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Even if you were a model, you would still have to have something prepared. So when someone asks you to audition, make sure you're prepared, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Okay?
Sorry about that.
It's okay. I just always be prepared. All right.
Mhm.
Okay, awesome. All right. Thank you. All right, guys. So that's how fast sometimes auditions happen. Okay. Sometimes if I'm working with you and you're working with Truth Management, which is our mother agency, I may call you and say, okay, I need you to give me a self-tape and I need it within the next 5 minutes. That's how fast that you have to be prepared. Okay. Daisy, you were pretty good. Polis, I know I caught you off guard. It's okay. That's why you're here. So let me ask you guys a question. Okay, hold on. Yes, that's a good idea. Okay, Mike wants me to call one more person. So if you work with VIP Ignite and you have a monologue prepared, raise your hands. I know I just unraised hands a couple minutes ago. Okay, John Norman, let's see here, add spotlight, unmute. Okay, John Norman.
Hi, Denny.
Hi, John Norman. Introduce yourself and please do a monologue for us.
All right, my name's John Norman. I'm from Indiana, and I've been with VIP Ignite for just over 2 months. And I was recently in LA for the event there and had my first power lunch, my first time in LA, and first time in meeting, networking with talent.
Awesome. All right, let's do a monologue for us.
Okay. It's all about looking inside yourself, like trying to put your hand inside and pulling something out. There's something more, you know? That's the problem, isn't it? The truth seems to be covered in layers of smog. You know, I just went blank.
That's okay. You know what? You could have just stopped there and said, okay, you know what? Done. I'm seen. Okay. So, John, tell us a little bit about your monologue. Why did you choose that monologue?
It just seemed to have, it just seemed to be me of something like I would say, and it seemed like it could apply to several different situations. It was one of the 50 monologues that was in the VIP Ignite monologues.
Okay.
So, and it wasn't short and it wasn't long. I just tried to find something medium in between.
Okay.
So,
And when you're doing your monologue, tell me a little bit about how you're feeling. Because I know you've been working with like Bobby Finaro and Haviland Stillwell. So I know that they tell you to evoke emotion. So tell me a little bit about the background of the character you were talking about, that you were performing, rather.
it was more, the guy was just really confused. I mean, he knew there was something more to life than what he was living. Everything just seemed unreal, and he wanted to just kind of break out of what was there and live his own life. So I kind of took that into my own life, that that I'm tired of doing what I've been doing, and I want to do something different, and I want to get out of that and get into something else, because there is something more out there for us. So that's why.
That's awesome. So it was personal. You found a monologue and it was personal because
Right.
you could apply it
Right.
to yourself. That's awesome. I love that. Very good. Everyone give it up for John Norman. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Awesome. All right. I'll call on people later to do monologues and stuff like that, but I just want I want you guys to see something, and this is what I wanted you to see. You always have to be prepared, because Alicia said this yesterday, you're always on stage. So when you're a part of the entertainment industry, you always have to be ready. That's what we're doing for you guys in school. Like, how many of you would, the next time I do this, the next time you see me on a call, you want to be ready? You want to be fully ready. You want to be like, okay, put me in, coach. I'm ready to go. I'm fully prepared. That's what we do. Okay. That's what we do at VIP Ignite. We help to prepare you, because we know how many of you are here because you want to elevate your success in the entertainment industry. Raise your hands. How many of you are like, what, to me, I haven't had any success in the entertainment industry yet, but I want success. I want to tell you guys something right now. And then we're going to move on to our next segment, okay? And I want you guys to hear what I say, and I want you to like take this in. You are here, so you are already successful. Just the fact that you're here doing something that other people weren't willing to do makes you successful. Because success is doing, a lot of times, is doing what other people are not willing to do. Putting in that work so that you can do more with your life. How many of you are here because you want to do more with your life? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you're here because you want more, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you're here because you're not satisfied with where you are, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you're here because you're like, you know what? Like, I've had this idea, this dream in my life for so long, but I'm not doing anything with it. There's so much more. I have a story that people need to hear. That's why you're here. So I want to let you know that your baseline right now is successful. We have almost 100 people on this call right now. I can't wait to see who's here at the end, because we are here all day. And I want you guys to understand something. Your life is in the palm of your hands right now. Everything you want is on the other side of you deciding to stay here all day long and you playing full out. Okay, so I'm going to turn this over to Mike in just a moment. I'm going to give you guys a couple tips on how to be successful and be here until the end of the day. Is it okay if I prepare you? Is it okay if I give you some ideas of some tips on how to be here for the rest of the day? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments if you want to know. The first thing is, get out your pens and papers and start taking some notes. You are going to hear from people in the entertainment industry, literally, who can snap their fingers and in 30 seconds or less, change your life. Take notes. Second thing, be on camera. Be on camera. Because these agents that we have coming on today, they're looking for new talent. I've literally had some of them reach out to me and say, oh my God, Deneen, this person is amazing. They're attentive. They're here. They're paying attention. I see them taking notes. They have a really cool look. I'm casting for something that they would be perfect for. I've never once, and I've been doing this now for a long time, I've never once had them say, oh my God, that black box, they're so interactive. I love them. I want to work with them. Never once. Keep on camera. When I ask you to make a comment in the comments, do it. I'm not asking because I want to get whiplash trying to read your comments. I'm asking that because I'm asking you to affirm for yourself. I'm asking you to affirm something in yourself. Yes. Do you want more success? If you do, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. You're affirming that. Every one of you that's typing a 1, you're telling yourself, yes, self, I do want more success. That's why I'm doing that. Next thing, don't post pictures of yourself in the comments. Don't post your personal information in the comments. This is a call that's open to the public. Do you know what that means? That means I don't know all of you. I can't vet. I could vet some of them, but I've never met Shakia before. For all I know, she could take your information and just start spamming you. I'm not saying you're going to do that, Shakia. It's just that you're right in the middle of my camera. Okay. Thank you for taking a good joke and not getting offended. So don't share your personal information. I don't know everyone on the call. If you have to go to the restroom, Okay, if you want to network with everyone, Anthony, that's amazing. There's a way to do that, but it's not here in the comments. No one in these comments is going to help you get anywhere. You know who's going to help you get somewhere? Myself, Mike, Alicia, Tanya, Jeremy, Ryan Colby. But they're not going to go through the comments and be like, wow, okay, that Anthony, he's real cool. He left his email. They don't care about that. So don't do it. And Lewis, you're fine. I know that you've been traveling. You're good. Okay. Follow directions. If we give you simple directions, follow them. How many of you remember your first day of kindergarten? Does anyone remember your first day of kindergarten? Like, what was the first day of kindergarten all about? Type it in the comments. Did you go in there? Did they give you like algebra to do? Were they asking you to do your multiplication tables? I remember I was so nervous on my first day of kindergarten. No, it was about following directions. It was about, okay, here's the routine. Like your first day on set, when you go on set, when you're a background extra, it's not about you being the star of the show. You're not like typing things on the wall, and you're there to learn the routine. That's what this is all about. Okay. That's what this is all about. This is about us seeing if you can graduate your first day of kindergarten by following directions. Okay. And I'm not saying, and then you guys might be thinking, wow, that's so rude. Okay. But I give basic directions because I want to see that if I were to submit you out on set, would you be able to follow directions? Would you be able to go to across the room and sit there until someone calls you? Would you be able to show up on time? Would you be able to show up to the right location? That's what this is all about. That's what this boot camp is about. When you go to boot camp in the military, it's not about you learning the tactics about how to take the hill. It's, can you run in formation? Can you walk in formation? Can you clean your gun properly? Can you do all of these things? That's what boot camp's about. That's what this is about. I'm preparing you for real life. You may think, oh, I don't know if she's really preparing me for real life. But let me tell you something. I could take you through tens of thousands of people that we've had go on set that thanked us for preparing them through boot camps, through these calls. So with that thought in mind, are we cool? Are we going to follow directions? Yes. Are you excited about today? Yes. Do you understand today? You're kind of like a background extra. I'm getting you ready for real life. We're introducing you to amazing people who want to see your progress. They want to see you grow. I'm addicted to helping people become more successful. That's why I do this. The free laughs and all are cool when Ryan Colby comes on being all fabulous, but I'm here because I want you to be even more successful. That's why I'm dedicating my Sunday to you. I could be in church right now, but I'm here with you. So I want you to bear that in mind. So when we ask you to do something, if I ask you to stand up, I want you to stand up. If I ask you to sit down, I want you to sit down. If I ask you to type something in the comments, I want you to type something in the comments. Here's why. Because you are on stage. Type, I am on stage. Type that in the comments. I am on stage. You're on stage. We're watching. And it's not like a creepy, oh, I'm watching you. I'm watching you because I want to find people that I could talk about on these calls that could be my success stories. So help me help you. Can you help me help you, please? Yes? All right.
Wait, I want to add something really quick.
Hold on. Happy birthday to you. That's all I'm doing because I love you. Otherwise,
I have balloons in the background. I came in this morning and I was checking my emails, and my mom came in this morning. She's like, oh my gosh, your balloons. I was like, what balloons? She goes, no, really. You know when you're enthralled with work and you just like sit down and you just start working? I didn't even see the balloons. I have to keep moving them because the fan's on. So if you keep, they're moving by themselves. Okay. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, really quick. Guys, this is the biggest day ever in like VIP Ignite history, like as far as boot camps. We have a cast member coming on from The Sopranos. We have an agent coming on scouting for Milan. If you don't have haters, you will by the time we're done with you today, because that is an amazing opportunity. We also have a top talent agent coming on who manages showrunners, series regulars, not the extras, but the stars of Tim Burton's Wednesday, Stranger Things, Grey's Anatomy, Outer Banks, All American, like some of the biggest names ever on TV and film. So this is life changing. But we also have something very special to announce. But I need a commitment from you, and not like this kind, but like a real commitment, like you're in it to win it. Because at the end of this call, we're going to be doing some big announcements, but I need to have you here. So the call is going to end tonight when it's done, kind of like being on set. Now, I personally have dinner plans tonight because it's my birthday, so I have a reservation. But I know that everybody on here is serious, and we're not done till the fat lady sings. Okay, so I want to know that you guys are committed. Type I'm all in, which means I don't want to see I have to leave, I have to go to work, be right back. You leave, bye. Okay, I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to miss you. Why? Because you're not in it to win it. I don't want to waste my time or waste my resources helping somebody that's not in it to be a winner. Capiche?
Yep.
So we're done when we say it's probably going to be close to 6:30 East Coast time, which if you're on the West Coast, 3:30 your time. Okay, but you're in it to win it. All right, that's all I have to say because I don't want you to miss a moment.
All right.
Okay,
Awesome.
thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So now that we have your commitment, we know you're in it to win it. Are you guys ready to hear from the one and only Mr. Michael Pumpkin? Hold on. Show me some life here, people. Show me some life. This is a golf clap moment. Show me how excited you are. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. All right, guys, here's Mike.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Okay,
Awesome.
awesome. All right, so we got a big day ahead of us today. I know a lot of you guys are always excited because there's always something special that we do. So I'm going to go over that with you today early, and I'll go over it again later today, but that way you guys can hear it twice. And at the end of the day, we'll take questions. For those of you that weren't on day one, all the free gifts and so forth, and access to school and all that fun stuff that you feel that you kind of missed out on, you did. But we will go over that again later. So I'll provide you guys with all the links for that. So that way, anybody who missed yesterday, we'll still give out all the free gifts and everything today because you're here, right? So that's the most important thing. We're here to help people, not penalize people and so forth. It's your first time. So the whole process is just on a go-forward basis is always be on time, always show up, always be professional and so forth. So I'm going to share my screen if I have your permission. Obviously, there's only so much time we have to go over everything on a boot camp because obviously it is short, right? We only have 2 days, so there's a lot of information. So we just recently came back from Hollywood. We just did our 200th live event in Hollywood. It was probably the best event we've ever done. A lot of moving parts. It was super exciting. A lot of success stories will be coming out of that. We've been doing this now for 18 years, okay? So we're very successful at what we do. Deneen, I know, went over some of our success stories yesterday, and later today we can drop you access to our Trello board. We're always updating that. So Trello board is just kind of our software database where we track all of our success stories. And to us, the success stories, whether somebody is landing a leading role or they're working internationally as a model, they're in a magazine, or just their first audition, right? Like everything is a success story. Where you first start and where you end, you're always building, right? It's like winning the Super Bowl is a success story, but winning that first high school game was also a success story. So it's a building platform. The TV and film industry is super exciting, lots of opportunities. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over something we put together. You guys do have to schedule for this, so it is an audition process. I will go over all of that with you. So let me just kind of give a little bit of a background. So like I said, we just celebrated our 200th event live in Hollywood. We had a lot of talent come in from all over the United States. Some talent traveled from all over the world. We had amazing speakers, agents, managers, casting directors, workshops, photo shoots. It was really an incredible experience. It lasted over 3 days. We had some really great fun. And the people that you meet at these events, they become like a part of your life for decades, right? You develop relationships and friendships that last for decades. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm very introverted. For those of you who know me, like when I can speak from stage, I've spoken from stage all over the world, and I've written 2 books. I have a 3rd book coming out later this year. And that's part of my job, right? That's my responsibility to go out, right? Who motivates, to motivate people, right? Who motivates the motivator? You have to motivate yourself. And I can tell you one thing, for a long time, I myself used to just shy away from going to events, or went to events, I'd always sit in the corner. But I'll tell you something, when I started going to events, whether it was in the entertainment industry or whether it was for business or for personal growth, events are the best thing you can ever do. Like, see, the knowledge that you get in a matter of days is like decades of knowledge within days. So our next big event's going to be in Hollywood. That's going to be open to the public. We do have other events that are coming up in Las Vegas, Atlanta, Sedona. We have a private event in New York City for our inner circle later this year. It's all around Broadway. They're going to have the opportunity to meet some of our biggest Broadway stars. And we have an event where people are going to be able to have the opportunity to work with screenwriters and actually get a movie put together. They're actually going to be working with the writer of the X-Men and Transformers. His films combined have done well over $1 billion. He himself has made personally over $90 million. He lives in a beautiful home in the Hollywood Hills. An incredible guy. He started off, he was a dishwasher like myself. He worked in the restaurant industry. From there, he expanded to, working in the mailroom. So this is the opportunity that's in front of you. When you leverage working with the right people, your life will change in ways you can't ever possibly imagine. But it's just a matter of actually raising your hand and doing it, going out there, putting in that little bit of sweat equity, right? Be willing to invest in yourself, be willing to learn, to pay attention. I've worked with Tony Robbins now for many, many years. He's one of our partners. And, each time you attend an event or I work with him, I hear things a little bit differently because I'm not the same person. So the opportunity to not only go to one event or to multiple events is always going to be one of the best things you can ever do in your life. Okay. And, our event, like I said, we just had our 200th live event in LA. Everything that the talent need to be prepared, we help them prepare for it. Everything for preparing for the photo shoot. We do preparation on, the right questions to ask, how to do a monologue, like everything from A to Z. And it's not only just working with myself and Alicia and Deneen, but our entire team. Like a lot of the people that you've gotten to meet yesterday and you'll meet today, these are some of the top people in the industry. Like these are not like interns. These are not people who just started working, in the entertainment industry a week ago. These are people with decades of experience. And of all the places they can go in the entire world, they choose to work with our talent. That's the reason why we have over 10,000 success stories. I don't need to advertise. I don't need to be shouting from the mountaintops. We're the best at what we do. And I spoke about this yesterday. If you want to have results in your life, you just need to find the best people in the world that are doing what it is you want to do, and you push yourself forward. You surround yourself with those types of people, and your life will change. Like you have no choice but to elevate. I'm consistently going to events and consistently working with people that are doing things that I want to do and are doing it at the highest level, because those are the people that allow me to learn the fastest. And everything that I do in my personal life, I bring into this company. I bring this to VIP Ignite. I bring this to Truth Management because I know it works. Okay. And again, some of the talent, Haviland Stillwell, you guys that were on yesterday got to meet her mom. Phenomenal. She did a whole workshop. She spent 2 full days with our talent. She does voiceover. She's an actress. She's a producer. She's a model, right? Mara, you guys got to listen to Mara talk yesterday. Jeffrey Lane. Oh my God. Our inner circle got to spend an evening with Jeffrey Lane. He's one of the top publicists in Hollywood. Like he's worked with every Hollywood legend ever. Like I was excited to meet him. Like I surround myself with incredible people, but this is just a small sample of the dozens of people that our talent were working with, interacting with, and now developed relationships. Those of you who were on the call yesterday, you saw our talent were calling out, the speakers were calling out the talent by name because they met them. There's not, Zoom is great for learning. Zoom is great for information. But when you're in a room with somebody face-to-face live, that is life-changing, because that's what humans are designed for, right? We're designed to interact. There's a different chemistry. There's a different way the body reacts and so forth. When you're there and you show that person, hey, I got on a plane. I came out to this event to sit down and meet with you. They know that you're serious. And that's what they're looking for. They're just looking. It's like so simple. When you have the right tools, the right resources, the photos, you're on point with your monologue, and you sit down with the right people, they give you a chance. That's the greatest thing about this industry, right? Even, yesterday, speaking about Brandon Routh as Superman, right? Somebody had to give him a chance. Every single person that you see, every single person that you look up to, every single movie you've watched, every single magazine that you've seen, they all started someplace. They weren't born on the stage. They weren't born with an Academy Award in their hand. Their destiny was designed by them going out, believing in themselves, not listening to the naysayers, and actually going out and creating a life of their own. And the greatest thing about this is you can do this on your own, but we put something together to make you get there a lot faster, a lot easier, and to bring you at a lot higher level without the worry, okay? So again, we work with some amazing companies. There's an event we just did recently in Arizona. That's Greg Reed. Greg Reed is a famous author. I've been friends with him for over 14 years. He wrote 3 Feet from Gold. If you've never read that book, I highly suggest that you go on Amazon and purchase that book. I'm going to tell you something. Whenever you meet somebody successful, always ask them, what's the last book they've read? Because whatever book they've been reading, you should be reading that book too. Right? The more you can learn as an actor, as a model, to have this experience, to be able to fly on a private jet, to stay at the best hotels, to be able to travel internationally, to be able to live the life that other people live, it's literally like 1 degree away. That one person, that 1 degree of separation, when you meet that right person, your entire life changes in ways that you can't ever possibly imagine. Okay. And whenever we do our events, we always get the most coolest places. This was an event we did last year in Los Angeles. We always get $1 million studios for our photography. We bring in celebrity photographers, celebrity makeup artists. We bring in the best people. We have catered lunches. We make it an entire experience where it's 80% an experience and 20% work. But we want people to go through that experience, that learning, being prepared. So when they show up, your success is our success, to get you signed, to get you to that next level. And there are people who hit a grand slam right out the gate. And there are some people that take 3 months, 6 months, a year. And that's fine, because you're all on that journey. Even like Janine said earlier, I overheard talking about Al Pacino. Yeah, absolutely, he still has an acting coach. Right? You're always going to be learning. You're always going to be growing. The greatest wrestlers, the greatest MLB players, the greatest basketball players, the greatest football players, actors, models, they have coaches. They have coaches for their diet. They have coaches for their health. They have coaches for their mindset. They have coaches for their ability. Super Bowl winners have a coach just for their throwing, just for their running. It's the same thing. Like when you can be in a community with incredible people, you're going to get to meet Bobby Finaro shortly. He's phenomenal, right? He's been on dozens of television shows, one of the cast members of Sopranos, The Irishman. He's done commercials. He's a theatrical actor. His background is in theater. Okay, an incredible career. He's currently working on his own reality show, a cooking-based show based upon Italian cooking. Coolest idea in the world. I remember sitting down with him 3 years ago and talking about that, right? 3 years ago. And now that's becoming a reality, right? Everything is on a time frame, right? You have to maximize every single day. That's why we try to over deliver on these events, because we want you to be able to have the most incredible experience ever. And again, we've been doing this now for 18 plus years. Today is Allie's birthday. Happy birthday, Alicia. But she's worked with some of the most incredible people in the world. Okay. And it wasn't based upon what she was paid. It wasn't based upon her awards. It wasn't based upon being a best-selling author. She's won over 38 awards. She's won 6 Tonys. 2013, she won the Tony for Best Play. All of that is a result of her hard work, right? A lot of times people they equate money with success. Money is not equated with success, okay? Money is a result of the hard work you put in. Money becomes a tool, a resource. If you want to get out of those financial binds, we talked about this yesterday at Millionaire Mindset, you have to be willing to learn. You have to be willing to make the changes in your life, whether they're the people you surround yourself with or your daily activities, and create new habits. Alicia works 12-hour days. When she first started this company, she worked 7 days a week. Okay. She put in the time, the sweat equity to be able to sit back now and have these relationships where she can just literally pick up the phone, and she's offered Broadway shows. She's offered films. She's offered dozens of opportunities. Yesterday was her premiere of Kevin Harrington interview she did on Getting Down to Business on Fox News. We actually streamed it here live right into the call. It's on Fox News. I actually recorded. You guys might see some of the clips already on social media. They'll be dropping those. She's going to be with Kevin next month. There's some huge announcements coming. Like, so if there's ever a perfect time for you to be in this industry, if your only concern is, do I have the right company? This is it. Like, we've proven ourselves over and over and over again because the best people in the industry come to us to find talent. That's why we're so strict with this. That's why, like, you see, people will get knocked off the call because we know they're just wasting their time. Like, we want to help everybody, but if we know they're beyond help at this point because of their mindset is just so off key, or they're just in such a point of their life where it doesn't matter, right? If I throw you a life raft, you have to be willing to grab it, okay? So again, when we do our photo shoots, we bring in the best. We bring in high-end photographers, makeup artists. We go through a whole process where you work with Ryan Colby on styling. We create mood boards. These photo shoots are not designed for grandma and grandpa or for mom and dad. They're designed for casting directors. They're designed for agents. If there's one thing that we are really good at, it's getting the right photos to get people's careers launched, whether they're actors' headshots, whether they're models. I know yesterday you saw Haviland's mom talked about this, right? She literally started the entire film industry in Atlanta. Like like in your wildest dreams. Like, if you were to ask me this 10 years ago, like, would we be working with people like this? I'd be like, I hope so one day, right? I really want to, but now to be able to see this all coming through, and it's because of the hard work of Alicia, the hard work of Deneen, even our team on here. Let me give a special shout out to Jemima. Guys, everybody say hi to Jemima. She works really hard, right? Their goal is to see you guys successful, okay? Even our last event, we did a special award ceremony for some of our inner circle, right? Our talent, the service that they give back. Being a part of a community means recognizing the people in the community, recognizing the hard work, their dedication, and so forth. It's just not about landing on a screen, right? That's a goal, to be in a movie, to be on a cover of a magazine, but there's so much more you can do with this industry. Yesterday I spoke about Christine. She's an international speaker, an entrepreneur. She actually works with the real Jerry Maguire, right? They're creating a foundation to help people in the NFL who've suffered, brain damage and have suffered a lot of trauma due to the being hit so hard. Like, there's so many things our community does and so many things that they're involved with, to be able to be a part of that while going through the process of learning, preparing for photo shoots, learning monologues, getting everything you need. So when you're sitting in an Atlanta, you're sitting in Hollywood or Vegas, these agents are fighting to sign you. Like, why struggle with doing this when we put something together that can just change your life, in a heartbeat? Even down to our book. Our book took several years to put together, right? But now it's the #1 selling book in arts and entertainment on Amazon, on Barnes and Nobles, right? Testimonials from people like Greg Reed, Les Brown, right? Les Brown, one of the top motivational speakers in the world. Alicia could literally pick up the phone and get Les on the phone right now in 3 seconds. Okay, he's one of the hardest guys to catch.
he just called me and wished me a happy birthday.
Yeah, yep. He is busy, right? He's spoken to over 1 billion people worldwide. But yet he's a part of our community. We're working on projects with him, working on projects with Greg Reed. Mark Victor Hansen, I speak with him at least every other week. Okay, he wrote Chicken Soup for the Soul. Okay, it's been downloaded over 500 million times. He's considered the #1 author in the world based upon sales of books. But yet he's my friend, right? Working with the vice president of Warner Brothers, going out to dinner with Bobby Fanaro, being able to do all these things, picking up the phone. I'm going to be in Vegas in a few weeks, calling the #1 owner of the largest promotional agency in the world. He takes my calls. He takes our talents calls. These are all opportunities. Some of our talent, I don't know if they're all on the call here today, but they were out in Arizona, and they had the opportunity to spend an entire day with Mark Victor Hansen. A few of them now are working with Mark Victor Hansen on their book. It took me 18 years to reach the level where I could work with people like this. The talent we work with them, it took them 1 day, right? Because of the relationships, right? It's proximity. When you're in proximity to the right people, your life changes at a snap of a fingers. Okay? Yesterday you saw, right? Alicia, Kevin Harrington, get down to business. An incredible businessman worth over $1 billion. We got to spend a day with him. He's phenomenal. He's literally phenomenal. I've been to several events with him now. As soon as he sees us from across the room, he comes right over, shakes my hand, shakes Alicia's hand. We'll be with him next month. Okay, he's working on a dozen different projects. Us working with him on some surprise things we're working on for later this year. But it's, again, surrounding yourself with the right people, right? Most people say, well, but Kevin's a business person. What does that have to do with TV and acting? My goodness, he's on TV consistently. He has connection. It's knowing the people who matter, right? Right? The producer of the X-Men, right? The writer producer of the X-Men. I'm not worried about the director. I'm not worried about the actors. I know he's the decision maker. It's getting you guys in front of the decision makers that nobody can say no to. Okay, TJ, who's writer, director, producer of the X-Men, he raised over $100 million for that first movie. He's the one who makes the final decision who's going to be in that movie. He did a little surprise pop-up at our event. Our talent will have the opportunity to work with him. Okay, they were like, I was beyond anything. He gave recommendations of books, talked about a little bit about his life. And all we said, hey, TJ, you know what? We're doing something for screenwriters. We want people to be able to really learn how to write scripts. We know there are talent in our community that are so creative, that are so amazing. There's nobody I would love for you to train them other than you. Okay? Like, he's never done anything like that before. He said, I would love to. I work with a small group of amazing writers in Hollywood. I would love to spend a weekend with your talent and literally go through step by step how to create a $100 million movie. That's life-changing. Like, it's like sitting down with Kevin and being able to get an MBA in business. He's already done it, right? So it's the same process, whether you want to be an actor, a model, being able to work with people such as Tanya Kleckner on a one-on-one basis, being able to work with Mara on a one-on-one basis, being able to work with Ryan Colby, right? Yesterday, we gave access to school. That was 18 years of our life. We took some of our best content, gave it away for free. We didn't ask anybody for anything. Use it, learn from it, because what does everyone say when they get on these calls? I've been scammed, I've been this, I don't know what's real, I don't know what's not real, right? I put the answers in front of you. Sometimes you just have to see the path that God laid out for you is here. You've been chosen. Every moment in your life has led up to this moment to be here today, okay? And again, we have tens of thousands of success stories. Even when our talent go through the interview process, we provide them, it's like a 30-page interview guide, where they go through step by step how to prepare for the interviews. We do live calls, we do trainings, and so forth, okay? So with your permission, I put something together really quick. Our Hollywood event was so incredible. Normally what we do is we always like kind of skip over a year, but Hollywood is so back in action. And I want to be able to do 2 big events next year. We usually do one. I want to do 2. I want to do one in Hollywood and I want to do one in New York. So our very first event that's open to the public, I'm not going to talk about New York because that is way, way into the future of 2025. But what I want to do is I want to talk a little bit about really quickly for the opportunity for everybody on this call. You have to go through an interview process, and I will go over this again later today, and Alicia will take Q&A later because I don't want to take away from all of our speakers, but I just want to put this out there so you guys know there is what's next, right? Everybody says, what's next, Mike? What do I do next? How do I get to be a part of the company? This is it. This is called Camp Hollywood. This will take place in Hollywood, January 2025. Alicia is overseeing this project with some of the most incredible event producers imaginable. So this is
I'm your counselor now.
Literally.
Yeah.
10x. Okay. So here's what you're going to get. Okay. So you're going to get a 3-look professional photo shoot in Beverly Hills with a celebrity photographer. So these are going to be the photos that you need to get signed. These are the photos that your agent, your casting director, your manager, these are the photos that are needed to get you working consistently, whether you're a model or an actor. So whether they're the right headshots, whether they're the right photos, these are done precisely with precision. We spend months preparing our talent, so when they show up on set, they're ready to go. And I'm going to be honest with you, it's intimidating. That's why we bring in the best photographers, the best makeup artists, because not only are you getting the training, you're getting in front of the camera, but you're getting their credibility. Because now 2 months from now, when they're saying, hey, because a lot of times photographers make decisions on who's going to be hired. Hey, have you worked with any recent models that are good for a project? That's the relationship building, right? That's the relationship that's going on back behind the scenes, right? Consistently, Ryan's on the phones with photographers and makeup artists. You see, you have to shift your thinking, right? Right? It's like working in the restaurant industry. Later, I'll do a thing called the Actors Cookbook later this afternoon, where I talk about the industry in comparison to working in the restaurant industry. For those of you who read the first chapter of Finding Fame, know I started off in the restaurant industry. But the point is when you want to have a successful business, it's not the front end. It's not what you see. It's not that magazine cover. It's how that was put together, right? If you open up a magazine, there's a masthead of all the people that work at the magazine. Those are the people you need in your contact list. Those are the people you want to work with. So when we bring you into Beverly Hills, right, the most iconic cities in the entire world to do your photos, it's life-changing. Okay, so now you're going to get a 3-look photo shoot. You're going to have celebrity styling, hair, makeup. Again, bringing in the top people to work with you. Ryan Colby personally will be overseeing this entire shoot. So he'll be working on your styling, making sure the makeup is right, the lighting is right. This is done months in advance. You'll be jumping on Zoom calls with him. There'll be multiple calls preparing you before you even show up in Hollywood. And then this is something super exciting. This is something we put together with our speakers. So now you're going to have the opportunity to have a meet and greet, right? Which is what we're known for, this networking, sitting down live. But we're going to have what's called Camp Hollywood Competition. We're going to have what's called a black box theater. So think of like a Broadway theater with a stage and the lighting. And you're going to actually have the opportunity to perform your monologue live on stage in front of Hollywood's biggest names in the industry. Okay, this is a life-changing experience because now you have that opportunity to walk across that stage and change your life. These people aren't there to see you perform. They're there to sign you. They're there to give you that contract, give you that pen, and get you on set working at the highest possible level. So this is going to be something, this is something we've never done before. This is going to be an incredible experience. We are super excited for this. A lot of our speakers, they're literally fighting over who gets to be in the front row to be at this, because a lot of them have gotten to see our talent. They've seen their reels. They want to see their progress. They want to see now, hey, they got 6 months to get ready for this. I want to take 2025 charging like a storm. Okay, super exciting. Then we're also going to get what's called the A-Listers Inside Playbook Access. So some people are like, oh my God, I don't know what a monologue is. I'm not prepared for this. No, we're going to do virtual training on perfecting your monologue, perfecting your delivery, perfecting everything you need to know. And whether you're a model or an actor, right? You're like, well, Mike, I'm just interested in modeling. Great. I'm going to have agents there that are interested in signing you. But you know what? Even models need to have stage presence, right? A commercial, Medea, Deneen talks about this. She was just kind of, well, I just want to try modeling. Maybe I'll think about acting. Okay. She took leverage to a modeling career where she was, making $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 a day to doing commercials for Starbucks, for your play, where she now makes $30,000, $100,000 a day. She just turned 63. Okay. She's 63 years old. She was at her retirement point, and now she's making $100,000 a day. So never, ever say, especially in this industry, never turn. If you have an opportunity to be on the cover of a magazine, you say yes. If you have the opportunity to be in a major motion picture, you say yes. We will get you prepared. I can guarantee you that. We've done this for 18 years with over 10,000 success stories. We know what we're doing. So this is going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be a challenge. But everyone, if you're on this call right now, you are ready for this, okay? Then we're also going to have the Celebrity Confidence Boot Camp, right? Learn the secrets only Hollywood insiders know. So we're going to have a special boot camp in Hollywood where you're going to be able to sit down. You're going to be able to learn from these people. You're going to be able to get their experiences, right? Not just on a Zoom call, but literally sitting down with them one-on-one. This is something we've been doing for over 18 years. This is what we're known for, transforming lives. And we're going to be doing this January. We're kicking the year off right before all the big productions start, before all the big auditions start. So this is I could not align the world up, the stars, the universe in a better way than the way we have this event lined up. And then, of course, for those of you, we'll be doing autographed copies of Finding Fame. We're going to be having a special collector's edition coming out, so everyone will get a free copy of this. I'll sign it, Alicia will sign it, Deneen, some of the speakers that are in there will be there. So just kind of like a little thank you, right? Just as something just to be able to hold, just to read the stories. For those of you that are in school, you already have free access to the digital copy, but there's nothing to me, like I love reading books on my iPad, but I still enjoy when I'm on a plane. I always bring a book with me. I'm like old school. I like the feel of the book. I like putting notes in the margins. I learned a lot of that, how to really up my game when spending time with Brian Tracy and so forth. So just to kind of give you an overview real quick, right? You're going to get a 3-look professional photo shoot in Beverly Hills, celebrity photographer, retail value of that's $24.97. Celebrity hair and makeup, retail value $9.97. Camp Hollywood competition, perform your monologue live on stage in front of Hollywood's elite. Okay, $49.97. That's a life-changing opportunity, right? And it's going to be a small, intimate group of talent. We're limiting this to 50 talent. So this is going to be small. Our events usually are over 100, 150 talent, 200 talent. This is going to be a small, intimate group of talent that we're going to be focused on for the next 6 months to get them signed to create the next generations of stars in the TV, film, and fashion industry. Then, of course, the A-Listers Inside Playbook, access to virtual monologue and performance training. That'll be an ongoing training that we're doing live on Zoom. We're going to be bringing in some of our powerful, most powerful actors, people who've won Academy Awards, who've won Emmys, who will be working with you personally to take you to the next level in your skills, your performance, your delivery. Okay, you guys will be some of the best. You will be able to compete against A-listers. When you walk into that audition room, you will be the top 1%. Okay, not only that, not only you get the 3-look photo shoot, Beverly Hills, celebrity photographer, celebrity styling, hair and makeup, Camp Hollywood competition, perform your monologue live on stage in front of Hollywood elite, the A-Listers Inside Playbook access, virtual monologue and performance training. But in addition to that, the Celebrity Confidence Boot Camp, learn the secrets only Hollywood insiders know. I know what it's like not to have confidence. I remember being that person. So to be able to sit there, be able to overcome that, be able to sit down face to face and making sure you're prepared. You know, we put a value of that $9.97. Honestly, that is priceless. Okay. And then, of course, as a bonus, autographed copy of Finding Fame. If you total that up, you're looking at a real world value of $11,985. And for some of you, that may seem like an impossible number, right? To others, that's just that's nothing in today's economy. But let me ask you this, right? I'm going to look at it that's a huge number, right? It's an investment, right? The best investment. Warren Buffett always says, right? He's one of the richest men in the world. The best investment you can ever make is the investment in yourself because it pays dividends forever, right? Having the right photos, having the right training, having the connections. It's priceless. When you really think about it, as you're making money, you booked that first job, $100,000. This event was free plus profit, right? That's how a millionaire thinks. A millionaire says, I'm willing to invest $12,000, but I know I'm going to continuously make money. So the investment becomes free and every penny after that becomes a profit. That's how millionaires think, right? Lean into thinking how millionaires think. Don't lean into a poverty mindset. But let me ask you something. And I'm going to do something special for you guys. This is a special boot camp. This is the biggest boot camp. This is Allie's birthday. So I'm going to do something to blow you guys out of the water. But let's just say it was 12,000 and you went out to Hollywood. You met that agent. You met that person who changed your life. Wouldn't it be worth it, right? To look back 5, 10 years from now, to be able to see yourself on the screen, to know now you have that home, that car, you're living that best life. You are an actor, you are a model, you are the person that people didn't believe you could be because you surrounded yourself with the best people. You went out and you got the best possible training. People invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in their careers and they fail, right? People invest millions of dollars into the stock market and the stocks go down. People invest millions into real estate and then real estate falls. But you know what? When you invest in your education, you invest in your network, you will never fail. You will always be able to push forward. There's always another door that opens. We're proof of that. If you read Finding Fame, our tens of thousands of success stories are proof that that process works. So now you're going to get the 3-look professional photo shoot in Beverly Hills, celebrity photographer, celebrity makeup artist, Camp Hollywood competition, get to perform live, A-Listers Inside Playbook, virtual monologue, performance training, celebrity confidence boot camp, learn the secrets only Hollywood insiders know. You're going to get all of that. we're gonna do something special for you guys, $29.97, okay? And I'm gonna even do something more special for you. But I want you to think about something. Literally, just the photos alone, the value of this is hands down. Okay, but because it's Alicia's birthday, because this is a special weekend, because we just celebrated our 200th live event, this is something being offered on this weekend and this weekend only. Okay, so what I'm about to do right now is just for you guys here. It is only for 50 people. That is it. This is a small, intimate event. Okay. So you're gonna get all of that, not for $29.97, but for only $19.97. Okay, so literally less than $2,000. Okay, so for our fast action takers, so you're gonna be able to get the 3-look professional photo shoot in Beverly Hills, celebrity photographer, celebrity makeup artist, styling, the Camp Hollywood competition, perform your monologue live on stage in front of Hollywood's elite, the A-lister inside playbook access, virtual monologue performance training, celebrity confidence boot camp, learn the secrets only Hollywood insiders know, and of course the bonus autographed copy of Finding Fame. You're gonna get all of that, not for $12,000, but for only $19.97. You do have to schedule. This is an interview process. I'm doing this early because there's over 120 people on this call. Only 50 people will be able to go. So my assistant's going to drop a link. Okay. You need to click on that link and you need to schedule. Okay. And there may be a secret word on there that you need to know, a secret word. What secret word today?
Birthday.
So the secret word today is birthday. So you need to have the secret word. So you're going to click on that link to schedule. You have to go through the interview process. You cannot purchase it. We want to make sure that you're serious. You're going to show up, that you're able to do this. And of course, we always add our $1 million guarantee to all of our live events, including this one. For those of you who don't know what the $1 million guarantee is, I'll explain it to you. It's called a no risk offer. So that means there's no risk on your part. I'm going to take all the risk. There is no risk. You have zero risk. I'm taking the risk. Let me explain to you how. $1 million guarantee means go through the training, go through the process, go through everything, go through the confidence training, the booster training, the virtual monologue training, the performance training, go through the styling, even come out and get your photos done. And on day 2 of the event, so on the second day of the event, by lunchtime, if you feel by that point you haven't gotten $1 million in value, just come up to myself, Alicia, Deneen, anyone, and just tell us. And we give you a full refund of the $19.97. It costs you nothing. I'm taking all the risk. You'll get the training, you'll get the photo, you'll get everything. And just say you don't feel that you got $1 million in value, we refund you. And people always say to me, Mike, that's like, I hear this all the time. Like, even when I work with other businesses, they're like, Mike, that's crazy. People would take advantage of you. People would just come out, they get your contacts, they get the photos, they get all that training, and then they would just steal from you. And I go, you know, yes, could that happen? Maybe. But you know what? I believe in people. I believe that the people that are here, you're serious about your career. 99.999% of people I've ever met, and I surround myself with great people, they're really wonderful. Like everyone here, I know the people that are here. Kingston is great. I've spent so much time with Kingston working on set, right? John Norman, like the people we work with are an incredible community of people. And I just know that's how most people are. And if there is that one person that's on here today that would take advantage, you know what, so be it. I look at it this. I don't look at it as I'm losing money. I look at it as that I'm paying them to go away so that they're not in my life. They're not those life-sucking vampires, right? That are just driving you crazy, where I can enjoy the experience. I can enjoy the ride. I can enjoy the training people, getting the people, see be successful, being able to concentrate on that in a very small, intimate group. So again, I will go over this again later today. I just wanted to put it out there today because I know, we have a lot of people on the call. So I'd rather the people that are serious be able to apply now. So once those spots fill up, that's it, right? But guys, we have an incredible day ahead of us. Today's date, this is Transformation Day. Deneen's going to go through an exercise with you guys that's going to change your life. Right after that, we have Bobby Fernaro coming on. We have some of our biggest speakers. Today is going to be an incredible day. And then we're going to put an icing cherry on top later today with Ryan Colby, who's going to be going through and playing Model Garage today. Plus, again, Alicia has a lot of announcements, a lot of surprises. So we're just kicking this off, guys. This is just the beginning of the day. I will be back later. My name is Michael Fomkin, and I will see you guys later today. Bye, guys. And make sure you click that link.
I have to say something really quickly. How amazing was that? Scale 1 to 10. Who wants to come to Hollywood with me? Now, in the past, we had the head writer of X-Men. Hello, is that not worth $1 billion right there? Everybody says to me, I just want to get face to face. How many of you guys, pretty much, if I looked at your resume, you're like, don't look at this. Talk to me live. I want to get a chance to shine. How much value would that be if all this did was put you face to face? In the past, we've had the head of casting for Stranger Things, actors from hit TV shows, Grammy winners, Tony winners, the head of Warner Brothers casting, the head of Francis Ford Coppola Productions. I went to film school. I graduated college with a double degree in TV and film and communications. There was no introduction with an Academy Award winner. Seriously? If all this did was introduce you to one person that would completely change your life, what is that worth to you? Somebody tell me, because honestly, that price, the $1,997, a lot of you guys don't even know. And again, I'm not a certified accountant, but that's tax deductible. That is literally less than 1 month's rent in LA. Why the hell would you move to LA, get some shitty photos done, join all these fake websites, live face to face with getting the right photos and the right connections? Do it once and do it right. And I say this all the time. And Deneen, this is, you know, I say this. Some people go to Hollywood with a dream. We go with a plan. And this plan, if you don't see that sign behind me and behind Deneen, foolproof, which is why we do screening. We don't allow fools in our house, right? If you're going to go sit down face to face with people of this type of level, it's not for sale. Capiche? So what is it worth to you? Somebody tell me, what would it be worth to you to sit down live with these types of people? How much would your life change? Somebody type it. Priceless. Yeah. Hi, Kingston. Face to face. That's what everybody dreams about. Sitting down live with the best names in show business. Do you know how hard it is to get all these people under one roof for the day to spend with you? Man, but you got to be a master networker. And that's why you're here. You're here because you want to learn. And you're not just learning about what we do as a business, but we have somebody very special to us coming on next. We have a top talent agent coming on, an agent from Milan. Everybody says they want to be an actor or a model, but let me tell you a little secret. People want to work with competent people, people that can show up, be on time, be respectful. I kicked 3 people off, Deneen. While Michael was speaking, they were like literally commenting, asking me questions that had nothing to do with anything. Listen. I want everybody to be here, and I want you to pay attention. Because I wrote this down really quick before Bobby comes on. But everyone wants an agent. Everyone wants a manager. No one wants to be background. They want to star in TV shows. They want to star in major movies. They want to be on covers of magazines and walk billboards or be on billboards and walk runways. You can do that. You really can. But before you go and like jump the gun, you need to be what they want. This is not Chick-fil-A. This is not a drive-through. You can't tell us, oh, I only want to do this. You have to learn what this business really entails. So if you're willing to put in the work, type, I'm ready to do this. Because if not, I'm asking for a commitment. I want to make sure that people that are on this call, you're going to have a chance to sit down today with some tremendous people. No offense. I'm going to boot the jackasses off. I don't want them here. This is why it's a free call. It's open to the internet, right? All right.
Awesome. What a happy birthday to you too, Alicia.
Thank you.
Hollywood is your she
It's my
says
Super
all
Bowl.
this all the time. It's our Super Bowl.
It is.
But-
It is. I land and I like come back to life. It makes me so excited. But most of all, it makes me excited to see people like John Norman, who like, I don't know if I could do this, and I've never done anything like this before. And now he had Mara, who manages stars from Star Trek and Star Wars, going, John Norman, do you know that like warms my heart? Because I'm like, one side, I'm like, told you so. Second side is, I knew you could do it. And that sometimes like we have to be the wind beneath their wings. And you're good at that mindset training. Because when you meet these types of people, Your friends and family will have no idea what it's like to have conversations on this type of level.
Yep. But you will soon after you interview
Oh,
with us.
You
But
will.
without further ado, and trust me, we'll talk about this later, but let me ask you guys a question. Would it be okay if I introduce you to someone who was on The Sopranos, who works with amazing people, like he was in American Gangster, like works with some of the biggest.
Russell Crowe, Denzel.
Is it okay if I introduce you to our next guest and you guys are about to have your worlds absolutely change? And this is what I want you to do when Alicia's going to ask him questions. I want you to take notes as he's answering the questions, because what I want you to start thinking about is, okay, what can I do right now to chase his tails a little bit? Okay. All right. So let me introduce our next guest speaker. He is an American-born actor who was born in Brooklyn, New York. He is best known for his role as Eugene on HBO's The Sopranos. He got his break in show business thanks to James Gandolfini. They were touring Europe, performing A Streetcar Named Desire, and James saw something in him. And when the role for Eugene came up, he gave Bobby the opportunity. He made the introduction for him to audition. He didn't give him the role. He gave him the opportunity. He afforded him the opportunity to audition. He started his acting career in the late 90s. He has appeared in various TV shows, including Law and Order and Blue Bloods. He was featured in films such as American Gangster and Find Me Guilty. He worked as a New York corrections officer before pursuing acting. He's often cast in law enforcement or mobster roles due to his appearance and background. And he continues to act both in television, independent films, and theater. And he is also one of the coaches for the VIP Ignite Rising Stars Academy. Everyone give it up for Bobby Finaro.
Doing happy birthday to Elisa.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I had
Happy
to
birthday
run.
to you. I wrote it down.
Oh, thank you. I love you. And we did. Oh my God, you're so sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we didn't even mention you did voiceover work for Grand Theft Auto, which
I never did it. Never was it. Maybe I played a corrections officer, but I never was one a corrections officer.
Okay. I apologize.
Probably
I will
played it,
no
yeah,
longer
corrections
deviate from the
officer. I
script.
probably did that in some sort of prison scene.
that would be funny, especially since you hung out with the mob and then corrections officer. That's great.
Yes.
All right. So I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much for
great to
being
be
here.
here.
And man,
Thank
like
you.
15 years of friendship.
You
Guys,
know,
how many of
let
you?
me just interrupt.
Yeah.
You talk about, what it cost. My first acting class with Herbert Berghoff from HB Studio, he came in and he walked in. He was a Viennese actor, a German actor from Vienna. And he said, acting, there is a price tag for everything. But acting has a high price tag. You can go into a store and you could buy something for $6, but if you want to be an actor, it's a very, very high price tag. So it's true what you're saying is you have to spend a lot of your time and a lot of your money at times, but it's not cheap, but the rewards are great. I just wanted to say that because of the fact that you mentioned that.
Well, yeah, I mentioned that because we do get a lot of people on this call that are aspiring actors or aspiring models. And sometimes there's that old wives' tale that, oh, if somebody wants you, like, oh, an agent's going to assign you, start booking you work on The Sopranos, you're going to make a crap ton of money, and then you'll pay them back for the training. And I'm thinking to myself, like, that is so asinine because number one, no one works for free. Number two, that training is meant for you to book that job. An agent's only job is to submit qualified candidates. From there, it's up to the casting director to pick you. So I think Georgina Walken, Christopher Walken's wife, was one of the casting directors, right? For Sopranos.
Yeah, she chose
and
me.
she's a friend of mine. So like, she has choices. It's not just about you and your dreams. Like, you have to be the best. So therefore, you need the training. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
you need training.
You definitely need training and
headshots
and having the courage and having the support team so you can get feedback afterward and probably get some criticism at times. But when you go in for casting, a lot of times the casting director, even the director has an idea of what they're looking for. Sometimes the acting can be fantastic, but just not right. I remember, I just was watching Donald Sutherland talk about they were looking for someone in a film, and he had a great audition. And the producer and the director called him up and said, listen, Donald, we loved your audition. We can't cast you in this role. I don't know what film was for. It probably was for a major film, but they said to him, we need a guy, the next door neighbor, the next door guy, and you just don't look like that. And Sutherland said, you know what? I agree. He's always done these offbeat parts, except for Ordinary People and stuff like that. He's done these offbeat parts, but he's been very successful at it. So you have to know your strengths also when you walk in there. So it's coupled with what they're looking for. But one time when you go in there, everything's going to be right, like it was right for me when I auditioned for Sopranos and I landed the role that I did.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like sometimes, and correct me if I'm wrong, like if you're brand new and you get one audition, it may break you, and you can't personally get involved. It's an audition. Like, do it and move on. Like, as soon as the door shuts or as soon as you leave the room, that's it. Kind of like a self-tape. Don't
Yes.
put all your eggs in one basket, because then your heart will get broken. And I find that top actors and models, they're doing multiple self-tapes in a day. So it's like, oh, okay, well, if I didn't get this, I'll get the next one. And you have to keep going. You have to keep
It's
going.
time to, Ali, the thing is, our nature is to regret. Our nature, human nature, is for us to be sad about it, but it
Yeah,
takes time
reflect.
to develop that alligator skin that you can do what you said. I can move on from it. If they choose me, I did the best I can. I brought everything I worked with Bobby with coaching, the VIP.
Yeah.
He coached me on this audition, which I'm available to do through you, of course, at all times. And then you let it go. But it does take time to do that. There have been auditions. I held on to them. The last one I did with De Niro for his movie called Wise Guys, written by Nick
You just
Pileggi.
say De Niro. How many of you guys, you just hear De Niro, and now we're all in proximity with De Niro. Go ahead.
With Bobby, I went in to see Barry Levinson, and
Barry.
they brought me in
Yeah.
for one role, but really they were just choosing all the actors who were doing one role, and they were kind of trying to cast the film. So that role, I was disappointed when I went in, and they didn't even have me read it because I worked so hard on it, and the callback was that. But that's what happens. You have to be able to adjust. They told me, well, we're really not looking for that. We want to place you somewhere else. So you got to be able to adjust. When I got The Irishman, that was the role that everyone was reading. They told me afterward, I read that role. You got it. Yeah, I did get it. I was the guy that day when I walked in. So
And you got to work with De Niro, Pacino, Martin Scorsese. I mean,
yes, Marty and of course
Marty.
and
Good old Marty.
David Chase and a lot of
Chase.
people, Ridley Scott. There's been a lot of great directors.
Talk about
I've been
networking.
working with. Yes.
I'm
You
glad
keep
you never with.
keep going,
Yeah.
you keep trying, you keep putting your nose to the grindstone, and you keep going. You don't try to refuse anything. You just you gather strength by doing.
Yeah. And one thing, especially in today's world, and I mentioned this yesterday, like Zoom is so accessible. Anybody can go on Zoom. You don't have to live in New York. You don't have to live in LA. But now that we're doing self-tapes, so many actors are joining fake websites, submitting themselves to these like pretend castings, and they're doing these self-tapes from home, and they don't know like if they're even doing it right. And that's one thing that I love about you, is because of the feedback. And we're doing a special course with you right now where you're giving them scripts, and you're giving them constructive criticism, the voice inflections and the tones and the speeds, and it's almost like a tango. Would you agree?
Yeah, the work is really the reward, and we do the best I can to choose scenes that the students, the fellow actors, can kind of excel in. But it all comes down to locking into the truth, the human element of what you're doing. And the moral cause, like Reginald's doing a scene from Ed Bullen's House Party, which is a series of monologues, and his is about a writer. It's called a Black writer, who wanted to become a writer, but he had to kind of give it up because his family stopped talking to him, his mother, his girlfriend, and they ostracized him. And he gets up there and talks about this dream he had, and at the end, he's like, I drink with my old man, oh, my father-in-law, I get drunk, and I guess I don't really miss writing, but you can see that he does all the dreams and the things. So we try to lock into those kind of things that are right for the students, Ally. And of course, I see the progression in the workshops of the people who stick to it. There's definitely improvement, and when they audition, I'm sure they feel more confident. And it's my hope one day that we'll do a production in New York. We'll get a
I'm working on that. Working on that. Yeah.
So, I mean, but
No offense, I'm gonna wait till after like winter.
yes, yeah.
Not saying I don't miss New York winter, but yeah.
I know.
Florida.
New York City winters, man.
Okay, so are you guys understanding the formula? So if you got a chance to sit down live with a casting director or an agent, how helpful would it be to have a cast member from the I can't even talk. Sopranos working with you, adding it to your resume, part of your repertoire. If you got a chance to read a script, like that would be life changing, and it has been for so many of us. Okay, Bobby, I'm gonna pick your brain for a bit. You ready? What is your why? When did you decide you wanted to get into acting, and why acting?
Well, first thing I'll tell you is that Steve Jobs has this thing on YouTube. He talks to Reed College, and he talks about dreams and pursuing your passion. It's one of the greatest, I don't know if you saw it, graduation speeches that I've ever seen, because in the end, he talks about pursuing what you want. He dropped out of college, and then he took the courses that he went back to the college. He slept on the floor. He ate at the Hare Krishna house. But the thing is, he was pursuing his dream, and he took those courses that he didn't want to. That he was kind of locked in when he joined college. By doing so, he created the Apple computer. So follow your passions. My passion's always been, I knew it from a young age to pursue it. My family had it, and my uncle was a director. The Catholic Charities, we went to his shows, and I always loved the art of TV and film and stage. I went to a lot of plays, and I've been really moved. And I have to say, I have a sensitive soul. I like those stories about like It's a Wonderful Life, about second chances. And I think everyone here would like to have a second chance. They might have a job. Just know that you're not alone. Danny Aiello was a doorman. I was a doorman at Caroline's. Danny Aiello was a doorman at the Improv. We all do have second jobs, but that doesn't mean you can't pursue your dreams. You can do both. And then I think it was, I was watching this punk documentary, and Noodles was saying from the Green Day that after they made a few dollars, he can give up his janitor job. But he wasn't giving it up until he really knew. So you can do it. So that's my thing, Ally. I mean, that was my passion from a young man.
And talk about not quitting your job. I mean, anything you're going to do and do it well, you're going to have finances. And I really want to say this, because like you book a job on The Sopranos, you don't know when you're going to book again. There is no Fred Flintstone mentality where you clock in and clock out. Like you've been on Blue Bloods, you've been on NYPD, you've been on.
To talk about that, Sopranos, the season would end, and then what are you going to do for the 4 months when you're not
hopefully you saved.
I did a lot of things. I continued doing a lot of different stuff in between that time to hustle, to keep going. So it's a good idea to have, something that you're earning money until you can get to that level that you don't need to do it anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. So were your parents supportive when you decided you wanted to get into acting?
I think that my mother was very supportive. My father was more straight, I think in the end, when he went to the Ziegfeld to see Members Only with Mom, I think, my son's an actor. It's official. He used to play the horses. It's not official till they cross the finish line and light doesn't flash. So he was supportive. He never said, don't do it. But
it's always hesitant
of me,
because they hear those stories about, Hollywood, all bad, corrupt, but I haven't had that experience. Have you? Like, I've only worked with like some of the biggest names, and they've all been nothing but generous and kind. And I
Well,
know that
Go
a
ahead.
lot of times when people are holding their hand out, I had somebody asking like, "Oh, do you offer sponsorship?" And why would anybody on this type of network? You're already showing liability. You're already showing that you most likely aren't going to be able to show up financially. If given a chance, you're not even going to be able to get there. And I think sometimes, like when people are trying to get into show business, it's easier to listen to the naysayers because then you just don't have the balls to go after your dreams. God forbid you failed. Or what if you actually did it and got in and your friends and family were totally against it? And I think it's really important that you guys understand, like when you're part of this community, where we were that aspiring talent, we still are constantly aspiring. And I think it's so great to have that safety and to be able to ask real questions to real people that understand, because no one else is going to understand.
That's like a congregation, a church congregation.
Yeah.
It's the same thing because the outside world, they're gonna say,
Don't do it, you're going to get hurt.
What are you doing? They're gonna give you a lot of negative stuff. I mean, and it's gonna like, oh, what are you doing? You're acting. You tell them you're in
They're negative until they see you
how much
hanging out
money-
with
how much
Pacino,
money
De
you're making.
Niro.
I'm making
Yeah.
$15 a week doing this play, but that's where it starts. The root of it has to start somewhere. You have to work your way up to get there. And some people who get lucky to be there, they don't last very long. Like people
Right.
like us who study and who are looking for work. The work, it defines us. Is it true?
Yeah.
Is it meaningful? And is it interesting? Those three things are very important to remember. Sometimes you might do a job that doesn't have all those three things, but you work to do those other jobs to get that one job that's true and it's meaningful and that is interesting, that it says something and it makes another person, after they see your performance, after they see the whole movie, they walk away and say, wow, I'm changed. I want to be like that. I mean, I want to be like Rocky. I want to go the distance. I want to do
Inspiration.
those things. I want to be Gladiator. I want to be able to sacrifice my life for the greater good.
And you got to work with Russell Crowe. You have to tell
Yes.
me, was
Yeah.
he nice? Was he nice
Very
to you?
nice guy. First day on set, walking back to the trailer, I get a tap on the shoulder. I turn around and it's Russell Crowe. I mean, this is right after Gladiator. I say, "Hey, he says, "Hi, I'm Russell Crowe," and he extends his hand, and I say, "Hi, I'm Robert Finaro. Nice to meet you." And that was a great feeling to be in his presence, so to
Yeah.
say, to experience, Ali, his humility, because you need humility no matter where you're at. You'll find that the people like you're talking about, you speak to in Hollywood, they have humility because they came from a place, the same place that everyone here. We have a dream, we have a goal. Dreams without goals, like Denzel Washington says, they're useless. So you have a dream, you work, you study, your goal is to get on a stage, to get in a TV show. That is,
And they've all worked their asses off, which is why I get a little bit pissed when people ask for handouts. No, dude.
no, it does nothing.
Don't disrespect.
It's
Yeah.
a high price tag. And then when you get on the TV show, you come back to the VIP Ignite workshop and you
Always.
continue to work because you got to come back. I mean, you don't say, okay, I have everything now. I'm famous. No, you got to keep working on your interest. Just like a jazz player plays Charlie Bird Parker or Sonny Rollins. They're playing every day. They're going back to the workshop to play. They want to test themselves. That's why they created the Actor Studio, because there was a lot of downtime and everyone said, okay, we'll do something constructive with our downtime. What do you want to do? Well, we act. Maybe we'll get together and we'll act. Oh yeah, good idea. That's what we'll do. That's fun.
And Pacino still takes classes. Last conversation I had with him, he was like, yeah, I still train. I'm like, oh my God, I need you on a boot camp. But it's true because you have to stay the best. The competition is fierce. Okay.
Yes. Like you said, the fierceness of the competition now is the Zoom. So
Yeah.
now, instead of
One
reaching
of a billion.
handful
Yeah.
of people in New York, they can reach California, Louisiana. No matter where you're at, don't be discouraged. Florida, especially Disney, Mandalorian's shooting again. They're doing the film. Jon Favreau film. Doesn't matter where you are now. You're going to be in a Zoom. You can get cast from the Zoom.
Of course you can, but you have to be able to stand apart from the rest.
Yes.
And I really want to say that to you, even, and I mentioned this yesterday, even on Zoom, when I turn my camera off, sometimes I'm going through all the thumbnails and I'm like, oh, that person's interesting. Why is this person laying down? Why the hell are they laying down? This is a chance for them to change their life and they're already effing it up, right? Like, think. Okay, so here's a question for you. You've mentioned before on our calls that James Gandolfini showed up to Caroline's, which was a comedy club, and he told you about the audition for Sopranos. True or false? He said, I can get you the audition, but you have to book the role. Was that,
That's true.
because he didn't pick. He wasn't
that-
David Chase. He wasn't Georgina.
No, James said I tried to get someone else in the show and it backfired. It didn't happen. So I really can't promise you anything but the audition. And that was the truth. That's the truth.
And the audition, can you talk about the audition process?
It was-
You
it
walked
was
into a
quite-
room, who
quite
was
stre-
there?
Quite stressful. I
can only
had the
imagine.
keys. I was managing Caroline's at the time, so I had the keys and I stayed. I didn't go home that night before the audition. I
Because you
just
live
stayed-
where? Staten Island? Where are you?
I lived in Astoria, Queens.
Astoria. Okay.
I did go home. Maybe I took a cab at about 4 a.m. the night before the audition and just really worked it hard. I really did it over and over again to try to figure it out and do it. And it worked out. That hard work worked out. It did work. It did work in my favor.
Who
You
was
know?
in the audition room? And do you remember? Did you
Georgianne
read sides?
and her assistant. And then
Okay.
I had the callback, Allie, and that was more stressful than the first one. That was with everyone, the whole David Chase,
Oh,
everybody.
God.
The costume designer. It was like there was a big plurality to Sopranos. And of course, everyone treated everyone else with respect, only because the main man, James Gandolfini, had such great humility that he treated everyone with respect, no matter big role, small role. He made you feel like $1 million, and that's the way you should be, no matter how far you get in the business. Have that kind of humility, because you never know. It's the only way up is down. Then, it can work both ways. You get up and you can go down. You can see the same people on the way down you see on the way up,
How many episodes did you get? And did you know you were going to get that many episodes?
No, I didn't know. I know they were going to build up. I mean, they said, stick around. We're gonna build you up. I did 24 episodes all in all. I mean, we didn't know, and it developed as it went along. Eugene developed as he went along, as we went along. The writers, we hung out with a lot of times in TV. The writer family is with you. They're with you on the set. They're with you at lunch.
Oh,
They're with you when you're playing basketball outside of Silver Cup.
did you guys play basketball? I want to hear this because I'm thinking of like Big Pussy and everybody. They play
Yes.
basketball together?
Shot hoops outside of Silver Cup. Yeah.
Shut up. Oh
And then
my
they
God.
put that in the with Vito and Ralph Cifaretto. They had that in the series. You know what I'm saying? Ralph shoots, he gets it in, and Vito shoots it, and he doesn't even go for the rebound. He just says, because he weighed 300 pounds. He doesn't weigh that now, but
Yeah, no.
he also fell down. He also had he blew apart a chair. That actually happened at the cafeteria also. I'm sorry, Joe, but I have to
It's
tell you.
okay. This is being recorded.
He sat down on a chair and it exploded, and they kept that in the scene. They
Oh,
made
no.
it of that. So they do a lot of stuff. We went to the racetrack, and they use a lot of stuff. The writers use a lot of stuff. They get to know you, so to say,
Yeah.
your personality, and that's what happened. That's what they do. That's
All
what
right.
happens a lot. In film and theater, it's a different story. It's kind of set, but in film, it juxtaposes, and you bring things to it. You're the character, like De Niro brought. You talking to me? You must be talking to me because I don't see anyone here. So you must be talking to me. Marty saw that and he said, wow, what are you doing? I just doing this thing, getting in the character. Wow, I want to film that. Let me film that. And that became a very memorable scene.
So
because-
Marty was big on improv. Like you didn't have to do syllable by syllable, word by word. You had a little bit of like gray area with the script. But
Yeah,
TV,
Yeah.
no. TV
No.
was breathe here,
Right.
enunciate this. You missed like it's not can't, it's cannot. Am I right? They were like
lot of
super.
correction in TV. There's a lot of
ADD.
correction, but you're right. In the Irishman, the take that Marty chose was the take that I improvised some of the dialogue. I kept to the script for the other actors,
Yeah.
Robert De Niro, but I did improvise some of the doctors. I didn't get a check in the mail for that, but I wonder why. I don't know why.
We'll talk to people. Okay.
Talk to Steve Zalian, who wrote Gladiator.
All right, we'll get them on. Okay. So I'm going to break down TV and film and obviously theater, but I do want to harp just a little bit more on Sopranos because Michael Famkin, who's listening, that's his like favorite show ever. And I'll never forget one of the
you.
best days with you was getting to hang out and go to the bakery and sit out there and have an espresso. He still talks about that
You
as
gotta do it again.
as a career highlight. So can you take me through, like, okay, so you get this role as Eugene, you sign an NDA, correct? And now
Yeah.
you're getting scripts. So how were the scripts delivered to you? Were they
Well-
sent via email or did they go to your house? How did, and then I
Well-
want to hear like the system, like the table reads. I want to know how a typical work week is for you.
All right, so you get the script maybe a week prior, maybe sometimes 2 weeks prior if you're not in every episode, and it comes delivery on FedEx, and you
Do
sign.
you have to sign on delivery?
you
Or
sign
could
for
like
it.
your wife just answer the door and, oh, I'll give it to him.
Yeah, no.
And it's all over
Yeah,
eBay.
sign for a big secrecy, yeah, for that.
Okay.
And then you read it, and then David would, the production people would call you up, so we're having a table read. Usually the week prior to shooting, to do a table read. And then the table read, everyone just reads it. We don't really act it. We listen to
Everyone is there, right? Kind of
all
like
the
how they
cast,
display
the
it.
costume designers, the director,
Everyone.
cinematographer, everyone is trying to get an idea. You don't really act it, but you kind of like give it a sense, an essence of who you are. And then you're given your days by the production, the first AD calls you up and they coordinate the days that you're working. And then of course you report to set early in the morning, and you might have a rehearsal that morning. You could definitely have a rehearsal for the camera, for the acting first, then for the camera, and then you shoot it. You know what I mean?
How many
That's the
pages of
trajectory. It's
dialogue?
like- Huh?
Yeah. How many pages of dialogue did you have to memorize before you shot? And were there rewrites? Like, hey, you're back in your trailer. Hey, I know you just memorized these 3 pages. We're gonna go ahead and adjust it. Like, did those things happen?
Not really, not so much on Sopranos. They were kind of pretty much set. Maybe they may change a line or so when you're on set, say this, say that, and then it would, you know, you would have to make an adjustment. You could, the members only, I did a lot of memorization there, you know, with like 3 or 4 pages. So the trick to that is to really get to know the lines. You got to learn them one way or the other. You have to learn them. Not everyone's Marlon Brando. They can read the lines and make it seem like he's reading it for the first time, because really in essence you really have to make it sound like it's the first time. You do that by knowing what you want, what's your intention in the scene, and what you want to get from the other person. That helps you, but you have to know the lines till you're sick of them. Michael Caine has a video about film acting. I suggest everyone buy it because it's a very good a lesson in acting. You know, even though it's technical, there's a lot of technicalities about film acting, Ali, that you have to learn. And you can't be big. You got to be small. A lot said with the eyes as opposed to speech. You know what I mean? If you watch movies, you see a reaction shot that speaks better than words. You know, how many can remember shots like that? I can remember them, you know, in many films that I've seen. That, wow, that was fantastic. That look was great, you know, as opposed to words.
How much did The Sopranos change your life? Do you still get recognized in the streets or?
Oh, it changed my life completely, Ali, and I get recognized more now than before COVID. Now, COVID has brought up, you know, there are positive things about that too. Everyone was inside, and a lot of couple of generations weren't
Binge
able to
watch.
see Sopranos.
Yeah.
Now they're old enough to see Sopranos, so I get recognized a lot more. I went to the Jersey Shore yesterday, and it's amazing how many people come up to you. Oh, love your work, love your stuff. So, you know, it changed my life, it changed the course of my life, and I'm very thankful, blessed by God, but also James too, because someone led him into that door to come down to Caroline's. His goodness and his humility, and he sent the elevator down, and everyone here who does make it. I mean, making it is measured by what you feel in your heart. But if you do get to a level, it's nice to work with people and go back and ask them to help you out and ask them to do some work with you, because that's what it is. You send the elevator down for other people. We all help each other. I mean, if I was directing a film right now, I would say, hey, I would call you up and say, Ali, who's the New York VIP Ignite actor?
And we've done this before. Yeah.
Yeah, we have done it, and
We've
I
done
would
it.
say I want to use these people, and I would do it. But right now, I am not directing a film, but I would because I know who they are, what they can do.
And it wasn't just, hey, I want to be famous. You know that they can handle it because you only want to work with the best.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So here's a question for you. And I'm not like trying to ruffle feathers by any means, but I am putting you in the hot seat because we're friends. But I want to talk a little bit about HBO. They did everybody a little bit dirty, very dirty, when they switched from HBO to Max and the whole streaming and residuals. Can you talk about that a little bit for the actors? Because you got paid a certain amount for being on The Sopranos. And then when it went to syndication, it went on to HBO, where, like you said, you have a whole new audience. Are you still getting those checks? And you don't have to tell me the amount, but
Sopranos, Ali, we might have broached the subject before. Sopranos, that HBO contract, it was a different contract than the main network contract.
right.
And we initially,
HBO used to be cable.
right.
Right.
So we initially got some money, but not network money. Network money is this: if you make a weekly of $4,000, let's say you work Law and Order, okay?
Right.
They air the Law and Order. If they air it again, you're going to get that $4,000 again. With HBO, it wasn't like that. You would get maybe a quarter of that because that was that contract. And now with live streaming, a lot of times you're signing off on that back end. They're giving you more up front and getting less on the back end. So it's become a little more challenging. Although if you are on TV and you land a job on Law and Order or Blue Bloods or any of the main networks like Channel 4, Channel 2, CBS, you will get very good residuals. And also Netflix does give a very nice residual. I still get a nice residual for The Irishman. And HBO, a lot of people have been watching it, so the residuals are not too bad, but they were always from the beginning, not much. You know what I'm saying, Ali? That was a different contract. They changed it.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, because the contract was with the cable company.
Yes.
And then when it went to streaming, it went HBO Max to just Max. And you're like, wait, what? What? And I've heard through the grapevine, like some cast members from hit TV shows like Sex and the City, they're like, we make pennies now. And I think that's crazy because people are streaming it, could be top 10, and they're not making any extra in it. Because you're
Yeah.
not going to get it into syndication. It's streaming.
Yeah,
And
well,
that's
the syndication came for HBO with A&E.
right.
James understood that, and he held out because of that syndication thing. He didn't sign his contract, but once he signed, he found out about it. He gave a handful of people a good handful of money. He gave it to me and a certain circle of people money because he felt that we deserved it, and they didn't really give it to us because of the syndication. Only a
You
certain
sound like such a strong, powerful individual with a
Oh, yeah,
good
very just
Yeah.
guy, very just man, humility, so.
Yeah. Now let's talk about The Irishman. I remember there was a big shakeup saying, "Oh, a Netflix movie can't be nominated for an Oscar." Do you remember that conversation?
Yes, I remember, yes. But
What
I mean,
were your thoughts?
well, I think that's the reason why Marty puts it out on like Apple did the Killers of the Flower Moon first in the movie theaters, so it can garner film. That's in his contract, so it can garner the awards. If it goes straight to Netflix, you're right. It's not considered a film. I personally think that that's going to change down the line because people are staying home more and more now.
Yeah,
and
theatrical release. Like I don't even remember the last time I went to a movie. Yeah.
So they're presenting films online now. So I think that eventually it will change. It'll be Academy Awards that you don't have to go. I like going to the theater. I like going to the film and to see it on the big screen and everything. But that's the reason why a lot of films, they open up before. I mean, Killers of the Flower Moon, I think, opened up for maybe 2 months. I was watching to see and I did see it in the big film, but I watched it when they released it because they want to try to garner the awards. And I think it's well deserving because it does make people, it's about awareness, and being aware. The internet, this little tool here we have, it's a very, very great tool in terms of people becoming aware of your work, putting it out there and seeing your work. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't really post my auditions, Ali, But I will post things that I might be finished, like scenes from things and everything like that.
And you don't want to brag ever about an audition, only when you
Yeah, I
book
mean,
it. Yeah.
You didn't get,
Yeah.
who cares? You didn't
That's
get.
like when Deneen submits people, can you tell me what you're submitting me to? No, because unless you got booked, we're not talking about it. And
Right.
I think it's important that you guys know that if we do sign you to Truth, we don't tell you if we ever submit you. Because then it would be like, well, what happened? What'd they say? Can I call them? No, you can't. Okay. Now let me ask you again, I'm gonna get a little bit personal with Sopranos and like these mafia type roles. Do you ever feel like you were typecast? Like ever, or do you feel like it kind of hindered you from doing like a romantic comedy?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of typecasting.
Like they only see you as one way?
Yes, I mean, the thing with a great example of that is when I auditioned for Cinna, the casting director really
One of my
liked me.
favorite
My
shows with
last
Jessica
name,
Biel.
my last
Yeah.
name was Tanner. My last name was Tanner, and then I booked the role, and then I get to the set or whatever, Allie, and they changed my name to Tanetti with a vowel. So it's like, well, I
Italian,
I
Irish.
didn't make it totally, you know what I mean?
Right.
I made it somewhat because he was not really Italian Goomba. My character on that, he played the father-in-law of Jessica Biel with Chris Mason, who's a
If
great
you guys have never seen that, watch it. The Sinner. So good.
first season.
Yeah, first season.
Yeah.
I mean, all the seasons are good, but first season, obviously, Bobby is in it.
Well, they say that was the best one, but I don't know. That's
It's like American Horror Story. Yeah, you always fall in love with the first.
Yeah.
What was your next big role after Sopranos? Do you remember?
Well, I
Did you go
guess
through like a depression after like being on a show for so long and then you're like, now what the F do I do? Like, was that ever coming up, or did you talk to your agent or manager and say like, you got to get me back out there?
not really. I mean, Sopranos really was a kind of a stepping stone to get those other things. At that time, it was really, when you're in a show and it's really, really going well, the casting directors have a tendency to victory has 1,000 fathers, but defeat is an orphan. Defeat is that time that you're not doing anything for someone to hire you, but when you're in something, they want to see you. And of course, don't forget that a lot of these agents, they have a stable of actors. So if they see one actor, they have to kind of see you too. So, I mean, there were times, I guess the first big job that I did a lot of TV, but that wasn't like the first big job. I guess, American Gangster was really one, do you know what I'm saying, Allie, that really was something that I was really happy about. To work with Josh Brolin on a daily basis, Ridley Scott and Russell Crowe, and even get a chance to be around Denzel Washington in a scene was really, when I walked off the set, I really felt very good about myself that
I would too.
I hit that certain level. But I guess that was the first major thing I did after Sopranos.
And Brolin's one of my favorite actors. He was a prankster, right? On set.
Oh yeah, he likes to be fool around. I mean,
Yeah.
josh around with people and stuff, like have fun,
Yeah. I can't even
It's
imagine.
supposed to have some fun and have some joy in it. It's not all Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. That's why we do this. We have fun doing it also, and having jokes and have fun doing it. And then you got to bring it. You have to bring it. At times you have to bring it. So you have to stay away from people and bring it on. And then afterward, you can joke around and stuff like that. So, you got to play your horn and then you leave, and then you come back and you play some more.
What do you love most? You've done film, you've done TV, you've done voiceover, you've done theater, you've done writing, you've done direct. What is your ultimate? What is your true love?
I think theater is I was very disappointed for them to postpone this thing I was supposed to be doing.
I saw that. Yeah.
They postponed it to October. I was disappointed. I like theater the best because that's that live audience. They're with you. They're right there with you. And when you can bring them to places and you can feel it. It's like a prayer, and you kind of got to them. You got to them, and and it's like a control. Not really. You don't want to control, but they're with you. They're with you. They're digging it. You know what I mean? They're like, wow. They're like right up there with you. You know what I mean?
Do you ever have days that are like the audiences are like electric, and others you're like, let's go? Like where they're like a little bit dead on
Oh, yeah, a
arrival?
lot of times you say, man, I was brilliant there. What the hell? I don't understand. But a lot of times they could be liking it and not like laughing. So you don't really know. So what you have to do is kind of train yourself not to do that, and
Mindset.
yeah,
Woo!
keep to the goal, to the task. Just
training.
you gotta train yourself to come back here and to study and to keep doing it, eyes on the prize, straight ahead. Don't look back. Keep moving forward. I always tell people on the stage, don't move back, always advance, but never back. And actors have a tendency to backstep on the stage because they don't feel like they're doing something. No, always move forward, never backwards. We don't really do that. How many people you see in life walking like backing up, unless someone's coming at you with a
Yeah.
baseball bat,
Here we go with the Sopranos again.
There you
Yeah.
go, it's a bat or a snapper.
Forget
bat.
about it.
Well, he didn't know that was coming.
Right. Oh my gosh, I can't even. All right. Well, one thing I always get asked is about memorization. Can you go over, if you wouldn't mind, just some tricks? Because theater is live. There is no redo. So how do you memorize all that dialogue? I mean, how
I'm doing it now because I'm shooting a short film at the end of next week. And it's just about learning it like till you're sick of it, like repetition, but also learning it like music, like a song. And it gets into a pattern, right? But you got it in the back in your subconscious as that pattern. But then when you get on set, you got to let that go and just trust yourself that you know what you want and you're letting it go. You know what I'm saying? You're not saying it like a line reading, but you're pursuing what you want. You're using those words to like a sword, like to cut through to the person, use the words cut through. They're only a tool to get what you want, but you have to learn them. I like to do it like repetitively, like a song. I'll hear it in a certain way, and then I'll let it go when I'm on set or when I'm in theater, when I'm doing the scene. You let it go, but you kind of know it like in the back of your mind. You got to trust yourself and have faith, Allie, that it's there, but let them go so it doesn't sound the same every time, like a broken
and you
record.
don't want to make it sound like you're reading. Or I was watching something recently about Marlon Brando where he would have it written and other people would have it written on their backs. And I'm like, really? You couldn't memorize that? I mean, are you surprised now? Like,
Well,
yeah.
the thing about Brando is that
I mean, he's genius,
if you
but
look at the
yeah.
end result, if you look at the end result of that, you'll say, wow, it sounds like it's the first time he ever said it. That worked for him. If that works for you, I say do it. But I will put a little disclaimer on it. Takes a genius to do that. Because I know
Yeah.
some people who tried doing it and they were told, I'm not going to name names, not to do it because they were
Not on
holding
this boot camp, maybe on a
they were
private
holding,
call.
they were holding back the set. They were holding back the other actors. So they were told by someone.
Just get
But
your
they were
line
putting
straight.
the lines everywhere, like you said, but they couldn't do it. Brando's an exception. He really is. He has such confidence and courage. And, he doesn't second guess anything that it's going to work. And you know something? It works.
It works. There's also a lot of big actors that are dyslexic, one of which is Tom Cruise. So anytime anybody on here thinks that they can't do this, think about other people's issues or handicaps, like being dyslexic. Oh my gosh.
You're not alone. You're definitely
You're not alone. Yeah.
Many, many.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Sure. I mean,
Now, go ahead.
no, it's true.
I was going to ask you, do you miss the old school going into the offices and auditioning live, or do you like the self-tape?
I just did one with Gail Keller for an HBO thing. I can't talk about it because I signed an NDA, but it went well, and I liked the live, like me and you. I
Yeah.
liked the live, doing it live because I can make adjustments, and which I did, and I thought that was much better. So I do like some sort of live. I would do it in my home and with you or like any other
Do you
casting.
use that backdrop on your self-tapes, or what do you
I
use?
just use a plain black backdrop. I just use that. I tell all the guys that have a plain backdrop not to use the virtual backdrops because they're distracting. They have a distracting.
All the
and
balloons.
Reggie's laughing. Reggie's laughing. But he's got it. He's got it right there. It's right there. He
knows.
listens. And Masharood, I see him. He's really
Yeah.
a lot. And so, I mean, I suggest it because it's just plain and it just shows you, Allie. It doesn't shift and it's distracting.
Hi.
Hi.
Am I allowed to interject? I have a question.
Hey, Denise.
Yeah.
How are you, sir?
All right, lady.
Mike and I were just talking. We're going to be up in the New York area for a couple weeks. We want to catch up with you and have dinner.
Absolutely, for
Great,
sure.
give me the date. I will fly in.
Okay, awesome. All right. So we'll definitely make that happen. So
I don't ever miss dinner.
who here is on this call that works with Bobby in the small group? Who here works with him in a small group?
The
Raise your Zoom
intensive
hand
acting
for me.
workshop. Yes, the intensive acting workshop.
Okay. All right, Candace Rayford. I'm
Ooh.
gonna bring you on spotlight. I have a question for you. This is to Alicia's like, I have no idea what's going on.
I have no idea what's going on.
Okay. So hi Candace, how are you?
Hi, everybody. Hi, Bobby.
Hi,
And
Candace.
happy birthday, Allie.
Thank you. And you
All
both
right.
got to work with Jessica Biel. I'm just putting it out there. Okay,
Yeah.
continue.
Her first event, she went on set. So Candace, what is it like working with Bobby in a small group?
Well, it's refreshing because we're all there, like very headstrong, and we have our eyes set to work solely on delivery, on how to portray the characters that we're working on. I've learned how to not just read what's on the paper, but to get a feel for like the actual environment, the time, the era, what else could be happening, and just learning the process of like when you first get your monologue to performance time. Like you don't have to have it performance ready when you first get your part. It's more of you're learning about the character, you're setting your intention, as Bobby said, you're seeing where you want to go and how can you basically bring this moment, this character to life. It has to feel natural. Like that's another thing I remember Bobby telling us, like, just be natural. Don't try to force anything. Just relax and go from there.
That's awesome. Question for you. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much has working with Bobby changed your acting?
Infinity.
Infinity.
I actually had put in the comment section that the monologue from Comanche Cafe, that has transpired into something outside of acting, just because I showed up with that monologue to deliver for an audition. So thank you, Bobby, for that. It's definitely transformed me infinity
Very good.
times.
You're very good. And another thing about dreams and pursuing your dreams, and yes, I've seen progression of improvement, and yeah, you're getting there, and keep moving forward, Candace.
And
Thank you,
Candace just
guys.
got signed to a
Thank you,
huge
too.
Hollywood agent.
Yes.
That's also
Look at
true.
that nonstop.
And you guys are also being tagged in a lot of things outside of here. So
I
we
love
just
seeing
made
it.
a magnificent shift.
Amazing.
Look
Awesome.
at that, changing
Right.
lives.
Right
And how
on.
many of you heard me tell Candace's story yesterday and now you're hearing from her today? How cool is that?
Oh wow. I wasn't on yesterday,
Mm. I
but
know, that's why I was able to brag on you.
but you guys are gonna be proud of what I was doing yesterday.
I
So-
know. I've been reading the post, Candace. So thank you so much for sharing that.
I get so
Anytime,
excited when
thank
you're
you,
on the
guys.
back lot at Disney. That makes me so proud.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of
Awesome.
you. Good job.
Awesome.
Right on, Candace. Congratulations.
All right. I just want to have one more person share about it, because you know what? You make such an impact on our talents' lives, and I don't think that you always get to hear, because I know, like Alicia, we hear so many amazing things. I just wanted to take the time so you could hear the talent. Tell
Thank you.
everyone how amazing you are.
It's a real,
All right.
it's like a trophy to me. It's
Yeah,
better than
I
a
know. I know for me, like when I hear stories like this, it makes me want to keep going even harder. So,
Yeah.
all right, Ada Cruz.
Ada. Hi, Ada.
Hello, how you doing?
Hi, Ada.
Awesome. So, can you just talk to us about how working with Bobby has impacted your acting career?
Immensely. Throughout the little skills he's told me, every time I perform for someone, I even got a compliment about my eye line. Everybody was performing live, a monologue, and I was the only one that had my monologue, like who am I talking to instead of the audience. And I was like, well, Bobby taught me how to do that. You know, where am I looking at? Who am I looking at? The critiques, they've changed my life because it's not taking it as a grain of salt, it's entering it in my soul and knowing exactly what to do, how to do it. The tone, everything I've done, he's always like, oh, that was great, now do it this way. And I'm like, oh, okay, let's go. And I love that. You know, I have an idea, but taking me out of my comfort zone and changing it around and changing the tone, that's what makes me an actress. Okay, I've learned my line. I can do it this way and then turn around. Well, I can do it this way. Okay, well, let's go deeper. Now change it and do it a third way. And I love when he does that. Like, that was great. Now let's change it.
That's awesome.
It's definitely helped my confidence. I feel as though I am strong. I can go up for anything. It's amazing. I can go live, change it up real quick. I can do Zoom. I am so happy. I've said yes.
Awesome.
Thank you very much, Ada. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Ada.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
That's awesome.
Ada, thank
for
you.
sharing that.
It's very nice of you.
Awesome.
Look at all these people that love you.
I know. I just want
No,
to,
it's wonderful. It's
again,
nice
like-
to be loved.
I see the hours that you put in working with our talent, and I just wanted you to hear some of the feedback
Thank you, Denise. That's
from
really-
them, because I know that, again, sometimes like you're like, okay, we're doing the work, we're doing the work, we're doing the work, but sometimes it just feels good to say, okay, you know what, like I'm putting in all of this work and I'm impacting people's lives, and you impact so many people's lives. And I know on this call, even if you've not yet worked with Bobby one-on-one or in a small group, how many of you have been impacted by hearing his conversation with Alicia today? If you have, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Because I know, like, this is what we do at VIP Ignite. We bring you people who are currently working in the industry to help elevate your success. Because you know what? And Bobby, you can speak, I'm sure you can speak to this as well. But when you coach people, doesn't it also help you perform better?
Yes, I mean, they're at the same, I have, if you want to call it a trap, or you're doing it one way, I've had the same issues that a lot of the my colleague, I call you colleagues, acting colleagues that have, and we all have to go through that. So I mean, it's working. It helps me because I see an actor backing up or whatever doing that, and I know right away that they're not supposed to do. You know, you shouldn't do that. You should do it a certain way, and so I am instructed by them also as a director. Also, they understand that they're what you bring to it, what you're going to get out of it is what you're going to get out of it. I can see the people who put work into it, and I see the other people, sometimes they haven't put work into it. So what do I have to do? I have to adjust and say, okay, we're going to use this time as a rehearsal, not as a performance time, but let's rehearse it together. Let's go. You got to be truthful, be honest. So this is what we're up against, and it helps me because I can see the differences of who does what. You know, there are challenges in all respects on both sides.
Awesome.
Wait, and I also want to say congratulations on critical acclaim. That's huge.
Thank you. That's opens October 18th for a week at Cinema Village on the East Side. I put a lot of time into that the summer of 22. It's finally going to open, so I'm happy. Thank you very much, Hallie.
You want to have a party?
Around can
Throw
come
a
see it.
party. How many of you guys would like
Yes.
to come to a party? New York
Let's throw
City?
a party. Yes.
I'll
Yes.
host it. Just show up.
Awesome.
Bring your friends. Okay.
Cool.
Yes.
Bobby, thank you so much for spending your Sunday afternoon with us. I
Thank
know
you.
that you've impacted a lot of people, and I know that you
Thank you.
continue to impact so many people. So thank you so much for being
Thank
here. Alicia, thank you for asking him the questions that none of us could think to ask. And
Forget
just
about it.
Forget about it.
Wait, I have to tell a funny rumor. Bobby, true or
Yes.
false? Do you remember?
He
You know what
doesn't
I'm talking
remember.
about. there was a rumor that I was part of the mafia, remember? Because I used to go out to dinner with you and people would take pictures and post them on
Oh,
it.
yeah, I
She must
remember.
be part of the mafia. I'm like, oh my God.
That
Like
was
hanging out with the
stupid.
cast of like Big Pussy, Dominic Shanice, Grandpa. I mean, oh my God, how silly are people?
They assume, and when they assume, they make an ass out of you and me.
It was so funny. I'm like, I'm part Jewish. What mafia am I in? I would love to hear this. I mean, these hips don't lie. I love pasta, but come on.
Yes, thank you, Ally, and thank you, Denise.
I love
And
you.
everyone
Thank
else.
you.
Thank
Whoever's
you.
not in the workshop, think about taking it. I'm not going to force you into doing it, but if you want to learn and you want to pursue your dreams, come work with me, and we'll get to the root of whatever you're doing, and we do it for a better and a greater world that we live in. We do it to mirror society, and how are we to live? And that's the ancient Greek question. So thank you, Ali. Thank you, Deneen.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you,
Thank
love
you,
you.
sir.
Next week in the workshop, intensive.
October 18th, party. Okay.
Yes, thank you,
And
Thank
Deneen.
you so
everybody
much.
wants an agent. So his training helps you get in front of the right agents.
Yes.
See how it works?
Lasagna
Lasagna
effect.
effect. No carb left behind.
Ali, happy birthday.
Thank you. Love you.
Thank
Love
you,
you
sir.
too.
Have a great
Bye,
day.
Dee.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye, everyone.
How awesome was that? Did you guys learn a lot? Like so many times people are, I want to be on TV. I want to do this. Are you willing to do the work behind the scenes to get there? That's the question we have for you. So we're going to keep this moving along because you know what? Now we have one of the most powerful agents in Hollywood who's coming. So you just got some training, and I think this should be my drinking game. How many times Alicia and Tanya talk about training? So if I have bright red
I
cheeks
swear there
afterwards
was a
because I've been doing
pattern.
shots of water.
Speaking
All
of water, I'm gonna go run and get water really quick while you're
Okay.
introducing, and I'll be right back.
Okay, awesome. All right. So are you guys ready to meet our next guest? Okay, hold on. Here's the thing, people. I know we've been on this call for like 2 hours, and you guys are like, show me some energy, show me some excitement, show me how happy you are. You just got to hear from a TV star, a film star. Now you're going to hear from one of the most powerful agents in Hollywood. And let me tell you something, she's not looking for people who are giving me stink eye. She's looking for people that are excited about being here. So are you excited about being here today? Show me the energy. Come on now. All right. Thank you very much. That's all I need. I just need some energy out of you guys. I need life. Because you know what? When you go on set, sometimes you're going to be on set 10, 12, 16, 18 hours. What are you going to be like? It's been 2 hours, people. Show me the energy. All right. Let's do this. All right. So our next person that I'm going to introduce is Tanya Kleckner. Having a well-known and prominent musician as a father, she grew up around many famed and celebrated artists such as Jimi Hendrix, the Beatles, Shirley Bassey, Nina Simone, and Billie Holiday, which inspired Tanya to pursue music. The power-packed combination of her ability to play many different instruments, hands-on music industry knowledge, and college degree in music earned her a position as a sound engineer. Tanya worked in many British studios with amazing artists and legends, including Led Zeppelin, Tina Turner, and The Who. For 30 years, Tanya has worked her way through the talent agency and management system and has been wildly successful. Along the way, she has earned a reputation as a straight shooter and has accumulated a fiercely loyal clientele following. She has one of the series leads on Wednesday for Netflix, and All American, and The Walking Dead, alongside many recurring roles on The Morning Show, This Is Us, Stranger Things, The Patient, NCIS, The Rookie, Station 19, CSI, Outer Banks, and the list goes on and on. And every time I read her bio, she's like, Deneen, we have to update this. So I can't wait for the updates. Are you guys ready for the one, the only, Miss Tanya Kleckner? Okay, as soon as I just need her to turn on her camera, and then we will highlight her and we will get this started. Oh, there she is. Hello, Tanya. How are you?
Now she's on mute.
There you are.
You had to allow me to unmute myself, and this time wasn't me.
I
Because you
know,
know I'm
I
not very
think
tech savvy.
it's my first time on Zoom, so I do apologize, Tanya. So
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Love you. How are you?
Ah,
You look
good. Do
so
you feel
cute.
another year older today?
Yeah. But yeah,
about that.
I get to live another year. Your glasses look amazing. Are those new?
Thank you. No,
I've never seen, maybe because your hair
no,
is
this is
down.
the morning after a late night when I had my hair done I was at a wedding, one of my
Oh, I saw that. I saw
dearest
that.
friend's daughter, one of my best friend passed, and it was her daughter's wedding. So we got to celebrate till the early hours of the morning, and it was the most amazing day.
And now
So
you're here.
now I'm here. Yes, yes.
Are you back in LA or where are you right now?
We're up in Elk Grove, so we're all in a big Airbnb right now. So I found a quiet room in a corner to come and say hi to everybody. Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you for being
So you can
here.
hear my voice is a little croaky because we were singing lots of Donna Summer songs very loud last night.
You never do karaoke with us, so now it's game on. Denise,
Yeah,
you hear that?
I have the worst voice, but yeah, it's always good. It's always good fun. I'm trying to do gallery view because I also like to see people when I'm speaking.
Well, they're all here.
I like to see all your faces.
Hopefully they have their cameras on. Let's see. A lot of cameras on. Everybody looks pretty good.
You know what I'm like, Gally. You know I like looking.
I know. Tanya's a big fan. Like when she comes to our big events, she'll sometimes just walk in and like have her coffee and sit in the corner and she'll just people watch. Which kind of sounds creepy when I say that out loud, but she's watching people when they don't know that she's watching because she's learning so much about you when you don't think anybody's watching. Do you guys catch my drift?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm oh, someone just wrote Tanya is the coolest. I'll take that. Thank you. I'll tell my husband that you said that too. Yeah, I'm always looking. I mean, listen, I'm a saleswoman. Ultimately, I'm selling actors to the studios and networks. And so if I feel I see somebody that's going to fit into my roster and I feel that you're marketable, the next thing I'm going to say, are they good? Can I sell you guys? Are you ready for me to sell to the network?
Is, are they good and are they in class?
Yes.
Because
are you guys
important?
training?
We just talked about this. How important is training?
It's so important. If you have nothing on your resume, meaning you don't have any film credits, you don't have any TV credits, the first thing I'm going to look at is, are you training? Because if you're not training, I'm not interested. If you're not training, if you're not training currently, ongoing, then it just proves to me that you're not invested in this. Because you have to remember that, I work for free. Like I literally work for free until you start booking jobs. So if you're not invested in this as much as I am when I'm, like I said, working for free, you have to be working every week really hard, working your butt off, investing in your career and training. And the networks and studios want to see that if they're going to buy you as an actor and put you in their multi-million-dollar show, and they want to make sure when they hire you that, you're a good product to buy, to put in their show, that you're not going to screw it up. They want to make sure that you have that foundation of acting, that you know exactly what to do, that when they give you that script, that you're going to be able to memorize the lines like that. And that, when they give you redirects and notes and things like that, or like want to make it funnier, sillier, more emotion, more this, more that you can like nail it every time and hit your mark every time. That you can, the directors and the writers and the showrunners, they have the vision for this character and you have to bring their vision alive. And you have to nail it every time and do a great job. And so that's where your training comes in. That's why training is so important. Why would I hire an assistant that has no computer skills? Why would who doesn't have, who can't, answer the phone properly and be personable to my talent and multitask? Why would anybody hire somebody who's not good at their job because they don't have training? It's exactly the same with acting. It's very important.
Let me translate for those of you that don't understand. It doesn't matter if you've never been on TV or a film, but you must currently be in class. Agents are looking for, wait for it, actors, which means you have to know how to act. And when she's saying she works for free, that is 100% true. She works for free until you book the job. So we talked about this a little bit yesterday, and I'm going to ask you because you're an agent. Everybody says, I want an agent. But does an agent want you? So when you're coming to sit down with an agent, what should an actor have to bring to the table? Like, do you pay for headshots if you really believe in somebody? Do you invest
No, I
in
don't
anything?
I don't pay for anything. The only investment I give is my time. And that, you know, like I said, that my time is free, because I believe I can make money from you. I believe, you know, the first thing I do is, you know, somebody will submit them. You know, listen, I have people emailing me every day, sending me their material, or I'll have a casting director refer somebody or a manager refer somebody to me. Sorry. And the first thing I'm going to be looking at is, are they ready? And they'll send me a self-tape. We can get into that, obviously. They'll send me a self-tape of their acting ability. It could be a 1-minute monologue, a 1-minute scene, and I need it to show as many different layers as possible with their acting ability. So I then need to make sure that this person who I'm seeing is ready for me to sell, is ready to go in front of these casting directors, because it's my neck on the line as well. I'm known by casting directors as well to be selling good actors. You know, they come to me and they're like, you know, that we're still looking for this role on this show. Who have you got? Give us your top 5 people that we think could book this role. You know, so I'll do that because they trust that I'm going to give them good actors. I'm going to, you know, there are agents, we try and make the casting director's job as easy as possible by not giving them shit, so to speak. Is that a mean thing to say? No, we want to give them good quality actors for their role. We want to make their job as easy as possible. And the more auditions that we get, the more chances we have of booking, and the more money we have of making. And ultimately, I want to make money. That's the bottom line. You know, I'm not going to
money, right?
Yeah, you know, I know we've got actors that want to do passion projects, which is like the low budget films and things like that. Ultimately, I'm very greedy. I want to make money. I want to sell you actors. Yeah. And ultimately we want to put you on a TV series where you're working consistently and that money starts rolling in, and that's what we do. And somebody said, what's different layers of acting? It's basically, I just saw that pop up. It's basically that we can show different layers. It's like, you know, if somebody's a really good dramatic actor, and I'll get a 1-minute self-tape, they'll send me a self-tape of them crying the entire tape. It doesn't show enough. Right, great. You can cry on cue. Good for you. That's great. Don't do that. I don't want to see you crying the whole time on that tape. Nobody does. What you can do is show emotion. You can show emotion in your eyes, the feeling where we can feel it on camera. So you can show the layers of that emotion rather than crying the entire time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, you know, so you can kind of layer up the style of acting that you're doing.
So let's say, I mean, you have top actors, Tim Burton's Wednesday, you have people on Stranger Things and All American and Outer Banks. When you get a breakdown, are these, because again, I get a lot of people that are brand new joining every website under the sun, and I'm not even going to mention the names on here because I don't want to give them any credit. But can anyone apply for major starring roles of a hit series like a Stranger Things or Walking Dead?
No.
Okay, no. Why
not? Because we get breakdowns. I get breakdowns because
what are breakdowns?
Breakdowns. You know how I just run off with things. Like I just think people know, and I'm like, yeah. I'm like, what?
Well, we're starting from the top. Take it from the top. Go ahead.
I'll take it from the top. That's my American accent. A breakdown is from a company called Breakdown Services, where licensed agents, you know, we're licensed by the state of California. I'm actually also licensed in New York, and I'm also SAG franchise. I'm part of the union, a SAG franchise agent. And it's from, so we can only get the breakdowns, and managers can get the breakdowns where agents and casting directors vouch for them. Excuse me. So the breakdowns come to me, and a breakdown is basically a breakdown, literally a breakdown of TV shows and of films. And most of those ones in there are SAG signatory. We do get non-union ones as well, but they're kind of all vetted. And so, you know, I'll have a breakdown of, say, you know, I have a client who's one of the leads in a show called All American. So we're doing season 6 right now. So say we're doing season 6 of All American. In the top left-hand corner, we're doing episode 1. It will say 601. So that's season 6, episode 1. If it's episode 13, it will say 613. So okay, season 6, episode 13. And then on the right-hand side of that breakdown, it'll say who's producing it. Generally, every season it's the same producers, but then it'll have different directors for each episode. Or it could, if directors come and go, it could be the same director, who's casting it, casting assistant, and then we'll get down to the bulk of that particular episode. And so, how episodes, they have kind of a different kind of storyline. The storyline is ongoing generally through procedurals, or it'd be a different kind of storyline on NCIS or something like that. Then we'll get to a guest star role. That guest star role is kind of like a big storyline in one episode.
How much does a starring role versus guest starring role?
Well, when you're a star of a show, that's what we call a series regular. So when you see the actors that are on the series, they're on every single episode, that's what we call a series regular. So a series regular on an hour show, it can range from about 15,000, that's Disney, Nickelodeon, and it can go up depending on your credits. So it can go up to 25, 35, 45, 60, even up to 100,000 an episode. And on Netflix, they're doing around 8 episodes now to 10 episodes a season. If it's a 1-hour procedural on CBS, Fox, or whatever, like a primetime network, sometimes they can do 22 episodes if you're lucky. I mean, they're kind of knocking it down a little bit since the strike, because the licensing fees on the everything's becoming a little more costly. So they're kind of knocking that down to about 13 episodes a season. Still not a bad payday. If you think on average, if you're getting about 40,000 an episode, you think about it, 13 episodes a season, that's a nice chunk of change, basically.
Yeah. And it's nice for you too, because you make commission.
Yes, exactly. So I have series regulars, so that's nice. Nothing to scoff at. I've got actually a couple, 2 series that I'm hopefully about to book. Very big, and a very big film that my client may book, and he's the lead, and he's the number 1. And I might be able to, I'm hoping and praying if I can announce that in a couple of weeks. And that's,
we'll do another boot camp just for you. And you can.
It's been ongoing for him for 2 months, and he, bless his heart. It's, but it could, I'm not saying anything else. I'm not jinxing it, but
don't say anything. Okay.
I'm really excited. But anyway, back to that.
Yeah. But there's a lot of money at stake. So I always ask people don't want to invest in headshots. I'm like, I'm sorry. There's a potential.
And I'm
100,000 an episode. Whoa.
Back in the day, back in the olden days.
When is that? When was the olden days?
Back in 1775. No, back in 1990, in the early 90s, when I was an agent assistant, I became an agent though in 94. So I'm very old. I've been an agent for 30 years. Listen, we didn't even have computers on our desk back when I was an agent. And so what we would do is we would literally get your hard copy picture and resume and staple it, the resume this looking this way, your picture looking this way, boom, staple it and get it out on what we call go-between, which was the messenger service. So we'd get through hundreds of headshots, hard copy pictures every few months. So we'd then have to call the actor to say, right, we need 300 more headshots. And then now actors are complaining. The actors did, and it was really.
So they had to pay for the high cost of the printing.
Yes. So now all you have to do is pay for headshots, get your headshots done. You upload it online. Now it's digital. So now we send your headshots online. That's it. That's all you have to do. So when my client and you have to remember, I get more mad about this. That's our biggest tool. When you have nothing else and you have nothing on your resume, I'm selling you to the network and studio. And when I have to say to the casting director or producer or whoever I'm selling you to, oh, I'm really sorry, but here's Emily, who blah, blah, blah. She's amazing for your role. I'm really sorry, but her headshot's terrible. She looks much prettier than her headshot. And if I have to keep saying that over and over and over, and really push this person. They're like, no, she's not quite right. They're going off your headshot. So it's really important that your headshot portrays yourself.
Have you seen our photos that we do?
I love your photos. And
Okay.
I even, thank God, I even was looking at people's
Because
headshots. I'm like,
Colby could be on here,
these-
and Lord help us if it's not perfect. Because
Yeah, no, and I even
the
said-
photographers you would hire and the makeup artists, and so we know what the formula is. This isn't like let's reinvent the wheel. This is a formula. It is specific, scientific.
Well, that's a true story because you know me, I can be
I know you.
So, but I was even saw a pile of headshots when I saw you. I think it was the first time. I was going through. I was like, oh my God, I love these headshots. Who did these headshots? They're so good. And that's when you said you did them. Thank God.
I'm not the photographer.
Can you imagine if I said it the other way around?
Yeah.
Because I'm a bit of I run off with my mouth sometimes, and it has gotten me into trouble. But no, they're really good. They're really good.
And so hearing from a top agent say that our photos are good, why would you even try to go get photos done and do it, even take a chance that they're done incorrectly? Just because the right way.
Yeah. And I've had people get headshots done where they're costing 700 to 1,000 or more, and I'm like, these are terrible. Where I've had to then phone the photographer and say, you should be ashamed. You need to take more pictures of my client. Otherwise, I'm going to tell no other clients of mine to come to you. And they have done. They've tried to make it right, and then they come back, and I'm like, I still can't use them. So it really takes one or two headshots, like I call them the money shots. And that's what we need. So, you need to have the right tools to be an actor. Like I said, the headshot is our biggest tool.
Headshot is number one. That's what you would submit to Netflix. What else would you submit? Resume?
The resume. So we need to have that training on your resume. That's really important. And a tape. Yeah. Normally, because if we have nothing on your resume, I'll throw a self-tape. No, I don't ever really want more than a minute, because that's the most they're going to watch anyway. But something that's really strong. Well lit, so it shows the better self of you. And you listen, another reason that you need that training, you guys will practice your self-tape over and over and over again until you get it perfect, or you think it's perfect until I've watched it. But and then we give you notes and redirects and all of that kind of stuff. Then what's going to happen? You might get a call back from that casting director, right? Then the callback's going to be on a Zoom, or it could be in person. Who knows? Then they're going to have you read, and then they're going to give you redirects, and then you're going to not know what you're doing, because that's what they're going to do. They're going to work with you, what we call play with you, and they're going to say, right, do it this way, let's do it more deep, let's do it more funny, let's do it this. And they're going to see how good an actor you really are. Can you handle this? Can you handle this pressure on set? Are you really that good? Are you hireable? Should we hire you? Why should we hire you? Because they want to make sure if we hire you, you're going to handle everything, and you're not going to waste us money. Because I've known actors that have been hired and fired because they just weren't good enough. They made a mistake. So it's really important that you are really at the top of your game before they hire you. Because when they hire you and you do an amazing job, work begets work. That director for that episode will think of you for another episode of another TV show, and it just keeps going, and you'll continue working. That same casting director doesn't just do one show. They do other shows. They do other films. And then it's kind of like that good circle. You start building that fan base. More jobs start coming in, and you start working more. So that's why training is so important. You do it every single week. My series regulars still train. There is no reason why you
have stars on top TV shows still getting training.
Yep, always. It's a muscle. It's like being an athlete. It's like being a musician. You have to continuously train, without doubt, without question.
Somebody had asked, what if you've only worked years ago? Should you put that on a resume? It's what are you doing today?
It also depends what it was. If it was a film and you were a lead in a film or a supporting lead in a film, by all means, add it. If you were really acting in that film, add it. It's fine. Because no one's going to put a date on it. But this shows that you had something, that you did a film. If it was an extra, absolutely do not add it. We do not care about extra work. Listen, extra work's good to make money. You can kind of see what happens on set. but don't put extra work on your resume. You know, so if it was a film or it was a short film that you did, maybe it was a short film that went on the festival circuit, add that to your resume. That's fine. But don't, if it, you know, if you did it in 2008 or 2006 or whatever, don't put the date on there, you know?
Now, what if someone's not a member of the union? Can you go over that, SAG-AFTRA?
Yeah, don't put non-union on your resume. Just don't leave it blank. Sorry, my teeth. I've got having Invisalign, so I'm a bit messed up. I'm falling apart, eh?
No, you're not.
So yeah, when you're non-union, I generally I do take people on that are non-union, so I don't particularly worry for that. I mean, although lately I've had breakdowns, like I'm working on a video game, a very big video game, and they do want to hire union actors, which is kind of unusual sometimes, but I'm seeing a little bit more of that.
What do you use? Sorry to interrupt. What do you use to submit for video games? Like, is it the same thing you would submit for TV and film?
Yeah, they want real actors. They want real actors because it's very story driven, story based. So they want real actors to do these video games. And I've put people in the biggest video games, as you know, in the world. Yeah. So yeah, they're you know, because they're scripted. There's the story that they're like mini films. Well, they are like films. They're beautifully shot and beautifully done, and yeah. So yeah, so going back to non-union, right? Don't put non-union on your resume. And I will submit you as though you are a SAG actor. And then when you book, knock on head for you all, when you book a union job, you will I will then let casting know that you are in fact non-union, and then casting director basically needs to write a letter. The production basically writes a letter to SAG to say they have all the people they auditioned, you were the only one that they could find that was good enough for this job. It's basically one piece of paper. It's already kind of a blank form that they literally fill out. It takes them 3 minutes, and they file that with the union with your name, address, and social security number. Then that gets plugged into the system, and then you become SAG eligible. It's called a Taft-Hartley. It's a sponsorship into the union, and then you are now currently SAG eligible, which means you are allowed to go in front of a union camera. Okay, nothing else you need to do. And then you're good to go. And then the second job, you are still SAG eligible. You're in a very sweet position, which is what we call that. And you're again allowed to go in front of a union camera. People that do commercials, it's a nice position to be in because 80% of commercials now are in fact non-union. Only about 20% of commercials are union. So when you see all these great Target commercials or Walmart commercials, or you know, these fabulous commercials, actually they're all non-union commercials. It's only like the AT&T or Verizon or you know, those types of commercials. Those are the big union commercials.
Yeah, and the union jobs pay more, correct?
Not necessarily. It depends on the run. It depends on the usage of the commercial. If it's like an AT&T commercial and it starts running nationally, then you can start making nice money. If it's just cable, you'll get a certain amount of money every quarter. I'm not sure exactly what the rate is, like 2,800 or something like that. I don't particularly know. I kind of know. Or sometimes if it's a Target non-union commercial, it can range from, it could be $7,500 for a year buyout, or sometimes like if it's a mattress commercial, sometimes they pay quite nicely. It could be a $25,000 a year buyout. So you can actually, non-unions can pay pretty well. But again, it's like, you know, people want to book a Super Bowl commercial, which we booked three this year. Or was it last year? That was this year, right? February. I'm not a football person, so forgive me. It's in February, right? See, I know that much. And everyone's excited about, you know, we're booking. I mean, I'm in a Super Bowl commercial. Oh my God, this is amazing. Sometimes for an actor, though, it's a bit of a kiss of death because they only air it once. Because it's a Super Bowl commercial, which is great. You've been seen, great. But then they only air it once. So You only get that one fee, and that's it. Done. Boom. Out. So yeah.
So what
You don't
happens
make-
when
you don't
you
make much
get your
money.
third
Oh,
project?
sorry, I've got off.
Oh,
I've
you're
got
good.
off
No, I
track.
love it.
I'm just
We're
chatting
learning
away.
so much.
And then then once you get your third SAG job, look at you working actor, when you get your third SAG job, you then have to join the union. You cannot go in front of the camera until you are a full member of SAG.
So you're
And
in a must
you're
join.
about to come on here now, Ali, and do your thing.
I do my thing.
Dustin Hoffman. And
Great
then
man.
and then you have to actually join the union. You cannot go in front of that camera until you are a fully fledged member of SAG on your
So
third
you're a must
SAG
join.
job. You are
Must
what
join.
we call a must join. I have a lot of actors where the casting director will come to me saying, we've just run his social security number through SAG. He is a must join. He must join before he goes to set on Monday or Tuesday or whatever. He needs to call them and join the union. Otherwise, he cannot go in front of the camera. So then you call SAG and you have to pay your dues. What is it, 3,000 now?
It's 3,000 initiation, one-time fee, plus $326.60. So when you first join, it's $3,326.60. And then every year thereafter, it's $326.66 to maintain your SAG union fees. Plus you also pay 1.575 of the first million. And then obviously the more money you make, the higher the commission. But you have to be a member of the union. And Tanya, as an agent, let's say you signed Lori Cotton and Lori Cotton was about to book Stranger Things, but she's a must join. Will you ever cover the fee for Lori Cotton to be able to go on set?
No.
Why?
No.
Because
well,
it's
actually,
my thought process. Well, if she's going to make a shit ton of money.
Well, we are allowed to sometimes cover the fee as long as we pull it from the first paycheck, but no, generally no, we don't cover the fee. But you know what, SAG will also help you with a payment plan. So they do
but it's
work
still
with
your responsibility, the town.
It's absolutely your responsibility. Yes.
So for those of you, I'm going to give you the ingredient list, right? To get a top agent, these are things you must have. One, actor's headshot. If they're shitty, she's going to tell you, and she's going to need you to get better photos. So don't do it the wrong way. Waste time and money. Let's do it the right way. You're also going to need active training, which means current training, current class, not stuff that you did in high school. Now, today,
yes,
June 23rd. What are you doing now?
Yeah.
You're also going to need to know how to do a self-tape. You're not training on how to do self-tape. So when you get sides from the production offices, like you actually have to know how to audition. So these things, this is where training comes into play. You're also going to need to have what they call a demo reel, just to show like your range as an actor. Don't cry the whole time. I mean, call me on any Monday. You'll see me crying at 8 o'clock in the morning because I'm always like, oh God, it's another week. But you have to know how to act. So this is kind of like my qualm with people trying to get into show business. They're always like, I don't want to get scammed, right? And they're joining all these like fake websites, every company under the sun. They're putting their little credit card in. You can't get the major speaking roles for big TV shows and movies without an agent or manager. Those castings are not available. Actually, James Gunn just did a whole thing because he did Guardians of the Galaxy. And there was a company called 99 posting that they were doing an open call for Marvel, Guardians of the Galaxy. Fake, danger, no. You will never know it's Marvel. You will never know the actor is tied to the project. You will never know the name.
Yeah.
It's called clickbait. Here's a fishing rod. Here's a worm. Let's see how many like naive, gullible people bite. And it's usually the people that don't know how this business works. They have zero training. Their friends and family, everybody in their echo chamber, their circle is telling them, oh, if they want you, you don't ever pay for anything. No legitimate casting is posted online for those projects. You have to be a real licensed agent to get those breakdowns. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, scale 1 to 10, is that helping you? So anytime you go on Instagram or Facebook and you see like Stranger Things or All American or Avatar, fake. Like, don't be a fool. You can't get those. You can't get those. It's not open to the public. You need to have proper headshots. Headshots cost money. You have to be in class. We do a lot of really cool Zoom classes. People were asking, well, where do I get training? Here. here we do classes outside of this free boot camp. We do classes taught by actors from The Walking Dead and Sopranos and top people, because we don't want you to embarrass us when you go to Hollywood. And that's a really big thing, Tanya. Like when you're meeting talent that have all the potential in the world, maybe they didn't go to Juilliard or Carnegie Mellon, but you see the potential and you're like, I could do something with this person.
And exactly. And it's also amazing with what you do as well when you teach them how to do a self-tape. Like a majority of castings are self-tape now. So it's very important not only to get like to learn about to get the training of acting, but it's also to train how to audition. It's also important to learn how to sell yourself as an actor, which is something I've seen you guys do, which I just think is absolutely awesome. And you know, when we sit with the actor and we watch them do the self-tape, and then, you know, I mean, you've seen me, how I enjoy working with the actor. I mean, I'm not a coach per se. What I can help
hired you
with
and
the
you come
actor.
to a lot of our events because you know what Tim Burton's looking for. You know what these people are looking for. So you're not like, hey, if you buy this, you're gonna get a role in a movie because that's illegal. But you're giving them the best possible advantage because you know what the casting directors want. You know things that like piss them off. And if you're not in the know, then you're gonna keep doing it wrong.
Yeah, because I can see, like, I know what that tape's going to look like. I know what tapes are good and I know what tapes are bad, or I just know what tape is just boring, and I can see what they're doing wrong. Like they probably practiced this scene or this monologue over and over
in their
again,
mind,
done a great
saying
job
you
or
did
whatever.
good.
But then they go in front of the camera and it's just like so flat. I'm like, really? Because you know what? That casting director is probably going to watch 50 to 100 tapes and they've got that.
You got like 15 seconds.
This isn't happening.
Yeah.
This isn't happening. So what we need to do is we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to do this. We're going to pick this up. You're going to build up your energy, or you need to slow it down. Because what I can see sometimes with the actors, when they get in front of the camera or they're sitting in front of any of us or whoever, the nerves kick in. So what happens is they think, well, if I rush it, I can finish it quickly and leave and I'm done. I've done it and I've remembered my lines.
You're not trying to rush it. This is your audition.
No. Yeah, I need you to feel it. I need to feel that emotion. You need to slow it down. You need to know where your beats are. You need to watch your pacing, and I need you to become that character. It's very important, and you need to become engaging. And you have to remember, if you're not auditioning in front of the casting director in the room, you need to draw us in to us in the camera. We need to be fixated by you. We've all watched a TV show, right? We've all watched a TV show where we are immersed in that TV. So we, as the casting director or the producer or director, we need to literally be immersed in that camera, watching you, where when you finish your scene or monologue, we're just going to go, oh, because we're blown away by your performance, right? That is what we need to get from you. You have to remember, every submission, like say Jason Kennedy, who cast NCIS, one guest star role gets 5,000 submissions for one role.
Type that in the notes. 5,000 for one role.
And that is from legitimate agents and managers. These are people who are submitting good actors for one role, right?
So if you're a casting director and you see 5,000, you're like, oh shit, here it comes. You're not going to really give a shit if that person could act. And I know I'm cursing and I would apologize, but I won't.
Right.
But the very first thing you're going to look at is the headshot. Nope. Oh, yes, this is a maybe.
Yeah.
Let's see if this person can act. Oh shit, look at this. They really could act.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you have 10 to 15 seconds to wow them. Or else
so now, we're going to get the times. Like, he's good to me. He knows I'm going to deliver good actors. So he'll give me some times, or I'll pitch people in that I know will do a good job, because, again, it's my name out there too. So I'll get some auditions. He'll probably give maybe 50 auditions or 40 auditions from that bunch of submissions. So you need to do a really good job. And so you really need to blow him away. And he's going to watch. He's going to, once I get your audition, I'm going to watch it, especially if you're new. I need to make sure you've done a good job. If I feel you can do better, I'm going to tell you. And then you're going to get that tape back to me quickly with those redirects and make it good. And then what I'll do, or my assistant generally will upload the tape onto the link. Then they'll watch it, and then if you've done a good job, you then hopefully get a call back, and that's then via Zoom, and that's how it works. And you know what?
That callback is when you get the sides. That's when you now get a portion of the script, correct?
Yeah, the sides are basically material, pages that have been pulled from the script. For episodics, we never get the script because it's consistently being rewritten. They just don't want to give away anything that's happening in the next episode, or it could leak or something like that. And sometimes they just give fake sides anyway for episodics. So yeah, so you know, you have to just make sure that you do a great job, and you get 48 hours now. It's a new SAG rule, because sometimes we get, you know, with episodic stuff, you know, sometimes us agents were getting so exhausted, like we'd have to be online up until 11 o'clock because sometimes we'd have to get a self-tape out to the client and then have until 3 p.m. the next day to do a self-tape. So we just have to keep making sure that, you know, we could get these self-tapes out on time. But finally, that rule came into play that you know, the client would have 48 hours to do the tape. So at least, you know, us agents can kind of breathe a little bit and not have to keep checking our emails every 5 seconds. So it's good.
What do you do if you sign somebody, since you're LA based? What do you do if you sign somebody like throughout the country? How does that work in the whole scenario now via Zoom?
Well, if you're out of the country or out of the state,
let's just say like you live in Texas.
Right. So I actually just signed someone in Texas, and he can get to LA very quickly. He has a job that he can just get up at a whim and come to LA. You guys need to make my job as easy as possible. If you are difficult and you need, you know, time to, you know, to give your work notice, if you need to come to LA, I'm not working with you. You know, again, I'm going to reiterate, I work for free until you make money. So this is how it works. A lot of jobs that cast out of LA need LA local hires because they want to, you know, All American, NCIS LA, a lot of these shows here cast out of LA. So they want LA local hire. Okay. So if you live in Texas, North Carolina, I don't know, Ohio, whatever, and I send you your self-tape, which of course you can do from out of California, and then I send your self-tape in, and they love it. And then you get a call back via Zoom, and then they're like, great. Then they come back to me, they're like, okay, we want to pin your actor. We want to pin Brian for this episode of The Rookie, which shoots here in LA. And it's going to start filming June 26th. Is he available? We need him June 26th, 27, 28. Is he available? And I'll be like, and where is he based? Well, I can't say, hey, I'm sorry, he's based in Ohio. Then they won't book you. I have to say, oh, he's based in LA. Yeah, he's here. Because then you're going to say, yep, I can get to LA, not a problem. And I know you're going to get your ass here and you have a place to stay. And we've got one of your friends or your relatives' addresses here in LA that we can put on that LA on the SAG contract. Because we have to have an LA address for the SAG contract, because that's part of just the deal with them, and they, you know, if they got audited or so and so, it's because it's within the budget for their show that they would actually have LA local people within that show.
Because it's a liability. Why would you hire somebody in Michigan or Chicago who couldn't even get to set? So like the one person that's like, oh, I don't want to spend money, I need sponsorship. You're not for us. You're more for like Craigslist, OnlyFans. Because us, if I introduce them to somebody who could literally book like Walking Dead or Stranger Things at a tremendous rate, there's no way in hell they're going to pay for your flight and hotel, especially when you're just starting. So financially, if you are struggling, this is going to be difficult. We're here to help you, but there is no handout. Does that make sense?
No. And it's like, and I can't have actors where I've had a couple before and I'm like, I just can't work with you when, you know, we've worked really hard and I've got them seen by casting directors and they got pinned or, like you say, availed when you know, for these days you have to keep them open. And they're like, well, I have to give my job a week's notice if I get a booking. I'm like, well, I'm sorry, I can't work with you.
This is why most people wait on tables.
I work too hard And it's really hard to get these auditions. And then when you do, and then you get pinned for these auditions, I need, like I said, I need you guys to make my job as easy as possible. I need, when you get pinned for the job, I need to go, great, okay, when do you need me? I'll fly to LA tomorrow. And that's what I need to hear. I'm
Which
not going to
means you
hear
always have
how
to
you're
have that
stressed.
money available.
Yeah,
Credit
how
cards
you're
are a
stressed, yeah.
must. Yeah.
Well, what day do I need? I need to book a flight. When do I need to do this? No, I don't want to hear that. Just get your butt to LA and come and do the job. That's it. Boom, done. So because I've got a lot of other actors I'm booking, and a lot of other actors just need
You
to
don't
be
want
here
any
and do their job.
drama. Save
No,
the drama for
no,
TV.
no.
No drama. If I even
Well,
see a red flag, well, my
Yeah.
mom, I had somebody that was like 40. Can you talk to my uncle? F no. Or you're 40. At 18,
Yeah.
you could take a bullet for your country. At 40, no.
Yeah.
I will not.
I mean,
no.
Yeah, I mean, I'll help you, of course,
Right.
anytime. If there's a problem on set, I'm there for you, 150%. If any issues on set, I will help you. That's my job. You know, and I've done that many times. If there's an issue on set, something's gone wrong on set, if an actor's been injured on set, things like that, I am here for you 100%. But if you're having problems traveling to LA to book a job that we've got you the audition for and worked hard to get, that's on you. You need to make sure you can get here. Because you know what's going to happen? If you have to turn it down because you can't get to LA or you can't get time off work, it's going to make me look like an asshole to the
We can do
casting
that on
director.
our own.
It's going to make me look bad because I've given them somebody that won't be in LA, but they're going to be like, but you told me they were in LA or they could get to LA. And now they have to go to another choice, and you've wasted my time and you've wasted the casting director's time. And they're not going to be mad at you. They're going to be mad at me.
Now, as an agent, you also handle contracts. Can you go
Mhm.
over a little bit about like redlining and things that you look out for?
Yeah, so when I do a deal, you know, I'm doing a film deal right now, which is a really good film, so I'm excited about. So I just make sure that you're paid correctly. Obviously, they offer us money, and I'm like, oh, no, I need more. So I'll go back with a lot of money, and then they're like, no. So we kind of like go back and forth on the money, blah, 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 and then we kind of meet in the middle. It's like a game that we all play. And then
Wait,
I
is
make
it
sure.
true that only a talent agent can do the contract negotiations, like a talent manager can't?
No, a manager legally cannot close a deal. No,
Okay,
it
so
has to be an
talent-
agent or an attorney. So I work with attorneys as well sometimes. But yes, as a franchise SAG agent or ATA agent are the only people that can close a deal. Yes.
So things that you may be
and
looking
like I
for.
said, and an attorney can do it too.
Yeah.
But
So
not
things that
managers.
you'd be looking for are like theatrical releases versus streaming and making sure your client is being compensated. Because that's been a problem in the past. Let's just say Scarlett Johansson, in her original contract, it said theatrical release, she's going to make X amount of dollars per ticket. And then it's like, oh shit, Disney's going to stream it simultaneously. Bye-bye ticket sales. So
Yeah.
now, like, you know.
Yeah.
multiple
So
ways to
I'm
do
just
it.
going through the other contract stuff. So we make sure, you know, like you guys see where people's names are on the films or the TV shows. That's part of our negotiation as well. Are their names going to be at the end, the beginning of the titles or at the end of the titles? Is my client name? Billing is, someone said billing, credits. So where the person's name is, it's their credit. So is their credit going to be the front of the picture or the end title, or the end billing, sorry, my brain, or is it going to be above the title? So the title is the name of the picture. So are we going to put the client's name above that title, or are they going to be below that title? Are they the main star of the film? So does it go above? Does it go below? So like when you see films with George Clooney or Brad Pitt, whose name went first? Was it George Clooney's name or was it Brad Pitt's name? Who got first? We call it cards. So who went first card? Who went second card? And then sometimes when there's kind of like too many celebrities or too many names, sometimes they'll get a last card and it'll say and George Clooney or it'll say with Clint Eastwood or with. So you'll notice kind of how that works. Or sometimes, like if you look at the cast of Friends, you'll see that when next time you watch an episode of Friends, you'll see that they are listed alphabetically. So that's another way that they do serious regular roles because it was an ensemble cast. So they'll do their names alphabetically. So that's all part of a negotiation. We also negotiate your dressing room, honey wagon, teeny tiny dressing room. Then it goes up to a triple. Then it goes to a double banger, then to a star wagon. So we kind of negotiate how big your dressing room's going to be. Obviously, when you're traveling, you'll travel either first class or business class. There's lots of different things. And sometimes with films, we can do what we call a box office bonus. So if the film makes a certain number of dollars, we'll get you a nice lump sum fee in your pocket. So lots of different types of things that we can add in there, making sure that you get premiere tickets. They have to travel you if it's going to be out 50 miles outside of where you live. You and a companion. They'll give you first class round trip tickets to that premiere. Lots of different things in that. So we try and also we want to make sure that you have like photo approval. So any photos and stills that they use for the picture, we can give you we can allow them to give you like normally up to 75% of photo approvals. So we
Does that also go with merch, like for Stranger Things, like or Walking Dead?
No, you get like 5%. Any stills, yes, but on that, yes.
Okay.
So it's normally up to 75%, sometimes 50%. They basically X off the ones we don't want, and then we've got normally it tends to be about 5 business days to go through those stills and bio approval. Bloopers, like behind the scene approvals and blooper approvals, we get those as well. And then with merchandise, you generally get, other than Disney, 5% profit fees from any merchandise. And then if it's like a group of you, if it's just you, it's 5%. If it's a group, it's normally about 3%.
Okay. So like you had one of the stars of Tim Burton's Wednesday that didn't tape here in the States, that taped overseas. So when you have a client like that, who's paying for, I guess somebody pays for a hotel. What if that person has a family? How long would they be on set for?
Well, she was in New York, and that the first season shot in Romania.
Okay.
So we had her read it was during COVID. So it was a bit different then, obviously. She read, they loved her. And then she did a Zoom with Tim Burton. And then they had her do a chemistry read. And it was with her and Jenna Ortega and Tim Burton and Alfred Gough.
And what
they
is a
loved her.
chemistry read?
A chemistry read is to see how the two actors look together on tape. How do they come across on camera to make sure that they work well together, when they're reading. So it's important that chemistry read does
you
well.
could have a tremendous actor that just doesn't have chemistry with their co-stars.
Yeah, it's like as well, like if you look back, if anyone's like is a fan of Friends, I guess everyone put their thumbs up. If you remember the Friends series, you watched it, Ali, right?
Yeah,
there was zero chemistry against Ross and that British girl that he dated,
Emily,
and Emily, and even Jimmy Burrows, who did those shows, or whoever else it was like didn't like it at all. It kind of ruined that. So she was supposed to be in it for a long time, and they cut her quickly because they were like, there is just no chemistry between them whatsoever. So they want to make sure that you work well together and that they can see the sparks between you on camera. So it was very, very important to have that. So the chemistry, they had the chemistry, and then what we do is we do a test deal. So a test deal is that we put the deal in place before you test in front of studio and network. And they test like maybe a few of you, maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 girls. And so we do a deal did a deal for Netflix essentially. And she signs it, and then they give us it's up to 5 or 10 business days depending on the deal to see if she gets it. So it's signed. So we don't, because they want to have a deal in place before they show it to the network and studio. So then they came back to us and they go, yep, she's our choice. And so then the producers sign the deal and it's done. No other paperwork needed to be done. And then they took her off to Romania, and she was gone for about 6 months. And they paid for you. They flew her. They gave her what we call a relocation fee, which basically in Romania is pretty cheap there. So it was a nice relocation fee, and she got herself an apartment which covered everything. in Romania, and she had the best time.
That's so fun. Are you guys loving this? Is this now when you're on Netflix, you can't work with anybody else, correct? Like they kind of like the mafia hold you to it.
No, you can't do another series regular. No, once you're a series regular, you're bound to do that. Like you can go and do a guest star, you can go and do a movie of the week, you can go and do on your hiatus, like you can go do a movie of the week, you can do a guest star, you can do a feature film, mini series. Sorry, but that's it. You cannot go and do another series regular. You're exclusive to them as a series regular. And obviously, even if you do go and do a guest star or a recurring role, or something like that, it can't be anything similar to the character that you are portraying on a show that you're already on. And sometimes, again, depending on the contract, we have to go to them for permission because they want to make sure it's nothing that's gonna. And generally they're fine. But again, depending on the contract, because when you're on hiatus, it doesn't matter. You can go and do whatever you want. Again, as long as it isn't anything similar to the character that you're portraying on the show that they have you on. Which I think for her, I don't think there would be.
Movies? Well, if you're on Netflix.
Yes, you can do movie. Yes, you can do movie of the week, mini series, guest star. Yes. Ali, are you frozen or are you thinking?
No, I got frozen. I'm gonna blame Florida on that one.
It is a little stormy down here.
Yeah. Frozen. So to answer that question, you just can't go and commit yourself to another series regular.
Okay.
You're already on a series, so you're bound to them exclusively as a series regular role.
I was this helpful, guys? Scale 1 to 10. How helpful was this? Did you learn a lot? You never know what's coming out of our mouth.
That went really fast.
I know. And I'm so grateful for you and so happy that you're able to come on these Zooms. As much as I love seeing you live in LA, which we do. And just so you know, I'm planting the seed right now. VIP Ignite, you just saw it at our last event. We'll be back in LA in January.
Yay.
So we're gonna.
I love you, ladies, so much.
But we got Vegas in a couple of weeks. We got Sedona. We're all over the place, and we had Mara on yesterday.
I love Mara. You know I do.
And you guys work a lot, manager and agent coming together, tag teaming.
Yeah, I have a very pressing question for you, Tanya.
Uh-oh.
What?
I read your bio all the time, but I've never asked you this. What instruments do you play? Because it says you play multiple instruments.
Well, when I was a child, a piano a little bit, and then saxophone and flute.
Okay. Awesome. I was just wondering. I was like, I've never asked her that question. I think today is the day where I asked that question.
And I don't know if you heard Janine, but karaoke, it's on next time. Janine
I can't,
and
I can't sing. I'm terrible at singing, but I will absolutely sing. No, I'll sing. I'll get up and sing karaoke.
Alicia and I can't sing either, but give us a cocktail. Great. We rock the stage.
We're doing it. It's on.
We're doing it.
It's on. Yeah.
All right.
All right, my love.
Hello.
Thank you so much, Tanya.
You too. Bye, ladies.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Thank you for coming.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Love you.
What an amazing Sunday we're having. My goodness. How are your heads? Are your heads like getting so full? You're like, whoa, this is insane. Because I know mine is. Mine's like,
but it's helpful. Like, do you know how often, like, I get some of our talent even that send me text messages, like, is this real? And it's like a casting for, Marvel, Black Panther. I'm like, no, they would never advertise Marvel, Netflix, Disney on a website, nor would they ever use the name, the logo. Fake. How glad are you that you are able to now see what's real? How great is that?
Teresa, you'll be able to ask questions later today. At the end of the day, if you stay until the end, I'm going to open it up for Q&A, biggest aha moment. So please be patient. We have a lot more to go over today. So also, thank you, Christine Harding. So anyone who's a part, this is kind of like this is my public service. Hold on. This is my public service announcement. So anyone who's a member of our company already, and who is a part of is already a part of the Mark Christopher Lawrence workshop at like 3:45, 3:50 please go to his workshop, okay? Because he's like so excited to talk to
He'll
all
be
of you.
standing
Okay,
by.
so I just want that's and for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry. One day,
Okay.
very soon, you will. But I just had to do that public service announcement. All right. So let's talk about where we've been today. So first of all, how many of you are already on the schedule to talk to myself or our team about going to Hollywood? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited about that. So if you are scheduled, type me in the comments because that is going to be amazing. Again, when you know how yesterday Alicia was talking about there's New York Ryan and then there's LA Ryan. There's Zoom Alicia and then there's Hollywood Alicia. Completely different people. Like she turns in it's so exciting to see her there. So I'm excited to see you guys.
I turn into Ari Gold when I go out there. For anybody here that's ever seen Entourage, I'm like, I go in there with the guns blaring. I love Hollywood. I love anything having to do with Hollywood, and I geek out. So for those of you guys going, that is like, I walk in like Patrick Mahomes. Let's do it.
She
We only
does.
bring winners.
She owns Hollywood. And if
We
you're
do.
asking me how do we know if we're scheduled, you would know if you were scheduled because you would have
Did
had
you
to
just get on the call?
you would have to take some action, but don't worry, we're going to go over that again in a short while, okay? But Marianne, you do not. You're good. Okay, just to answer your question for you specifically. Okay, so let's talk about where we've been. So we talked about Hollywood. Then we had the opportunity to hear from Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos. How many of you grew so much listening to him talk? Not only that, but then you had the opportunity to hear from Tanya. So you had like training and then you had, I opened up more slots. You guys can go. We'll talk about Hollywood in a little while. I'm just really excited to go back. Okay. So we had the opportunity to hear from Bobby Finaro. We had the opportunity to hear from Tanya Kleckner. Now, let me ask you guys a question. How many of you know that there is a formula that you can follow for success? How many of you know that? How many of you know that, again, success leaves clues? So if you are on here and you are learning about Bobby, you've learned from Bobby, you've learned from so many amazing people. Okay. Oh, you've waited 21 years for this moment. That's awesome. I love that. What we're going to do now is we're going to go over, it's called the Actor's Cookbook. And there is a formula that every actor follows for success. And we're going to break that down for you. Do you guys want the blueprint for success? If you do, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you want the blueprint for success, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Okay, awesome. So you guys are in for a treat, and I'm just going to give you a slight disclaimer. By the end of the call, you're going to be in the mood for some apple pie, but we'll talk about that later. All right, so I'm going to bring Michael Fonkin back on. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to hear about the Actor's Cookbook? Literally the formula for success that all actors follow on from where they start to where they are going. All right, everyone, give it up for Michael Fonkin. You have to unmute.
All right, here we go. Sorry about that.
Okay.
All right, let me get my screen share. I'm having a good day today. We still got a lot more coming. So, all right, so we're going to do the actor and model cookbook. I haven't done this in a while. We got a lot of new people here, so I'm sure you guys will appreciate this. So one of the questions are always, obviously, yesterday we talked a lot about modeling. Today we're talking about acting. At the end of the day, they all go hand in hand. So this is the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional model or an actor. And the secret recipe to long-lasting success, plus bonus, creating a memorable personality. So I'm talking a little bit about like when you're brand new, how do you kind of create a resume? How does the whole going from somebody who's interested in acting to actually becoming a full-time working actor? So obviously we've been doing this now for 18 years. We have a #1 bestseller book. We've been featured on Forbes, CBS Radio, Entrepreneur, Fox News, The Washington Post, Fortune. Yesterday, Alicia's new interview with Kevin Harrington just premiered. So we've been doing this for quite a long time. We always surround ourselves with the best people. Obviously, I've been working now with Alicia for over 20 years. Obviously, you see she's a firecracker. Today's her birthday. And obviously, if you want somebody to be in your corner, Alicia's going to be a great person. She obviously attracts amazing people into her life. She's consistently always working, very professional, and she only surrounds herself with the best people. And she's all about networking, connecting people who are aspiring models and actors with the people that can snap their fingers and change their life in 30 seconds or less. And again, we surround ourselves with the best people, whether it's on Broadway, whether it's in TV, film, fashion. We're always consistently working with the owners of the agencies, the people who have been doing this for decades. And that's the reason why we have all the success stories that we have. So as far as becoming an actor, just like anything in life, there are a lot of moving parts in becoming a great actor. Talent, professionalism, reliability only gets you in the door. So if you read Finding Fame, you'll know that I used to work in the restaurant industry, and I always like to compare things to recipes, because at the end of the day, recipes are a great way to look at things, because everything that's complex can be broken down into simpler parts. So even something as simple as an apple pie, you have the crust, you have the butter, the flour, the water, the sugar, right? The apples and so forth. You have to put them together in the right sequence. You have to bake them at the right temperature and so forth. But every little thing makes kind of a difference. Like when you work in the restaurant industry, you'll realize that like the ovens that you use can make like a difference, right? The altitude that you're at. So even though I could give you like a really, really great recipe, a recipe that's just the most incredible apple pie, you have to be able to follow it the exact same way. So it's not only just mixing the ingredients together, but it's also the altitude that you're at, the hardness of the water, getting very specific with the ingredients, the exact flour, the exact sugar. Any deviation will make a difference in the quality and the output of the recipe. But let's just say, you know what, Mike, I got a great recipe. I'm going to go out. It's my grandmother's recipe, and I want to be an apple pie millionaire. And you're like, I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to go do this on my own, right? You have to go out and study. You have to figure out what are the types of apples, Red Delicious, Granny Smith, Honey Crisp, Golden Delicious, right? Pink Lady, right? You have to know your product, just like you have to understand the acting industry. You have to understand the modeling industry. You have to understand the terminology. You have to understand how everything goes together. Yesterday, we talked about that. Talked about the difference between a casting director, an agent, a manager, and so forth. But you're like, you know what? I'm going to go out and I'm going to become an apple pie millionaire. Right? I'm going to do this on my own. I'm going to get a mansion. I'm going to get a yacht. So you follow the directions, right? You preheat your oven. You decide you're going to do this from home. You're going to do this on your own, right? You have to cut up your apples. You have to go out and get the products. So even if you were doing this on your own from home, right? You don't have the affordability to rent a store, to create a whole entire process, right? If you look at it, right, I like to break things down into simpler formats. So something as simple as an apple pie, right? 4 pies in the oven, right? At 8 hours means you can bake only 32 pies a day. So if you're looking at your standard kitchen, you're making 32 pies per day. You have to look at, not only do you have the 8 hours of cooking time, but you also have to have your prep time, which means now you also have another 8 hours. So now you're at 16 hours. You have to put into your ingredient cost. So if you were selling the pies at a fair price, say $7.50, which is very competitive, means you're making $240 minus your 20%, right? For your ingredients, you have to pay for your ingredients, your lights, your electric, your rent, so forth. You have $192. Divide that by 12, right? Because you're working, say, an average of 12 hours a day to do this. You're making about $16 per hour, and then you still have to take out your overhead. So what I'm trying to make a point here is if you're trying to do things on your own and you don't have the right team in place, you may have this dream of being successful, and that's great, but at the end of the day, that's just a dream. It's what's the action and the plan, because if something as simple as making apple pies at that rate, it would take you 62,500 hours to become a millionaire, or 30 years. Okay, that's 3 decades of your life. So it's maybe not a terrible life, but it's probably not what you were meant for, right? That yacht, you might have to consider downsizing it. That house, you might have to consider downsizing it. And that's where a lot of people find themselves. They find themselves in these situations where they have a big dream, but they don't have the plan in place, and they don't have the team in place to take that dream and actually make it a reality at the highest possible level. If you're going to do something, you want to do it to the best of your ability, or just don't do it at all. And, and kind of here, just even kind of, this is a little bit outdated, but it's still very close to reality. If you look at, and these are numbers I pulled from the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics, so it's not something I'm just making up. Every time I do something, I find the facts. I dig through to get to the reality of how things work, whether it's screenwriting, producing, the fashion industry, how to put together a fashion show, how the whole industry works, how agencies run, and so forth. But even as something as simple as seeing the employment for the entertainment industry, and this is now just geared towards TV, stage, film, radio, motion pictures. If you look at the average wage, okay, you're looking at about $29.34 per hour. A lot of people always associate the entertainment industry with people who are making millions of dollars, right? That's what they see on the news, the people who are making $19 million of film, $20 million of film, the large houses in Beverly Hills, and so forth. And there are that percentage. So in this number, that percentage is there. But if you take the entire industry, 47,430 people, and you break it down, the average is less than $30 per hour. Okay. And if we go even further, you can see, motion pictures, 3138, performing arts, 2440, right? So even people when they work on Broadway, right? The average salary on Broadway is $1,400 a week. People will spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in their training and their careers to be a dancer on Broadway, and they're literally making $1,400 a week. They're working 60, 70 hours a week because not only do you have your performances, you have your practice, your rehearsals, and so forth. You can see writers make 39, so writers are always going to make a little bit more. Even with AI, writers are still huge. Imagination is where the money is really at. It's being understanding how to write and having a creative imagination. And I'm not trying to dissuade anybody here from being in the industry whatsoever. What I want you guys to just understand is how the industry really works. I want you to be totally transparent with you, because we're going to show you how to take this and become that 1%, how to be in that top 1%, because there's opportunities everywhere, right? Obviously, the larger opportunities are always going to be based in California, New York, Atlanta, Miami, Texas. But there's also other things. So it doesn't really matter. Like age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter with Zoom and technology. It's really having the right connections, the right training, and the right marketing materials. Just being that person an agency wants to work with. Everybody wants an agent. The goal of this weekend is show you how to become the person an agency himself wants to work with. Because at the end of the day, just like an apple pie, do you want your apple pie to be great? Do you want your career to be great? Do you want your presentation to be great? Or do you just want it to be menza, right? Not so great. Okay. In this industry, you have to be great. You have to be that person that stands out. And it doesn't take a lot. Like you see in all our success stories, all of our talent started just like everyone on this call that's brand new. They started on showing up on a Zoom call. They went through the process. They trusted the process. They learned the foundational stuff. And then from there, they just grew. They have the opportunity to work with Bobby, or they have the opportunity to work with Christopher Lawrence, or some amazing people coming out to events, going through the whole process. When you have somebody who can hold your hand and guide you to where it is you want to be, it makes the process so much easier than just trying to always spin your wheels and figure it out on your own. And again, I'm not trying to dissuade anybody here, but I just want you to understand the reality of how the industry works. So how do we fix this? Well, let's stick within the confines of the food industry to just make it really simple. There's a company called GoBelly, right? So GoBelly is a process. So they created a process, a framework, where they take really great ideas, people who have small businesses. So an example here, you can see Little Pie Company, best mail order pie in America, Rachel Ray, right, gave it a recommendation. What started out as a side business for Broadway actor Arnold Wilkinson in 1985 became a bona fide smash hit over the years. World-class pie shop, first opened in Hell's Kitchen, but their baked goods soon recognized citywide for baking up one of the best pies, right? And he has all kinds of promotions. So GoBelly works with him hand in hand. So they do all the processing. They do all the back end work. They're doing all the baking. They're doing all the shipping. They're doing all the advertising. He just now gets to sit back and be the face of it, right? So he's taken that concept and he's brought it to a higher level by working with a team, right? Called GoBelly. Same exact process for acting. You need to understand how acting or modeling works. You break it down, right? So for a lot of times, people always think that the agent is the one who's getting them a job. The agent, not. Agent's out there searching for jobs and opportunities, but let me explain to you how the process works. So one, client chooses an ad agency to design a commercial for their new product. So let's break that down. The client. So let's choose the client. We'll say Pepsi. So Pepsi says, hey, next summer, we want to come out with a new soda. We want to have like an orange lime flavored soda. Okay, we feel that that's what the market will want. That's where trends are going. We want to put some energy in it. We want to compete with, these energy drinks. And we know that, people love lime and energy. So Pepsi wants to come out to market with that, right? So their company is watching, they're seeing where trends are, where the market is headed. So they come up with the concept. Pepsi is a producer of soda. That's what they do. They mix sugar, and water together to make soda with bubbles. They're not an ad agency. So they have just the idea of what they want. They go to the ad agency to design the commercial. So an ad agency now is somebody who says, okay, great, let's design this commercial, right? So they'll pitch some different ideas. They'll maybe pitch, their target market is gamers. So they'll pitch like a whole bunch of guys and girls playing some video games, and they're all drinking this new Pepsi. Pepsi says, great, we love that idea, right? So now it's approved. So now they have to get actors to play those gamers, right? So now the ad agency, part of their process is they have to go to a production company. So the ad agency came up with the ad. The production company is going to be the ones who are going to build the sets. They're going to hire the directors. They're going to put everything into place. So all the components, right? Think of them as a contractor. They're the ones who have to build the plan for the house. Part of building the plan for the house is you got to hire a plumber, you got to hire an electrician, you got to hire a woodsmith, a carpenter, and so forth. So the production company, that's what they're going to do. So the production company now will choose a casting agency, right? So they now reach out to a casting agency or a casting director, right, to source the actors. And it's the same thing. You follow this process just from magazines, when magazines are putting together ads for clients and so forth, same exact thing. So the casting agency now, they create character briefs. So now they say they want one Asian kid, between 16 and 25. They want one African-American female between 22 and 24. They want an African-American mom between the ages of 55 and 65. They want an Asian dad between 55 and 60. And they create these character briefs, right? So now the casting director creates the character briefs based upon what the client wanted, what the production company put together for the client, right? For the ad agency. Those now go out to agencies. So now that's when you'll see, a Tanya will have access to this, a Ryan Colby will have access to this. The talent agencies now send that audition out. So they go through their databases. So like if Deneen's also the VP of talent management for Truth, she'll receive these. She now goes to the database. She says, okay, great. I have this person, Kent Sanders, he's perfect for one of these roles. Or Jean T, she's perfect for one of these roles. And then she'll reach out to the talent. She'll say, hey, we have this opportunity. This is what it pays. These are the dates it's shooting for. Is this something you're interested in? And then the talent say yes or no. And then from there, it just goes back up to the hill. The talent that said yes, it goes back to the casting agency. Hey, casting director, these are the people that are available. These are the people that are interested. Great, let me send it over to the production company. Production company sends it over to the ad agency. Ad agency says, hey, here are the people we have. Which ones do you want to choose from? Now, for a client, for a casting director, they may not just go through one agency. They may go through several agencies. Whoever will get them the talent first is the one who wins, right? So that's why you always have to be on point, checking your emails, checking your phone. That's why you have a relationship with your agent. You have to be in good communication with them. That's why when choosing your first agency, choosing your first mother agency, it's really important you work with the right company, somebody who makes the time for you. Phil Sullivan yesterday spoke about being on larger boards, right, with Ford and IMG, and they represent so many talent. He felt he really got lost within the board. And when he worked with a smaller boutique agency like Q, he was consistently booking more work because he had a more personal relationship. I told you guys, like, listen in between the lines what the individuals we have here are saying. Right after my talk today, you guys are going to get to hear from an international agency, one of the largest agencies in the world. They book talent all over the world. Super life-changing opportunity. Consistently listen to what they're saying. Not just the words, but the meaning of the words and so forth, because they're giving you the process. They're dropping a lot of golden nuggets. You see here, I'm listening to this just as you are, and I'm pulling out, wow, what Phil said, that's really impactful. What Tanya said, that's really impactful. And it's really gives me, myself, who's been doing this for 18 years, even more insight into how the industry works. So at the end of the day, you need to break down the process into smaller components that you can manage and direct, right? Just like a timepiece. So let's talk a little bit about becoming a SAG-AFTRA actor, right? SAG-AFTRA stands for the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Radio and Television Advertising. So it's a union. So if you wanted to do speaking roles, right, to be in commercials, TV, films, like non-independent films, so not student films or small films, but when you see the Marvel movies or you see Netflix, Disney, those are union projects, right? So union projects means you have to be a part of the union. So your goal is to become a part of the union. How do you do that? You get on set, you have an agent, they request waivers. I'm not going to kind of go through all that. I know Tanya and Alicia touched upon that a little bit. That's something we go very in depth with for those of you who have the opportunity to work with us. But let's just go over the basics, right? So the recipe. First, you need to read and study, right? You need to consistently be studying. You see even somebody like Bobby with his level of success and decades of training in the industry, he still reads, he still studies. You know, he loves working with our talent because it allows him to also sharpen his skills. Familiarize yourself with the industry. As you can see, you know, this is a 16-hour, 2-day boot camp. We're giving you guys decades of knowledge in days, and you're familiarizing yourself, right? There's words you're starting to pick up. I don't expect anyone who's brand new to totally get this in 2 days. It's not possible, but at least you'll get the foundation. Don't move right away, right? There's no need. There's those old-fashioned 1930s movies where people pack their bags and go off to Hollywood or New York to become famous. That's Hollywood. That's on the screen. The reality of this industry is you have the opportunity. You saw this morning, we have the opportunity to come out to Hollywood to meet with the right people, to get the right training. And it's designed for you to plant your seeds. A lot of our talent live in LA now, full time. A lot of our talent live in New York. People just like yourself who came on that first boot camp, and that was just a dream. And then all of a sudden, as they went through the process, it became reality. And now they're working full time in the industry. But at the very beginning, it's planting the seeds. It's like reconnaissance, right? You're going out, you're learning the steps, you're getting the tools, the resources. At the beginning, you'll audition and train locally online. That's something we go very in depth with. I can tell you, you can tell me you can live in the smallest city anywhere in the United States, and within 10 minutes, I will show you how to find dozens of legitimate opportunities within a 50-mile radius of your zip code. There's tons of local advertising agencies, magazines, money mailers, industrial videos, online videos, local filmmakers. There's so much work that the United States is broken down into regions. You know, there are national ads and then there are local and regional ads, depending upon where you live. If you live in the Bible Belt, the commercials you'll see for Coca-Cola are different than you'll see in the East Coast, are different than you'll see on the West Coast for local and regionalized ads, billboards, and so forth. Then they have national commercials that play during the Super Bowl, the World Series, the Stanley Cup. Those will be nationally based commercials, completely different than locally based or regional commercials that they shoot. Work on your special skills. You know, the more skills you have, you know, you're a barista, you can sew, you can drive stick shift, you can fly a plane, you're a certified scuba diver, right? Any little thing something that may be silly to you may be a skill that will land you a job. You know, one of our talent that we work with, he's now also one of our coaches. He's been in a dozen different movies. One of his very first jobs, he got booked because he could juggle poker chips, like literally could take the poker chips and kind of juggle them. He got an audition for it. He didn't know how to juggle poker chips, but he went in, he watched a YouTube video, and he spent all night practicing it. Well, guess what? When he went in for the audition, nobody did that. Nobody else could juggle the poker chips except him. He got the role. That one role led into 2, led into 4, led into 8, 16, 32. During COVID, he booked 32 films during COVID just because he started making the connections, because he was networking, because he was given that first chance. Like I tell you guys over and over again, I cannot stress this. Age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. Everyone's going to be given a chance to be in this industry as long as you follow the process, you follow the framework, you follow the recipe. Start working on your marketing, right? If I went on your Instagram right now, are you posting about this event? Have you went through school? Are you posting your challenges? Are you, you know, creating stories? You saw, you know, one of the talents this morning that worked with Bobby, you know, just having the opportunity to work with Bobby, her lives became so much more richer, right? Are you going live on Instagram? Are you posting about your career? Are you posting that you're moving forward? Hey, I had this great conversation today. I was at this event with Bobby Fernaro from The Sopranos. These are the 3 things that I learned. So now when I go on your Instagram as an agent or as a man, I'm like, oh, wow, she's somebody who's moving forward. She's somebody who's doing something, versus I go on your Instagram or your TikTok, and I just see you sharing other people's content that have nothing to do with the industry. You really want to, you know, follow the right marketing. We do all the time. social media boot camps and so forth, where we go in depth about the algorithms, how social media works. It's all a part of our program that we help talent take them from where they are to where they want to be. Get used to rejection, right? We have what's called the Fearless Rebels. Deneen will talk about that later. Fearless Rebels, rejection is a 4-letter word. It's meaningless. Every no just brings you one step closer to a yes. Rejection, the word rejection is such a powerful word, but in the reality for an actor, it's meaningless. It just means you weren't right for the role. It means that you got the audition, you got in front of the casting director, and you just weren't perfect for that role. Maybe you had a mustache, they wanted somebody without a mustache. Maybe your color blonde was a little bit off, and the person they saw before you, in his mind, the hair was a closer match. There's no guessing to this at the end of the day. It's you go in and you do the best that you can, and then you just move on. You go to the next job, you improve, right? You're always going to be improving. So rejection to me is meaningless because I've known hundreds of talent that have been rejected a dozen times by the same casting director. And then all of a sudden they walk in and they're perfect for that role and they get the job, right? So never let yourself lose sleep over that. Rejection to me means I'm just one step closer to a yes. At the end of the day, you just got to be patient, but be consistent. You always got to be moving forward. Every single day when I wake up, I always say, what is my day? I plan out my day. I have a very strong circle of focus on what I need to accomplish that day to make sure that I reach the goals that I set for myself, right? So I'm patient, but at the same time, I'm consistent. And you'll see that over and over and over again with all the most successful people, whether it's TV, film industry, acting, theater, business, entrepreneurship. They're patient, but they're consistent. At the end of the day, become the person an agency wants to sign, right? Everybody wants an agent. I get it. But you need to ask better questions. How do I become that person an agent wants to work with? Do I have the right headshots? Am I prepared to do my monologue? Can I recite 3 different monologues in 3 different tonalities? Can I take a monologue that's funny and make it more dramatic? Do I have the skills to control the words, the tonalities, my facial structure, and so forth? The more you focus on that and become obsessed with learning this industry, I don't want you guys to be good. I want you guys to be phenomenal actors. I want you guys to win Academy Awards. I want you to win Emmys. I want you to be able to get $100,000 in residual checks coming every month for the projects that you did last year and the year before that. Background work, right? At the beginning, you're going to do background work. Think of Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man swinging over the crowd. Everybody's running and screaming. You're one of the people that are running and screaming. A lot of times people are like, I want the starring role. Not at the beginning. You're not in the union yet. Again, learn the process, learn the terminology, understand how the industry works. I get it. I want to be on a starring role too, but I have to learn. I have to work my way up to that. Everybody does. Doesn't matter if you're Brad Pitt, Julia Roberts, or Denzel Washington. Everyone goes through the same exact process. Once you're doing background work, you get waivers. When you have an agent, it's very easy to get waivers. Our talent, we can get them waivered in the union in less than 90 days. An unsigned talent, this is industry average. Unsigned talent trying to do this on your own to get enough waivers to get into the union will take you an average about 5 to 6 years. So do you want to do it in 90 days or do you want to wait 6 years? 6 years is a long time, right? Again, struggling, trying to do it on your own. Waivers is like when you're on a set and there's 200 people, they may give out 2 or 3 waivers. So usually the agents make arrangements for that. But it's like you showed up on time, you were well behaved, you followed directions well, right? When you're filming a scene, like when you're seeing a scene that's like 30 seconds on TV, it could take all day to film that because they have to set, reset. You got to make sure the glasses of water where they are. It's called consistency in the scene. So there's a lot. Like when you're in background, actually, you get to learn a lot, watching the other actors, being around the celebrities and so forth, understanding the camera placement, the lighting. It's a cool experience. Like it's definitely the coolest experience you can go through because it's so exciting because you're there. You're live on set. Once you get enough waivers, between 3 to 5 waivers, you get to join the union. So now you get to do speaking roles. At the very beginning, you're probably going to do commercials. So you're going to be doing commercials like Flow. You're going to be doing commercials, for Allstate, for McDonald's, for Sprite, for different types of consumer products. Commercials can pay anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 a day. It's great gigs, right? You saw Phil Sullivan talked about that, right? Making between $4,000 to $10,000 just for print ads for commercials. From there, you'll start getting small speaking parts, right? So you can play the bartender in a scene. You're playing the best friend who has 2 or 3 scenes. From there, you'll start landing a pilot. So a pilot is like a new show. So it's a show that the networks are purchasing. They want to test it out, right? Star Trek was a pilot. You know, every single show has a pilot episode or a pilot series, like that first season. So you'll land a pilot. You'll have a small role. Maybe you have like secondary character, third character. You're the best friend. Maybe you'll land the lead, right? You're following the directions. You're working at it, and then from there you'll land a major role, right? So now all of a sudden you got a major role. So many of our talent, you'll see them in so many different projects where they start off in smaller roles and they work their way up to larger roles. And then guess what, guys? You rinse and repeat. So imagine now we're Al Pacino and we're at number 16. So Al Pacino or any famous actor, Denzel Washington, guess where they go back? Number 1, read and study. They're always studying. They're always familiarizing yourself with the industry. Well, Mike, but Al Pacino has been doing this for 20 years. What more could he learn? He can learn about AI. How does AI affect the industry? Maybe he expands it to voiceover. Al Pacino started off as a theater actor, right? He started off in theater and Broadway and so forth. Very interesting story. He used to sleep on people's couches. He did whatever it took to get him there, right? Obviously moving at that point, you find that you love the New York market or the Atlanta market or LA market. You reach a level of success, you can live anywhere in the world that you want to be, right? A private plane is 3 hours away. You go to the airport, the plane waits for you, right? You jump on the plane and boom, you're wherever you want to be in the world. But it's putting in the hard work at the beginning, and you're always going to consistently audition and train and work on new special skills. Actors are always learning new skills. Models are always learning new skills, learning how to ride a horse, being in a Civil War movie, a period movie, and so forth. So it's a simple process, right? Be organized, right? There's so many things you could be doing right now. People always say, but Mike, what can I be doing right now? Well, you should be training. You should be going through that 21-day challenge, right? Organizing your notes at the end of the day. Go into Google, right? Set up a Google account. It's free, right? First name, last name at gmail.com. Go into Google Drive, start making some folders, right? Save the content you learned from today. Type up your notes, your resume, photos. Practice working on taking some photos. Everything you can do, monologues. You find some monologues, some websites that you found. Put them all, become organized now, because there'll come a day when Ryan calls you, I need 3 photos of you in a bathing suit. I need 2 photos of you in a shirt and tie. I need them right now. I need a video of you performing this monologue. I need it right now. You're able to just jump into the folder and pull up. Here are my headshots. Here are my modeling photos. Here's my bathing suit photos. Here's my commercial photos. Here's my fitness photos. Here are some resumes I'm working on. Be organized, right? Start getting organized right now. The more organized and detail orientated you can be. And you're like, well, Mike, I don't even put my socks together. I'm wearing 2 different color socks. You know what? Concentrate, focus, circle of focus. Okay. Social media. A lot of times people say, oh, Mike, I don't know how to do social media. I'll train you. Oh man, that's so much. I feel it too overwhelming. There's a website called Fiverr, right? So Fiverr, Fiverr. You can go on there, $40. You hire a social media manager. She or he'll create content. She'll manage your platform. She'll create the hashtags, the captions, organic traffic. She'll schedule your posts. But here's something that's cool. I can pay her for $40 to do that for a week for me, or I could just pay her the $40 and say, great, manage everything for a week for me, but show me what you're doing so I can do this on my own, right? So again, like my point is there's no excuses. For most people, it's not the fact they don't have the resources, they're just not being resourceful, right? Time is money, right? Anything you can do to save time, hire a maid, right? You're overwhelmed with house cleaning, hire a maid once a month, have them come in, right? Pre-prepare your foods, right? There's so many things that you can do, right? Editing, right? Being able to edit reels, to being able to edit your self-tapes, right? $20. They'll do color grading, sound design, again, on Fiverr, right? And for $20, you can say, hey, show me how you do this. Right, the software, most of the software you can download now is free, right, or very close to free. Obviously, if you want to get Adobe Premiere and get fancier, yeah, that'll cost you like $200, but it's still $200 to be able to have really great edited videos, right? These are things that we do. We show our talent how to do. There's actually a whole course we have on video editing and on photo editing where we show our talent how to do this. We have a certification to train our talent to become production assistants, to work behind the scenes. Like there are so many things that we do behind the scenes that we have access to for the people that we work with, right? Create a system. People, Mike, I can't find jobs. Okay, here you go. Fiverr, 25 bucks. This person will go out, create a system, and have someone reach out to casting directors, ad agencies, magazines, promotional companies. They will literally go out, find you 100 people. They'll research. They'll go online. You tell them what you want, and they will put together first name, last name, company title, company website, location, email, their LinkedIn information, right? They'll format it, they'll clean it up, and they'll even send out the emails for you. And you can use AI to write an email. Hey, dear casting director, my name is Jean. I'm an upcoming model and actress. Here's a link to Truth Management. They're my agent. They represent me. I'm currently being trained, going through training and certification with Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos. I saw this casting opportunity. I saw this opportunity. I would love the opportunity to work with you, right? Something as simple as that, right? It's brute force, but it works, okay? Brute force will always work. I reach out to 100 people. All it takes is one to respond to me. That one opens up a door, becomes 2 jobs, becomes 4. I do this every single day. Before I know it, I'm booking 5, 10, 15, 20 jobs. Okay. So again, it's being resourceful. The resources are there. It's 25 bucks. And you can do this on your own, right? Or you can just pay somebody to do it, right? While they're doing this for you, you're working on your monologue. You're attending classes. You're going on auditions. Okay. See, at the end of the day, it's plan your time wisely. Having a system, a recipe allows you to grow, do more in less time, and get to your destination faster, right? And there's so much to learn. Just like there's different types of apple pies and apples, there's film acting, screen, TV, theater, voiceover, commercials, extra, background, right? Different types of training, classical, modern, method acting. Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler. We work with the head of Stella Adler. The Meisner technique, the Chekhov technique. Right, the show that Alicia won the Tonys for, the best Tony in 2013, was based upon the writings of Chekhov, right? Practical aesthetics acting technique. These should all roll off your tongue. You should be able to sit down with the casting director, and when he says, what type of acting are you trained in, or what do you feel is your strong point? I like to consider myself more of a method actor like Pacino, but at the same time, I do use the Meisner technique with a little bit of Stella Adler. I really feel that that brings my character to life. Okay. Would you hire that person who speaks like that? Yeah. This is what we offer to you guys to show you how to do all of this at the highest possible level. Learn time management, right? So many people, I don't have enough time, right? You want, listen, I'll give you 2 ways to do this. One, wake up an hour early, go to bed an hour later. That's 14 hours a week. 4 weeks, that's 40, 12, that's 56 hours a month, okay? Times that by a year, that comes out to 3 months, 12 weeks. So don't tell me you don't have enough time, okay? If you want to find out where your time is going, right? Wake up in the morning, get a sheet of paper, and write, I woke up at 7:30. Great. What did you do next? I brushed my teeth. Oh, so you woke up at 7:30, your toothbrush and toothpaste were right there? Well, no, I checked my phone. I was going through some emails. Okay, what time did you start brushing your teeth? Well, I started brushing my teeth at 8:05. Okay, so you woke up at 7:30, but you didn't start brushing your teeth to 8:05. What did you do between that? Well, I checked emails. Okay, so you checked emails for 35 minutes? No, probably about 10 minutes. Then what did you do? Well, I was just scrolling on Facebook. How long was that? Right? You can go on your phone. You can pull up the stats. You can see how much time you're on social media. My point being is if you track, Tony Robbins taught me this. Tony Robbins tracks by the minute. He doesn't track by the hour. He tracks by the minute. If he's on stage speaking and then he part of his program, part of his, the show, he goes off a stage for 5 minutes because somebody else is coming onto the stage, dancers or a musician. The minutes that he's off of stage are accounted for. It's not like Tony Robbins is just off of stage, standing there waiting till he goes back on stage. No, his assistant says, hey, you need to sign this. You need to work on this. That's why he's worth $12 billion, okay? So measure your time, right? What are you doing? Are you wasting time watching 10 hours of Netflix a week when you could be working on something else? Everyone, think about this. Everyone has the same exact 24 hours a day, right? Elon Musk, he's one of the richest men in the world. He has the same exact clock. He's following the same exact months, years, days, hours as you. He's just using time management. The most successful, every single producer, when I was sitting down with TJ, the writer of X-Men, Transformers, he accounts for every minute. He accounts for every day. His schedule's planned out months in advance. Now, I'm not saying you have to do this, but just doing something as simple as for the next week, seeing where is your time going? Because when you realize how much time you're wasting, right? Instead of watching TV for 3 hours every day or playing video games or just being lackadaisical, have a book. Every time I catch myself with something where I don't know what I'm going to do, I read a chapter of a book. I literally do it. I have a book with me at all time. Everywhere I go, there's a book sitting right here. I got 2 books right here. I got 2 in the other room, right here. Okay. Here's one here, Checklist Manifesto I'm working on right now. Sorry, my camera's like in and out, so I don't have my lights set up strong enough. But that was something Brian Tracy recommended for me to read, right? Again, it's about how to get things done right. Time management. So even though I'm great at it, I still am always improving myself. Okay. So time management is the process of organizing and planning how to divide your time between specific activities. Good time management enables you to work smarter, not harder, so that you get more done in less time, even when time is tight and pressures are high. And I always put on my schedule time to relax. I plan it out. Time to spend time with my family. I put it on the schedule. Put it on the schedule. Time to have fun. Time to do this. When you plan that out, it will change your life in ways you can't ever possibly imagine. Okay. Memorable, right? How do you become memorable, right? You see this whole weekend, we're about make sure your cameras are on, make sure you're interacting, right? Some people got knocked off because they were trying to grab attention in the wrong way. They didn't follow directions, right? You can be the clown, right? I watched a great documentary on Netflix about Gene Wilder, right? Really good friends with the entire cast from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Myself and Alicia has now probably known them for over a decade, right? You know, he was a great actor, right? But he was a funny actor. He leaned into the funny, could do dramatic too. But where are you when you walk into the room, right? How will people remember you when you're not in the room? What do people say about you when you leave the room, right? Because are you the clown, right? May I ask why you came to the party dressed like a clown? I want to be memorable. Is that how you want to be remembered, as the person who was dressed as the clown, right? Body language. Very important. It's what you don't say that counts, right? Are you sitting there like this the entire time? Are you like this, right? It may not mean anything. Like maybe that's just how you lean in, right? To focus, right? A lot of times I like to do this, but I'm focusing. But people read that differently, right? So understand body language. Introduce yourself to others. No matter where you are, act like you're the host. Be the first to say hello. Alicia's probably one of the foremost experts on networking, remembering people's names, and people love to hear the sound of their name, right? Every time I see Ken Sanders, I'm like, Ken Sanders, how you doing, buddy? Right? People love to hear their name. It shows you care. You want to look into people's eyes and let them be the center of your attention while speaking with them, not your phone, not something else that's going in the background, because people subconsciously notice that, right? They notice how you are and this is so important, not just in life and relationships, but just especially in casting. When you're coming into the room, they're noticing everything about you. Are you slouching? Are you sitting up? You know, we do calls. We always try to improve these events. So after the events, we do a wrap-up call with the whole team. Alicia will follow up with the speakers. They'll say, what did you love about the talent today? What did you not? And the number one is always they didn't have their cameras on, or they were slouching. But there was this one person, boom, stood right out. So again, sometimes it's not what you say, it's what you don't say that counts, okay? Use eye contact, right? Smile when meeting someone. The best way to build rapport is through eye contact. Make everyone feel important. When you're having a conversation with somebody, that should be the only person that matters at that moment, paying full attention to him or her. When you talk to a person, this makes them feel like they're the only person in the room. Show others that you're enjoying your conversation with them. Don't yawn, look bored, have a case of roving eyes. Show curiosity and interest in others. Listen. Number one skill in acting and modeling is listening, right? Listen. You not only become more likable, but you really start to understand the person's wants, needs, and desires, right? I can go to a party and not tell anybody anything that I do. I don't even have to tell them a single thing about myself, but I can go around the room and have conversations where I ask questions. Oh my God, you love music? What kind of music do you listen to? Oh wow, tell me more about that, right? I'll ask them questions. People love talking. Their favorite topic is talking about themselves. So when I can get people talking about themselves, Then all of a sudden they feel attracted to me. They're like, oh, that guy Mike, I don't even know what he does, but he was great. I have to hang out with him again. You know, you don't even know what he does? No, but I don't know. There's something about him. It was great. It was because I paid attention to them. I listened to them, right? I asked questions. I showed a genuine from the heart interest. When I speak with people, I really get interested. Like you can tell me, like, I just want to learn. Like that's, I go in there, I train my mind. I want to learn, I want to learn, I want to learn, right? So when I'm sitting down, I'm speaking with somebody, they tell me, you know, I'm a coffee barista. Well, tell me more about that. Like, how does that work? What happens when a crazy customer comes in? Did you ever run out of coffee? Right? I get them talking about it because I want to learn. I'm learning, I'm getting to live their life for those 10 minutes. Right? We have one of our young ladies we work with. She was struck by lightning, almost died. Now she has this power to heal others. Wow, what an interesting conversation to be able to live through her, not for those moments, right? Right. Speaking with Kent's background, he works for the United States Postal Service, right? In addition to being an actor and so forth, learning about that, learning the things that he does, right? So it's so great as an actor, you get to pull conversations. These get to be characters you get to play. Every great actor, when you tell them, wow, that character was amazing, and they'll say, you know what? I pulled that character from a conversation I had 20 years ago. I was sitting in this bar and there was this old gentleman there, and he was so interesting. We just had this 2-hour conversation, and his mannerisms, the way he moved, I used that into bringing that character to life that I played on TV now. You hear that all the time, right? Such a blessing to be able to go out and learn from others, right? It's all in the story you tell yourself, guys. Right? Change your story, change your life. Be enthusiastic about things and life to others. People will gravitate toward those that are upbeat, positive, and cheerful. Give them more than they expect. In other words, under promise and over deliver. Right? Our events, this is a free event. But boy, oh boy, we're over delivering. We're giving you guys some powerful content. Imagine if you just invested a little bit of money, right? Cover the cost of training. We'll take your life to a whole nother level. Okay, because we will always over deliver. That is what we do, right? And again, you guys read Finding Fame, right? Here's, you know, I started in the restaurant industry. Actually, here's the restaurant I used to own. It's up in Kearney, New Jersey. It's still there. You can go have it. You go in, order the Santa Fe deep dish pizza. It's really good. Okay. And follow great people, right? A great one you can follow is Jim Rohn. You can find a lot. He's passed away many years ago, but a lot of his videos are online on YouTube. They're free. Right? Success is neither magical nor mysterious. Success is the natural consequence of consistently applying fundamentals. And Jim Rohn trained Tony Robbins. That was Tony Robbins' mentor. So again, who were the people like TJ? Who was his mentor? Who did he learn from? Right? The writer of X-Men, Transformers. Studied not only himself, but the people that taught him. Right? Information is passed on for thousands of years. You can learn from the greats. Study Shakespeare. When I watched a movie about Gene Wilder, absolutely obsessed with horror films and with black and white films. Charlie Chaplin was one of his idols. A lot of his comedy that Gene Wilder used was based upon the comedy of Charlie Chaplin, right? I didn't know that, okay? But it makes sense now. So to me, success is a framework, like a recipe. It can be duplicated and shared with the world. Okay, my name is Michael Fomkin, and this was the Actor's Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success. And we also talked a little bit about creating a memorable personality. So let me turn this back over to the wonderful Miss Deneen and the birthday girl herself, Alicia Kabak, because we have an international agent coming on board next. All right, guys, I'll see everybody on the other side. Bye.
How awesome was that? Do you guys now have a framework for success as an actor or model? Because again, success leaves clues, and I want you guys to remember, I've said this many times today, but success leaves clues. So let me ask you guys, I want to see how well you're listening. Tell me one thing you learned from Mike that you're going to start applying today. And happy birthday, Ken Sanders. I didn't know today was your birthday. So in the comments, what is one thing that you learned from time management, right? How many of you are going to start planning out your time? How about just organizational skills in general? Like how many of you are going to like go get a Google Drive and start putting all of your information in the right slots, right? Wake up 1 hour early and go to bed 1 hour later, right? This is something I want each and every one of you to realize. We all have the same 24 hours. You, me, Mike Fomkin, Alicia Kabak, Elon Musk, everyone. We all have the same 24 hours. What are you doing with your time? That's what I want you to start thinking about. Let's see here. What else? Body language. Oh my gosh, that's so important. Have you ever been on a call with people like this? I see that on these calls. I'm like, you volunteered to be here and you're giving me stink eye. Like, come on now. Show me some life. Be excited. You guys should be excited to be here. Because you know what? There are people who would give anything to meet the people you've had the opportunity to do. You've had the opportunity to meet over the last 2 days, right? Let's see. Organizational tips and time management, right? Active listening. Oh my gosh. That. Can we talk about active listening just for a second? How many of you have ever been in a conversation with someone and you know they don't give two craps about what you're saying? They're just waiting to say their part. Don't do that. Listen. You always want to listen with the intent of understanding what the other person is saying, right? Reading. Oh my gosh, reading. Again, I have so many books. I love to read. I'm an avid reader. So important. One thing I would say, the thing that's interesting is actors use conversation in their life. Yes, they do that. One of the people that I've learned from the most, and it's someone that some of our town are going to be jumping off in just a couple minutes to go work with, is Mark Christopher Lawrence. And the one thing that he does, and it's something that I always have been a people watcher. I love, how many of you love going to the mall or going somewhere and just watching what all the people are doing, even when you go out to dinner, right? I love doing that. So one thing that he said was that whenever he goes out, he watches the way people walk. He watches the way they hold their hands, the way they do all of these things. And he incorporates a lot of what he sees into his characters. How many of you are a student of people? You're going out, you're watching what people are doing, you're watching the way that they're saying things, the way that they're using their hands, and then you incorporate that, right? Keep others talking about themselves, right? Yeah, people love to talk about themselves. Think about it. In the conversations that you've had most recently, who made you feel the best? The people that asked you about you. It's not when it's all about me, when it's all about you. Eye contact, that's a huge one too. It's funny because when I went to school, I graduated from Temple University in Philadelphia. And the first thing that they taught me at Temple was not to make eye contact with people. I grew up in a small town. I told you guys about that yesterday. Like, I love maintaining eye contact with people. If you don't maintain eye contact with me, I'm like, I don't know if I can trust this person, right? Yeah, it's so important. Active listening, communication, people watching. Awesome. Very good. Are you guys excited to be here? What's been your biggest aha moment all day? Not just from Mike, but from Tanya, from Bobby. What has been your biggest aha moment? I've used people and character in plays I've done. That's awesome. All of them. I will behave so they talk about me. Be around the right people, right? Yeah, it's so important. You want to be in the right rooms. Always keep training. Masharad, that's why you're as successful as you are. Never give up. Time is valuable. Yeah, time is your only non-renewable resource. You can make money back, but you can't make time back. So what are you doing with your time? What are you doing with your time to accelerate your success? What are you doing with your time? I just love the actual process of the industry, right? That's amazing. I love that too. Teresa, that's great because you know what the thing is that you have to love the process. You have to be in love with the process. You can't just be like, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. You have to love the process because there are going to be a lot of times where you're on top of the mountains. Yeah, this is amazing. But in the meantime, when you're going up the mountain or going down the mountain, you have to be able to maintain the fact that you love the audition process. You love practicing. Except rejection, right? Yeah, rejection is not just a 4-letter word. Rejection is something that you have to go through. It's part of the process. But every no brings you one step closer to a yes, right? Yeah, we love giving out good book recommendations. Awesome. I wake up at 5:30 every day, so I have lots of time. I love that. Moving toward joy, love, joy, happiness, inspiration, and peace for myself and all around me. That's great. Yeah, rejection is definitely God's protection. Sometimes when you get a no, that means that there's something so much better on the other side. Yeah, that's good too. Done repeating mistakes. Instead, learn from them. I once had a pastor, I would go in and I would talk to him. And one day he said to me, okay, Deneen, I'll set up an appointment with you, but this is what I want you to do. I want you to come at me with a new problem, right? You always have to be learning. Mistakes are a learning curve. It's something for you to learn from. Sometimes learning new things can open new doors. That's true, right? That's true. Managers don't close a deal, only agents or attorneys do. See, I've learned what a test deal breakdowns and slides are. That's amazing. Awesome. Hi, Alicia.
Hello. How are you?
I'm amazing. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing
Awesome.
good. I see somebody probably just logged in. Kane, is this the audition? Well, the audition started yesterday at 11 a.m. East Coast time. We went through till 6. We've now been on Zoom for about 4 hours. Have you been on the entire time? Because typically the answer is no. Ask better questions, get better answers. Hi.
Awesome. All right.
Just getting
Well,
wise.
I see our next guest is on. So
Yes,
how
he's
about I
on.
introduce him and then you'll put
Good.
him on the hot seat. Are
Sorry,
you guys ready?
Jeremy, in advance. You're gonna love it. Okay.
It's going to be amazing. Are you guys ready for our next guest? How many of you want to hear from an international agent? If you do, type a 1 or 1 in the comments and let's show him how excited you are that he's here. So our next guest is Jeremy Mitchell. He is a seasoned entrepreneur with over 13 years in the fitness industry. He is a former track and field athlete turned successful personal trainer. He is the owner of a thriving personal training and executive assistant business. He boasts 10 years of experience as an executive assistant, honing exceptional organizational and managerial skills. In addition to that, he is an accomplished model and actor with a decade-long career in the entertainment industry. He currently scouts high fashion models for ABC Models in Milan. He serves as a mother agent for SEMA Models, nurturing talent globally. He has been mentored by our good friend Gigi for the past 7 years, working very closely together for the last 3. He is passionate about empowering models and actors to help them achieve their career goals. He is dedicated to making a lasting impact in both the fitness and modeling industries. Everyone, please give it up for Jeremy Mitchell. Hi, Jeremy. How are
Jeremy.
you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Awesome.
Good. Nice to see you. Thank you for
Thank you
being
so much
here.
for being here today.
Absolutely.
All right, so Gigi's a really good friend of mine. We met
Yeah.
in Canada. Some of you guys, how many of you have ever been to like a showcase? Anybody ever been to a showcase? So sometimes companies will pay companies like ours to go travel, sometimes across the world for 1 or 2 days, and there could be thousands of people there spending thousands of dollars holding up pictures and walking by. You know what I'm talking about? Like for real, there will be a runway and they'll just hold up their pictures and they don't stop, right? And sometimes you're looking down and you're taking notes. And I asked Gigi, because that was the first time I'd ever been to something like this. I was like, oh my God, this person walked past me. I didn't even see them. She's like, it's okay. But, you know, showcases are one thing. And that's why I love these events. And I asked Gigi, hey, you know, I need somebody. I want somebody to go over high fashion because it's so important. Everybody has this dream about being an international, you know, superstar on cover, you know, on covers of major magazines. So before we go over all of that, I want to know, why did you choose to be an agent? Like, was this something that you ever thought about before and you're like, that's it, I want to just place models?
It's
Or how did this
funny.
come about?
I did not think that I was going to end up on this side of the spectrum in this business. So long story short about me, I actually did a showcase. It's called here locally where I live, and it's called the Model and Talent Expo. And so I did that as a talent, you know, coming in, you know, wanting to be in the model scene and then wanting to be in the acting scene. I did that. I've been doing that for the last good 7 to 8 years as a commercial and fitness model here. And so then I kind of wanted to learn both sides of the business. So I wanted to get on the business side of things and kind of, I was learning from some of the people that inspired me within this business, you know, with Gigi and then one of our good friends, Daniel. And so I wanted to get into the high fashion side of things. And so I got into the high fashion side. I always loved high fashion. I knew I wanted to do that, but it was like, you know, having unrealistic expectations. You know, hype is very, very important in a high fashion.
There are qualifications. Wanting it isn't enough.
Yes, exactly. And so I was like, let's dumb this down a little bit. You know, you got to go. You're definitely not the hype for that. So you got to go the commercial route. So I went the commercial route, but still looking for that high fashion, you know, side of things. So fast forwarding, Gigi and I have been good friends for a long time. And I kind of started partnering with her, you know, kind of learning the ropes as I learned the ropes within the industry with other industry professionals. And now I'm scouting and, you know, high fashion female models within this industry. And it's very different for what I'm accustomed to, but I love it. And I've learned so much over the course of years. And I'm looking forward, you know, for the next, you know, decade, you know, with Gigi and seeing how things go.
And she's awesome. Like, we talk about personality and, you know, sometimes your body language and who you are says a million words before spoken word. And we saw each other at this like showcase. And it was just like two kindred spirits, and we became best friends like over a weekend, and we still talk. But I kind of want to go over with you what it takes to be a high fashion model, because you scout. So what does that mean, and what are the qualifications? Because it sounds real sexy. Oh, I scout high fashion models.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so, you know, a lot of people that a lot of talent and showcases that I've been to, there's a lot of, you know, females and males that want to go into this high fashion realm. I want to be a high fashion model. And so, but then I'm looking at their comp cards and I'm looking at all this stuff and I say, okay, you're 5'4", 5'5". I said, you do realize that this isn't going to work, especially in the market that I work in and just kind of overall, you know, for high fashion females, you know, we're looking for 5'9" and up. And so, you know, it's very, very, very,
it's heart shattering. Like, they look at you like you ran over their puppy, and it's like, like, and this is where my problems are with some of the modeling schools, which you and I discussed the other day. They're teaching people, and people are spending a lot of money to learn runway. You have a better chance of walking on water if you're 5'1", 5'2", 5'3". They're not misleading you. They have to give you the class, like a hip hop class. You paid for the knowledge. But you should know that you didn't qualify for runway.
Exactly.
And then they look at you like, oh, I got scammed. No, you didn't. You paid for classes. You got them. Did you have fun? So 5'9".
Yes.
And that's also for the international market as well as New York.
Yes. International market in New York, you know, for guys it's 6 foot and up, you know, women 5'9" and up. And so, you know, when you're not 5'9" and you're wanting to be in this industry, it's like, oh, well, you can just I can put heels on.
5-inch heels, that's my favorite.
No. That's not going to work. Flat foot.
What about measurements? What about age?
Yes, that's also very important, especially Europe and US markets are totally different. You know, for me, and we're probably looking for 30, 35, 34-inch hips. Some in the United States, you can get away with a few things here as far as measures. You know, some of them can go 36. Maybe 37, but it just all depends on how the body is structured and all that stuff. Every human being has different genetic structures. So it's all going to be different, and it's all going to be different in each markets. And so, you know, and then for your waist, typically looking for around the, I want to say the 27, between the 25 and 27 inch waist. And so it's very hard. And some of these girls are like, you know, well, you know, that's kind of hard for me. It's if you want to do this business, for me, I don't think it could be that hard. I'm a personal trainer, so I also have a personal training background. So I kind of help models that, you know, want to go to these certain markets. I was like, okay, you know, I'll put a little program together for them, you know, getting on the nutritional facts and, you know.
That's not going to help their height. They're not going to grow 6 inches.
Nope. Won't help your height though. But, you know, still working, only dealing with models that are 5'9" and up. And so that you need to get just a small inches off of their waist and off their hips, because they're very, very picky, you know, with the measurements.
Well, yeah, you got to be able to fit into the clothing. Absolutely. I mean, that's the hardest part. I mean, designers, they essentially want hangers, and that may sound offensive, but boobs and a butt, what you think is attractive.
Right.
I mean, in this business, they need people that, oh my God, I broke my foot. Okay, great. We have another model coming right in, kind of like an iPhone. My
Yes.
little boy dropped my phone the other day and like the glass shattered. I'm like, oh, I need another one of those protective cases. They look at the phone, here you go. And they need to know that you're interchangeable.
Yes.
I would never even try to buy jeans on the internet because I got a big booty. So like I know that when I put those jeans on, I'm praying, I'm going to church, I'm lighting every candle, I'm doing whatever. But I think that when people are trying to get into modeling, there's so many other ways to do modeling, but high fashion is very precise. And it's
Yes.
based on genetics and it's based on height, age. Did you go
Yeah.
over age? What is
Yes.
the age?
So, it differs in each market. In the Asian market, they really look for the younger models, like 17, until, 20, about 24, 25. When you get into that 30, echelon in the Asian market, they're typically too old, even though the model may not look that age. Same thing in the Milan market. A little bit less pickier on the age range. And so with Milan, we're looking probably for that, 17 to that we can go 26, 27 range, and just go from there and see how things go. And I was just speaking with the agent recently yesterday, and she was like, some of these high fashion models, you don't really start seeing progress until you're like 22, 23. That's like the perfect age for, high fashion models that want to get in. That's when you kind of start seeing work and getting things done, because it also comes with, having a great book.
Yeah, let's talk about that because so
Yes.
many people run out and again, we're on a Zoom call with some people that have been in the industry before, some that are brand spanking new. You don't just run and get photos with any Tom, Dick, or Harry because, oh, I want to be a model.
No.
Because most of the time you do it incorrectly.
Yes.
So can you go over some things that you look
Yes.
for in photos?
So I can go a whole Zoom on about a portfolio.
We
the
got
book,
this. We're here all night.
the
Okay, go ahead.
book is basically your resume, is what I look for. And so when it comes to photos, a lot of these models, he's like, but these photographers are so expensive, this, that, and the other. I said, however, these photographers also have to make their money too. This industry isn't free. There are a lot of models that I've worked with that, shot with these photographers and that their book doesn't really meet the requirements for the market that they're in. There are a lot of people that want to shoot with photographers that the photographers like taking pictures of people and of pretty people. But when it comes to finding a photographer within a market, for an example, let's say you want to go to the New York market, you want to be a high fashion model there, but you want to shoot with the photographer that's in Los Angeles. Two different types of markets are out there. High fashion is going to be in New York. And so when you shoot with a photographer in Los Angeles, Los Angeles is more of the beachy commercial lifestyle. They're not, they don't have that raw style of shooting. But when you get to the New York market, that's what we're looking for. And so when you have a book that's showing lifestyle, but you want to be a high fashion model in this New York market, this book isn't going to work. And
They're
so
kind of like shoes. You need to know what kind of shoes we're wearing to go
Yes.
to each market.
Yes. And I always tell the girls and the guys, you need to have a shoe bag. For the girls, if you got a white set of heels, a beige, a neutral color, a black, and because you just never know. And then always have the makeup bag. That's also important because you just never know what you're going to need on set, at these photo shoots. But with the book, it's very important to shoot with the photographer that you're looking for, that you're wanting to be placed in that market, because most of the agencies know the photographers within that market, and shooting with them is your best option to get a wonderful book. I had a girl, I have a model that was been knowing her for like 7 years. She's been in the industry for a good 5. We took over management of this model. Been shooting with photographers from all over the country. But the problem was she wasn't getting into these agencies, even though her measurements were great. But the problem was her book. Her book was not right for the market. And so we kept telling her, it's like, we have to get you a photographer that can shoot the pictures that we're needing. We shot the pictures. She got 2 good shoots, and we ended up getting her signed in Dallas with the agency that she met with 2 years ago that didn't want her. But why? Because her book was what they were looking for now.
Now, when you're working with models, and I've asked this with all of my experts this weekend, who essentially pays for the photo shoots?
Pays for the photo shoot. The model pays for the photo shoots.
So
The-
never the agent.
No, agents are never paying for the photo shoots, or the managers are never paying for the photo shoots. It's always the model paying for the photo shoots. That's a big thing that I get asked. So, when we travel, who pays for that? Or, when we're going on a shoot, who's taking care of the shoot? Sometimes you may get photographers that want to do a test shoot, on the
Good
model.
TFP, trade for print.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And so typically if I need to get a test shoot, I'll send an email or a text message to a photographer that I may know, say, hey, can we get a test shoot on my model? And some of them will say, yes, my test shoot rates are, X, Y, and Z for, a 2-look shoot, or yes, we can do 2-look shoot. And some of them, just depending on, if they're feeling it, that they'll shoot them for free. And so, but
Because of your
all the time.
relationship.
Correct. Correct. And that's not all the time that happens, because these photographers have to eat too,
Yeah, they have bills to pay.
Exactly.
Their studio, their lights, their
Yes.
backdrops, their fans, their everything, even the camera, the lenses, their time, their knowledge. How do you put a price tag on knowledge? And I want you guys to think about this. Agents get paid commission when they submit and you book the job, right?
Correct.
But a photographer, it's almost like a landscaper or the guy that cleans my pool. Like, they don't give a shit what your house is being appraised for, if you sell it, because this is their job. This is
Right.
the manpower. These are the people that did the job. Here's the invoice, pay it. Does that make
Right.
sense to everybody? Your agent makes commission. So even like we just had a big agent on from HRI, she manages people from, some A-list actors. You have to pay for your own training. Now, as far as modeling, when someone doesn't qualify for high fashion, what are other, I guess, areas that you would suggest they go into?
It's a good question, because I did a big scouting thing probably 2 months ago in Houston, and there were a lot of girls that wanted to be into the high fashion side of things, and I broke it down to them. I said, I'm gonna be very honest with you. You're not high fashion. I said, I would not market you that way. I would only market you as a commercial. I said, I'm not telling you that you can't do this business, but you
Were
have
there
to.
tears?
No tears. They understood. They understood, because I was very blunt with them, but in a very nice way. I said, to be honest with you, there are a lot of models that want to be in high fashion. And I said, look, you're 5'8.5". And even in another thing, there are some models that are 5'9" that I still would not market high fashion, because they don't have that high fashion look. They're going to be a commercial lifestyle, little bit of high fashion model, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be walking the runways. And I tell people, commercial is where you make your money anyway versus high
Exactly.
fashion model. And so you want to be in that commercial market. And I'll tell them, I was like, look, I would kind of look for your niche, and your niche is commercial. Let's kind of find some agencies within your market and kind of get with them and see, how we can market you on a commercial side of things. So I always tell them, go the commercial route, or go, that lifestyle route instead of high fashion, because no one will be able to market you at this height and at the sizes that you're at.
So let's say you scout somebody in Orlando or Houston, and you're scouting for ABC and Milan.
Mhm.
How does that even come about? Like when you have a model, you submit them. Who picks? Is it Giorgio? Is it Gigi? Who?
Yes. So when I go to the scouting things, I'll do the scouting, I'll do my callbacks, and then I'll kind of get some digitals on the models. And I kind of want to get to know their personality, because you can be the most prettiest thing, but have a shitty personality and your confidence is lacking.
We went over that. And can you go over what digitals are for anybody
Yes.
that's brand new?
Yes.
You're not selfies.
They're definitely not
digitals.
selfies. And so digitals are it's not like a big photo shoot either. I'm just trying to get, your plain white wall is typically where I'm able to do them. White wall, typically they're in all black clothing, fitted clothing, because we want to see the curves. We want to see, the physique of the body, and minimal makeup as much as possible. There are a lot of girls that want to come with makeup that are caked on. That's not going to work, because then what if you are taking that makeup off and your face is, you may have a bunch of acne, which is also not going to work, because it's very, 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 very important to keep your skin in check. But going back to the digitals, we're just looking for, we're doing profiles. We want to see the profile of the jaw structure on each side, left and right. And then we're gonna get, you know, a straight on kind of look at the symmetry of the eyes and see, you know, sometimes eyes may be, you know, slightly just adjusted by just a little bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Do you like hair down or do you like hair up?
when I do my digitals, I'll have them have their hair down and then I'll have them put their hair up so I can see their
Okay.
whole facial structure and then go from
Okay.
there. And then once I get those digitals, I'll send them off to Giorgio in Milan. The team in Milan have the final say. And so if they're interested in a model, they'll email me back, hey, let's set up a Zoom for this model so that they can see their personality and see how they are on camera and go from there. So that's what
So a photo wouldn't just sell it. There's a lot more that goes involved. So let's say you decide to scout somebody like an Angel Bullard. Hi, Angel. And you love her look. She gets the okay from Giorgio, and now she's slated to go to Italy. I mean, passport, right? She has to have a passport before you even submit.
correct.
And then how long would she be over there? You know, who covers the flight, the housing? What would happen? Like, take me through the steps. You sign Angel. Great, Angel, you're going to Italy. Now what?
So, Angel, you're going to Italy. Passport in hand. So typically you would stay 3 months, 90 days because
3 months. Okay.
yes, because and it all differs between each market, you know, from Asia because of the visa. So tip for United States, you got 90 days in Milan.
Okay.
And then flight is on the talent to pay for the flight. We
Okay,
just
so the talent pays for the flight.
yes.
Okay.
There are certain different markets. I'm going to use India for an example that will actually pay for the flight. They will take care of their visa, and then they will also put them up in the model apartments, which some markets have model apartments. But that does not mean everything is free for the model, because what happens is once you go to that Indian market, if you're starting to work, you have to pay that back. You're going to start paying. They're just advancing.
Yeah.
And so that's very important for the models. No, oh, they're paying for me to get there. No, they are, but however, it's written in the contract that it will be paid back based off of the jobs that you get and the money that's coming in. In Milan, but different from Milan, you're paying for your own flight. And then they do have model apartments there in Milan. And then it's the same scenario there. You know, if you make money, we'll take it from the commissions or anything that you make in the Milan market.
So what if you don't speak any Italian? Do they have a driver? What do they give you? A map and just say go?
No, there's no driver. It's one of those things to where you're on your own trying to figure out where your castings are going to be, which Giorgio and the team will tell you, hey, we have a casting at X, Y, and Z, and you'll get the address. And so you just use your phone to, you know, get there. If there's using, you know, trains or buses or taxis, you just got to make sure you get to that casting on time. And so Giorgio is very, very good about, you know, letting know where the models need to be within advance and just making sure that they're getting there on time at these castings.
Now, are you using the photos from like the States, or when they get there, are they going and getting test shoots done by like the Italian photographers?
Yes, and so some of the photos that we use in States, that Giorgio may like them, but you know, when you get to these foreign countries, you're going to have an amazing book if you're booking very well out there. And so Giorgio they will get some test shoots going and a few test shoots so that they can see, you know, how you move on camera as well, because the, you know, European photographers are a whole lot different than the American photographers here. And so they'll use the test pictures there, and then they will take their own digitals there. And it is a be more professional setting when it comes to the digitals.
And then they obviously have to have a model book and then comp cards.
Yes. Comp card is important. The book
So
is
you need them for your castings. You may get submitted out digitally, but then you bring your book with you. So then the client's sitting there, even though they liked your photos digitally, they're flipping through the book. Again, the book is the model's responsibility. Even the prints that go inside the book, then they give the book back to you. And then you leave them with a comp card with the agency's info, because you're not booking the job. You're only going through the agent.
Correct.
So I want you guys to.
Correct.
And all those fees are all the model's responsibilities. Now, one thing that I didn't realize was when you go to, I think, Paris, you have to have X amount of dollars in like a savings account in order to travel. Do you know about that? Is that something that's in Italy?
A little bit. I don't know too much about that part of Paris, because Gigi and I, we typically, before I came on with her, she's had a few talent in the Paris market. She's never mentioned that to me. So I'm not going to tell you
I
something.
think it's like 4,500 or like 5,500, just so that you don't get there and then like you're destitute where you couldn't get around, or you're, vagrant,
yeah.
and they really need to make sure that if you're going to get submitted overseas, that you have a Visa, a MasterCard, like you have actual credit cards.
Yes.
Because if you don't, you can't, like, how are you going to do this?
Exactly. There was, I had two guys that went to Paris a few years ago.
And Paris is the hardest market, by the way, guys. It is
very, very strict.
There's cutthroat and there's Paris. Paris is like
that right there.
Yeah.
And they were so gung-ho about going to Paris. And I was telling them, I was like, okay, I don't think you're ready yet. However, but if you want to go, this is your career,
Right.
we can start getting you submitted. And then their manager at the time got them submitted to Paris. And one of the guys went there first, and he had a few castings, but he was trying to figure out why he wasn't getting booked on these castings. And we told them, even before you go, make sure you have some money saved up, that, they worked over the summer and they didn't spend their money, because you're going to need money in your pocket while you're there. None of this is going to be free. And so he gets to Paris, does all these castings. College is like, I'm not getting any bookings. And I told him, I was like, you do realize this is a market that is very cutthroat, and these models are totally different there. Europeans, they look different. They look down on, American models. And so if you come there and you're not ready,
don't even bring your feelings. If you've ever seen Inside Out, like they have one feeling there.
That's it. And if you're not ready in this market, they will walk all over you. And that's what happened. He came back. He was like,
they don't even think twice.
They don't care. I said, because if you don't go in there exuding confidence and walking in there looking like a model, presenting yourself, and not coming there looking trashy, that is not going to work. And so you need to exude the confidence, and you need to exude your personality in that market, because it's cutthroat.
I don't know if Denise's listening, but when COVID first happened, we kind of transitioned from like the live events to doing Zoom. That's where we met Giorgio. And I'll never forget, and I know Denise's listening, but we had an international, like we were able to do a Zoom, but then do like breakout sessions where people were able to go into these like little like mini Zoom rooms and have conversations with some of the agents. And one of the agents said, "Why are you here? You're not a model, you fat." And it was like, what? And it was just like, and I'm like, you're talking to a high fashion agent. That is like 0.1 acceptance. Do you know what that means? 99.9% rejection. I don't give a shit what your mom thinks, what you think. I know that you want to be an international model, but it is 0.1, 1 in 1,000. And so when you show up, like, that's why for everybody on here, that's why I get really mad and you and I had this conversation, when people have these like crazy rainbow unicorn ideas of what modeling is. I mean, I'm sure you've had models that you booked and then next thing you know, they've gained a little bit of weight. The clothes don't fit the same way. What do you do then?
It's funny because Giorgio had a model that was coming in from an agency in LA. Yeah, met on Zoom. And then, time goes by and she gets some Milan. Well, her face has a lot of acne going on.
Yeah.
And he was like,
what the fuck is this? Yeah.
Basically, yeah. No, knowing Giorgio, yes. And so he was like, yeah, this isn't gonna work. And so sent the model back home. And so that agency in LA,
I can only imagine that girl all over the internet. He's so mean. No, you changed. Yeah.
Exactly. And that agency was pissed that Giorgio did that. But you sent a model that didn't look like what she looked like on
misrepresentation.
It was misrepresentation. He was like, I can't do anything with that in this market. And so now the agency don't want to send models to us because of that one thing. But we're being open and honest about this. Right. There's where we can't book a model that has horrible acne.
Even when they get photos done, guys, you can't just go and get highlights, chop your hair, gain weight, go to Tijuana and get a face tattoo. No,
No.
Go get knocked up like I did. Like, oh, I need to change my photos because everything changed, like being
Yeah,
on my website.
you can't do that. And it's like when you get a casting, okay, you do the casting and then you get a callback on the casting. However you do your casting, you need to look like the same thing on that callback.
Right.
Okay, say and they call and book you. Okay, you get booked on this job. You get to the job. Okay, your hair is 4 inches shorter than this casting and then that callback. Why did you do that? And then
So do
sometimes
they have to get permission before they cut, or do they kind of say like, this is what I'm thinking about doing? And as an agent, you're like, no. Like, how
so
does that work?
the production will put within the contract or with whatever they're looking for. Do not cut your hair. It'll be in bold. It'll be
And that
red.
goes for male and female.
Male and female. If they want to do something different, they will do it on set. But you need to
Okay.
come to set how you looked in the casting and how you looked in the callback. Don't to make any changes because a lot of people will be like, oh, I need to go get my hair trimmed, get my split ends, get my nails done, and do X, Y, Z. No. They booked you because of how you looked. So don't try to go do anything different. And that has happened on a few occasions. And it's like, really? So then some of these people, they won't get booked because they decided they wanted to do what they want to do and not follow directions. It's very easy to follow directions.
We
So,
talk about this all the time. How often did you guys hear, listen, follow directions?
follow
I get
directions.
people that like, it's on a Zoom call. I don't have a car. Can anybody pick me up? It's a Zoom call. Read it again. Read it twice. Read it out loud. All right. Fake eyelashes, yay or nay as a
Nay.
model agent?
Nay.
Fake nails, yay or nay?
Nay. And it's a lot of
Okay.
these girls, they want to have, the long nails, natural as possible. It'll put it within the booking or the contract. Regular, natural nails, natural eyelashes, and all this stuff. Don't do anything extra at all.
So if someone needs like fresh digitals, do you teach people how to do fresh digitals? Like if they don't live in your market, like if you have a client, let's say Calvin Klein wants to see somebody, you're like, oh, okay, she did just get some highlights. I saw them, but like her pictures don't reflect it. Do you go over like, okay, this is what you need to do? And as
Yes,
far as
yeah.
measurements?
What will happen is we have these things called mood boards.
Okay.
And so we will put
Yeah, we do the same thing with our photos.
Yeah, so we'll kind of put a mood board together for the digitals. And sometimes, we like the fitted clothing in the digitals, but not all the time. You can funk it up a little bit. Have, let's just say have like a cool black skirt with some leggings and some cool Doc Marten boots, because we want you to show your personalities. And a lot of times people see digitals and people are just like standing straight, tall, kind of stiff. But that's not necessarily what we're looking for. We want to see the model, work the camera and work the wall that they use a prop, and it's usually just a wall and that's it. And try to keep the hands out of the face as much as possible. I can't tell you how many models want to sit there and, put their hands on their face and try to do all this extra shit when it comes to digitals. It's like, okay, what are you hiding? It's like, and it takes away from what we're trying to accomplish and what we're trying to look for here. And so,
Right.
But if usually, let's just say Calvin Klein's looking for that model, but they want to get some new digitals, I'll let the model know, hey, we need to get some fresh digitals for you. Here's his photographer. He has the mood board. This is what we're needing, and go get them done. And then we'll go back and then we'll send them off to the client and then go from there.
Now, what are some of the benefits other than like the model enjoying themselves overseas? But when a model travels overseas, they do that 3-month stint in, let's just say, Italy.
Right.
Now they're back in the States. Will it help their career at all to have their?
Yes, if they're working, if they
Okay.
do, if they're doing good work. Every market is different. Sometimes a model you can come back with. Sometimes we will start a model in a foreign country because they will come back with probably the best book, their portfolio that we've seen, because especially if they're doing a lot of these test shoots or if they get tear sheets, and tear sheets is something as if you book a print job and, you can use your tear sheets from the print job that they posted on social media where the editorial may be. And so we can use those tear sheets, and then that book will be amazing because they were in either an Asian market or a European market, and they come to the States. And then when we place them with the agency within the States, the agent will kind of look at this book. Oh, so you've been, to Europe, you've been to Asia. It's a really good book. They have a very good chance of, doing good work within the United States market, if they've had some good work overseas.
Now, can you talk a little bit about the shift in modeling? I mean, we now have plus size, we have transgender, non-binary. I was
Yeah.
at Victoria's Secrets the other day and they had plus size mannequins in the window. They had somebody like an amputee, like
Yeah.
wearing lingerie. They had somebody in a wheelchair. So can you talk a little bit about the change in modeling and some of your
Yes,
thoughts?
it's funny you say that because when I was scouting an event in Houston, keep in mind I'm in the Milan market, and so there's not a lot of curve
Right.
boards with my agency, with ABC Models Milan. We just have a female high fashion board. But in London is big on the curve models, and I was telling, they had a few curve models that came to my table. They wanted to sit and talk, and I was honest enough to say, we don't typically have a curve board, but it's not telling me to telling you to not get into this business. I said, because tell you now, 5 years ago people weren't talking about curve models, and now it is all about body positivity for United States and across within this industry. And so now you look up, you can go to agencies' websites, and now there are curve boards now, because we're all about within this body positivity, and they have some clients out there that specialize clothing within for the curve models, male or female. And so
they started a plus size males division,
Yes,
which I was like, wait, what?
Yes.
Yes.
You get the plus size, you have the big and tall. JC Penney is a big client here in Dallas, and so do the big and tall. And then you have Neiman Marcus that just focuses on the high fashion side of things. And then now, like you said, you're having the paraplegics side of the whole modeling thing. It's this industry, I feel like it changes daily. And so because you just never know what you're gonna get. I'm like, well, maybe one day they'll start accepting 5'6", 5'7" models. That hasn't happened yet, but
Except for Kate Moss, she's always the exception. Yeah,
big exception. And
there's one of her. Yeah.
yeah. And so, and I love it. And I love seeing, women that, and guys that want to, experience within this industry, as a curve model, because look, the money is there. There's money to be made within the curve, industry as a model.
There's a lot of money.
Yes, and it's crazy. Even, like I'll use Rihanna, for example, for her brand Fenty.
Yeah.
Like if anybody has seen her Savage Fenty shows, the models that she has in there, everything is so diverse with her. And that's what I love about her the most. You have people who are, 5'2", 5'6", and you have people who are very curvy. You have, your ethnic ambiguous people. You have your indigenous people. You may have people that have vitiligo within her things. Everything is so diverse. And so that's what I love about her brand and what she brings, because she's not discriminated against,
Yeah, Chanel's never gonna conform to it. Chanel's always gonna stay Chanel.
Right there. And so, and then you have brands like that that's just going to stay with what they want and what they want their branding to be. So
Right. Well, there's more money in commercial print and catalog, correct?
yes. Yes.
So like
yes.
a job like a JC Penney's or a Big and Tall, what type of money could somebody make?
So we'll use JC Penney, and then I'm gonna use another client as an example too. So JC Penney is based where I live. All the models come here, and typically it depends on the model. It really depends on the model. Sometimes
And they have to have an agent, and they have to have a book to submit.
Correct. And so they have their agent that will book them. Sometimes you can be on JCPenney, it could be, for 2 hours, it could be anywhere between $1,500 to $3,000.
Is anybody on this call earning legally $1,500 to $3,000 for a 2-hour job? Which if they like you, and we've had people do Kohl's and Belk's, they keep calling those people back.
They will.
So wait, yeah, it's not sexy because it's JC Penney's, and
Sure.
I'm sorry, my mom is in the other room and she loves her pennies, especially at Christmas time. But to do a job like that, 2 hours, done. Why would you even try to work 40 hours a week? And like you could literally do this, but again, you have to have an agent and you have to invest in the proper marketing materials, or else you're not going to book anything.
You can't.
These jobs are not available online for freelance.
Not at all, and you can't. You want to do a JCPenney job, but you want to show up with a very, very high fashion editorial book. We
Wrong.
need to commit you to, we need to have you in a lifestyle book, smiling, showing your personality, and not just like have the, the rest
Editorial wave. Like,
yeah, and all
yeah,
that
like
stuff.
I'm hungry.
Right. And then I will use another example for a client. Just met with one of the top agencies in Canada yesterday. Really nice lady. She has been in the industry for like 36 years. She was director of Scout for Wilhelmina. And for 18 years prior to her in Toronto opening her own business, she has clients with Essence and clients that she just had a model that booked Sephora. The big Sephora campaign that I actually had a model that submitted for. There was a print portion and then there was a video portion for Sephora. She made for one day $12,500. She booked it. She was on set for like 2.5 days and made $28,000. And then
$28,000. Now imagine somebody got that information on a boot camp. Well, my friends and family don't want me to. Are your friends and family earning $28,000 in 2 days of work? Shh. How many of you guys understand that? So Soraya, Macy's is the same way. Belks, Nordstrom's, you name it. But you need an agent to submit you. That's how it works.
And a lot of the time,
agents, an agent's job is kind of like this, and I'll show you real quickly because I used to love doing this analogy. But like an agent's job, an agent doesn't book you. Just so you guys understand, people always ask, oh, if I get an agent, can you guarantee work? And I always say, God bless your sweet little heart. Because an agent's job, when they have a casting, they submit over to the casting director everybody who qualifies. It is up to the casting director to pick. The agent has nothing to do with whether or not you got booked. It's just about pre-qualification, vetting the model, make sure they're of sound mind, make sure they're really going to show up, make sure they accurately look like that, responsible, reliable. Make sense? That was my analogy. But I think when I speak, like, I want people to understand, like, just because you get an agent, it doesn't mean quit your day job. You still have to work. You still have bills to pay.
Absolutely. And I'm going to piggyback off of that girl.
Well, we always say piggyback here. Everybody do a shot.
The girl that did the Sephora, there was a 2-part to that job. She had the print side. She was also supposed to be booked for the video side of things as well.
Okay.
But there's a thing in this industry when you're on set to not come in there with an attitude and be a bitch or an asshole, because you are dealing with the director, the casting director,
a lot of components,
makeup artists, people who are steaming your clothes, people who are doing your nails. This girl that booked that one portion had an opportunity to have the other portion because that's what they wanted her for. Well, she came in there with the worst attitude, and it like brought the whole production down, and they hated it. And so, you have to keep in mind that the people that are, you made $28,000 for a 3-day job. But yet the girl that's doing your nails is probably only making $1,000, or the person that's steaming your clothes is probably only making $800. But you want to come on set and you want to be an ass to them and just have this negative energy, negative attitude.
Naomi Campbell can do it. You can't. Yeah.
Right there. And so what happened to her, reached back out to her agent. I'm saying we're not booking her for the video portion of this. And so, and here's the thing, that casting director that casted her cast for L'Oreal, cast for Estee Lauder, casted for Sephora, cast for all of your big major beauty supplies. And guess what? That casting girl will never book her again. And she lost out on a total of a $68,000 job.
Well, then she should have.
She lost about $40,000 because of her attitude.
So everybody just be nice. Be nice. And that's one thing that we do here, even though this is a free boot camp for anybody who wants to get in the industry. That's why you have to go through an interview, because Hollywood has a no a-hole policy. Mm-hmm. We really, I feel like for me, and I met you through Gigi, like-minded people, like they really want to work with other great people. Yeah. We don't have time for the bullshit. We don't have time for the drama. We just want good people that are going to show up. Now, what if you booked a model and they didn't show up? What happens to you? Which I'm sure it's happened to us. So tell me your story.
That's a bad look if you don't show up for a job. Luckily, I haven't had that happen, that no one showed up for a job.
Gigi guys, yeah.
Gigi definitely has had a model show up for the job. That is, you know, that's a big come to Jesus meeting because, you know, I guarantee that casting director and that job, they'll never want to book that person again because
Or the agent. The agent
the
is done.
agent. The agent's done. And with Gigi, she don't play that. She's like, you got one time to not show up for a job. And that we sat here and busted our tails, you know, trying to get you, you know, into this industry
How dare you?
for 2
Yeah.
years. And then you get a job and you don't show up for it. And then you come with some lame excuse. Oh, I overslept. Oh, my car didn't start. Oh, this, that, and the other. But and it's just like, it's not good at all. And so it's just one of those so unprofessional. Especially
A lot of times, not only does the agent get like blacklisted, but
oh,
obviously
absolutely.
the casting director works on other projects. That's it. Your people are not
Absolutely.
responsible, reliable. And if it were a set like Sephora, where that person was the talent and everybody was standing by, that model now is a liability. That model could possibly go to court.
Exactly.
It's loss of
Because
wages.
you're making
Yeah.
us look bad as the agency that's repping you. Oh, so y'all have models that don't want to show up on set.
Yeah,
It's
and
like,
it's a
okay.
reflection of you.
Exactly. I said, no, we can't have that. So we instill that into these models, into the talent that we have in their brains. Please show up on set. Please be 15 minutes early if possible. Don't come in there. If your call time is at 9 o'clock, do not show up at 9:01.
And do not bring your friends, your
Do not bring
family,
your
your
friend,
dog.
your family, none of that.
You can't bring anybody.
No, we're not doing that. And so
Yeah.
just, you know, be respectful of casting's time and production's time as well. They will respect you and, you know, I can't emphasize just be kind on set because you never know.
You're on
You
stage.
never know who is on set. You know, the person that's steaming your clothes could be the owner's daughter or something. You just never know. And so just be mindful of that when you're trying to do these castings and get into them.
Now, when someone signs with an agency, can they go off and work with other companies? Can they go and do other shoots with other photographers? And we'll talk a little bit about brand ambassadorship and influencer stuff, because I'm sure anybody watching this, especially if you're on this boot camp and you found us through Instagram or Facebook, it's called Google Analytics. They know your searches. It's not magic that I popped up in your search. So I want to know, like, let's say, again, you were talking about one of the girls that booked Sephora. What if it turns out she did a brand ambassadorship with a cosmetic line before she came to you? Is that okay? Is that, what if she went?
So typically if so since she did a brand ambassadorship, so sometimes let's just say she did that brand ambassador and then Sephora wanted to, you know, potentially book. Sephora will ask, has she did any other beauty campaigns for another company? And it's either yay or nay. And if they have, Sephora probably won't book them because it's going to be, you know, a conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest, yeah.
And competition, and that's not about that. So like even the castings as I get as a talent, have you done, let's just use like, have you, like for Smoothie, they have a Smoothie King here and like Tropical Smoothie here. Have you done Smoothie King? Or any other, you know, smoothie things in the past year that's getting ready to run, or even like a casino job. And it's either yay or nay because a conflict of interest. We don't want to see you on like a Choctaw billboard and then you're in, you know, New Orleans shooting their casino. It just does not work that way in the industry. But as far as like the talent wanting to sign with an agency, but yet is getting other jobs. And what they see with Gigi and I, we tend to do things a little bit different, but in the industry itself, 9 times out of 10, the agency is not gonna, you have to let your agent know that, hey, I kind of submitted myself for this job, or someone contacted me to do this job. You have to let your agency know because that's a matter of respect and not trying to go behind your agent's back. Because it will state in the contract, any job that you get outside of the agency, you must let us know, you know, as far as commission basis go. Because
And even photos, like if you're trying to build somebody's brand to go off and go to Italy and potentially work with huge clients like Gucci, the last thing you need them to do is wear like booty shorts in Houston, go into some, you know, photographer that whispered sweet nothings on Instagram and Facebook. I'm going to make you a star. And now you did a TFP, which is trade for print. You don't even own the licensing. And now this photographer is like has images of you that could literally change the whole trajectory of your future.
Exactly.
So don't get shitty photos. And what about, again, we talked about showcases. So many people try to do these like fake runway shows where they're going to New York. I had a girl one day, I'm doing Paris Fashion Week. Really, when? And it was like not during Fashion Week. I was like, oh, and she sent me a link to buy tickets on Eventbrite. I was like, no, sweetie. So do you ever get that? I mean, again, I have PTSD from people that think that they're doing New York Fashion Week.
Right.
And a lot of times I try to go over CFDA and explain how like Fashion Week really works. And you have to have an agent. And do you ever have people that really want to do this and they're out to prove you wrong and they're joining companies to try to, they want the glitz and the glamour of Fashion
Right.
Week. And then
Right.
sometimes like you have to like try to dissect like a crime scene, like what the hell happened here?
Right. You know, it's funny. We have, you know, me personally, I've been working with Gigi. No, I haven't experienced that, but she probably has in some sort of fashion, because when she was doing a bunch of castings up in the Maryland area, there would be girls and a few guys that would be, you know, hey, I booked that Gigi didn't even submit on, you know, I just had someone reach out to me to, you know, to walk in, you know, New York Fashion Week. And then they said, you know, I have the potential to go into Paris Fashion Week. And it's just like, okay, where, when, who, what sent this to you, you know, what social
Are you
media.
doing New York Fashion Week in March? Great. It's over in like, what do you know?
It's like, yeah, they say, yeah,
They
it's
would
like
never reach out to you on
that
Facebook or
right
Instagram.
there.
They only
No
go through
one is
agents.
going to, please,
Yeah. I want you all to type New York Fashion Week only goes through agents. You
That
cannot
also.
buy your way into New York Fashion Week. You don't ever pay and then sell tickets. You
No.
don't have your grandma there. Like even Paris Fashion Week, I've had people like
Yeah.
like 5'2", 180 pounds. I'm like, oh, you're walking Paris Fashion Week, huh? Really? I'm like, you do understand, like, if you really wanted to do this, nobody is going to want to be affiliated with you. Like,
Exactly.
I think people, when they want to do this, are so eager just to impress friends and family. Like, I made it, Paris Fashion Week. And I'm like, no, because now, like, everybody's affiliating you with being an idiot. Like,
Exactly. It's like, you know, because New York Fashion Week, they do it twice a year in February and in September. It's like, yeah, so I just got booked with New York Fashion Week, you know, at the end of September, you know, with like a few, you know, top designers there. And it's like, okay, where did you see this and what did you click on and who reached you via whichever social media? Oh, you know, so and so said this. Oh, okay. So you know, you said it's at the end of September, right? It's like, yeah, so you do realize it's in the middle of September and it's typically
and you have to be out there for like weeks on end. They want locals. They want people that can be there for 21 days. Yeah.
Exactly, because what happens if
that costs money if you don't live there.
Oh, look, I don't even want to talk about New York and the cost there. I was there for Fashion Week back in September, and that was the absolute worst time that I went. And I've been probably for the last 4 years in a row. Number one, I can only handle about 2 days in that city. Number two, my flight got delayed and canceled 3 or 4 times, and I'm having to go back and forth from Upper West Side.
You can't get around. All the streets are like deadlocked. That's it.
It is ridiculous. And so, yeah, it's just, it's crazy in New York. So just please go through your agent.
And there's so much more out there. And I never want somebody to be like, oh, well, New York is where I want to live. That's great. But where is your blue ocean? There are other markets, great markets throughout the country. Like you said, Houston, you know, I'm in Florida. There's, you know, Gigi's in North Carolina now.
Yeah.
So there's opportunities throughout the country, but at the same time, you still have to have proper photos.
Yeah.
One thing that we do that's really great here, not to toot our own horn, but let's just say we have somebody that, again, lives in Texas. We give them an opportunity to go to LA, meet the top people, get the photos done in LA, but then also get a chance to go to New York or Miami or Atlanta. And that way they're booked, like you said, like they have every market, like check marked.
Have every
that's
market,
what it's all about.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so you're scouting primarily for high fashion right now.
Correct.
If you saw somebody that was really like, do me a favor, go, and I know you've done Zooms, go through here. Who stands out to you? Everybody's smile, like first impression, like, oh, that person has a great look, maybe for catalog or commercial print. Or,
Let's-
oh, I could see this person maybe doing this. As a model scout, I just want to see like your thoughts, and you can pick a couple of people if you'd like. And you
How
don't
can I
have to go
see the
to
whole? Oh, let me look. Is this the view side? Gallery.
everybody smile.
Let's see here. There's a lot of pages.
I know. We got 101 on.
I'm going
That's what you
quickly.
know as
So
a
if I miss
scout. You have
if I
a
miss over
trained
something.
eye.
Yes. Let's see. Paola Favre.
Yep. Oh, look at that. She's one of ours.
Some of them don't have video on, but
Shame on you. You have an agent here from Milan and you don't have your freaking camera on. You are 3 feet from gold.
let's see.
Yeah,
Okay,
put 'em
I went
in,
through all
put
5
'em
pages.
in.
I'm coming back 1 sec. Let's see. And let's see here.
Rachel's already saying I don't qualify. Rachel, shut your mouth. You have a scout. Let him be the judge. God, you sound like my sister during COVID. Everybody had COVID. Oh, are you a doctor? Shush.
And then lighting's bad, but Brandy has a cute look, and I can't really see, no one's standing up, so it's kind of hard. So those are the two off of
Those
that.
are the two. Okay. Look at that. So like I'll call on Brandy real quick.
And
Where is
no,
she?
like, disrespect to anybody that I did not call out. It was very quick. Some of y'all are 85% of y'all are more commercial than anything, and so that's the
There's
big.
Brandy. So Brandy, how old are you and how tall are you? Well, you're over the age of 18. And what market are you in?
Hi, I'm Brandy. I'm 28 years old, and I am a 5'8". And what was the last question?
And what are your measurements? Do you know your measurements?
I have them written down, but I don't know them off the top of my head.
So what measurements would you want to know, Jeremy? Bust, waist, hips?
Bust, waist, hips.
So write those down.
Give me 1 second.
What dress size do you wear? Or pants?
About like 6, maybe an 8. It just depends on the dress, honestly.
Don't ever tell us that you're a small, medium, or large.
That
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah. We get that a lot. What size are you? I'm a large. No. I need number, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll
And she
just
just colored her hair recently because it was like a really like a blonde.
Mhm.
Now she went a little dark.
do my hair for the longest time, and then I'm just like, no more. I can't do it anymore. But also Ryan Colby, he recommended that I go a little darker to kind of match my roots that were growing out at the time. So I did it, and I'm just like, I love it. Honestly, it feels more natural.
Okay.
So yeah.
So any tips for her, or like if she were to take photos, what would you like to see her in?
So I would probably say, so you said you're 5'8". Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so that wouldn't work for my market, so I wouldn't scout you. I wouldn't put you on the high fashion bar. I'd probably go commercial. And as far as the sizes, what did you say your hips were? Or was that the ones you didn't know?
I'm not sure. Honestly, I feel like I would have to like remeasure them, but we did just do measurements in LA a few weeks ago, and I took a picture of my measurements. I think I have actually a picture of it. I can like scroll through.
Now, Jeremy, when you're scouting models, do you ever go through their social media?
Oh, absolutely.
And what are things that trigger
Absolutely.
you to say, like,
I look because I feel like for me, I can tell someone's personality based off of their social media. And so I'm always looking for one, personality, to see the type of person you are, and one, the confidence. And so depending on what you may be wearing and stuff like that is kind of what I look for. And I also look for if we're doing any illegal activities that are on the social medias, because that does happen. And it's like, yeah, probably won't be a good fit for our agency because I don't want all that to backfire.
Did you, not to change the subject, but did anybody on here see Don't F with Cats on Netflix? Where that wannabe supermodel also was like a serial killer. He was killing cats to try to get views. Did you guys, if you didn't see it, I'm gonna tell you right now, it is the most effed up thing you've ever seen in your life. But he had gone, not through my company, but he had gone through a friend of mine, his agency, like trying to submit, and everybody knew he was nuts, like level 10. And so you can tell if somebody's a little bit crazy just from their social media.
Oh, absolutely.
And Brandy,
Absolutely.
did you find him?
I did find it.
Okay. I was doing improv while you were looking.
I did measurements of my neck, bust, waist, hips. Bust was 38, waist was 30, hips was 39. Neck was like 13.25. I think that's what it says.
So, Mr. Fitness, would she need to bring down the measurements to
Yes.
bookings, or is she okay?
In the high fashion, yes, but if you're gonna go, I would more commercial, curve lifestyle for you. It's where the money is anyway. So my biggest thing, when I'm dealing with models, what I don't do, I'm not gonna make or advise models to kill themselves in this industry for this business, as far as like trying to lose the amount of weight.
Cigarettes and Altoids. Just kidding. Don't do that.
Right. It's just like, I'm not gonna, because, you know, back in the day, some of these models in the Asian market, you know, some of these models were like 110 pounds and passing out on a runway. That is not an option for me. We're not doing that. And so I want the models that I work with, the guys and gals, to be, you know, healthy at the measurements that we need it at. And we're not going below. For girls, I typically, as far as weight goes, I typically work with girls that are 120 to 125 pounds. And, you know, they're 5'9.5", 5'10". But everything's really well proportioned. There are some girls that are like, you know, I'm 117. Okay, I'm gonna need you to eat a few hamburgers or two because that's too small.
I'd love to hear that.
And
Yeah.
so it's like I'm not making them kill themselves for this business. It's not worth it. And so, like they used to years ago. And so it's just being healthy and, you know, maintaining. And I'm big on, you know, indulging and enjoying the fine foods in life. And so one or two, you know, cheat meals isn't going to hurt you. And so, but if you want to be a high fashion model, you know, you got to be very self-disciplined with a lot of things in this industry. And so, but, you know, for you, I would mark you, like I said, as a commercial curve girl. And so I don't know what market that you're in, but you know, you can kind of look for boards that have that, or if you're wanting to, you know, slim down in, you know, certain ways, can always, you know, get there. You don't have to go down that far. You said 39. If you wanted to do a little more of the commercial, you know, lifestyle, I would probably say probably about 38, 37.5-inch hip. You may be a little bit easier. And then you said for your dress, you were like between a 6 and an 8. Is that what you said? If I'm correct? Yeah. 6 and an 8. I don't have a problem with 6, you know, in the commercial lifestyle side. So, but it's all what you want to do and what type of, you know, actor model, you know, that you want to do. And then that's what kind of get guided from there.
And I'm about like 130, 135.
Oh yeah, that's not bad at all, to be honest with you, especially in commercial. So you're good on your weight. So.
Okay.
So she needs to focus more on US, not think international.
Correct. US.
Okay. US. We got this. It's good that you're a part of Inner Circle. Okay.
Yeah.
We got Atlanta. We got Miami. We got New York. We got it all. Okay.
All over the place.
Yeah, we're everywhere. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brandy.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you so much, Jeremy. This was beyond amazing. Did you guys learn a lot? Right? Scale 1 to 10. How much did you learn? What was your biggest takeaway? Somebody post really quick. What was your biggest aha moment? Now, Jeremy, one question I always like to ask, which I didn't even ask. What made you really want to be an agent? Was there any like, just, this is what I want to do?
Yes. You know, I didn't even really know I wanted to be an agent, to be honest with you. It's kind of just like, I like this industry so much. So I'm a big advocate of doing the things that you love and not what you like. And
Right.
so I love this industry so much. And so being on the talent side of things and now being on the business side of things, I tell Gigi all the time, it's like, Gigi, you have the 30 plus years of knowledge on the business side of things. And I have the knowledge on being a talent and learning the business and putting it together. It's cool and easy for us to, to talk to
A
talent.
win-win.
It's like for
Yeah.
me, talking about what, type of castings that you could receive, what casting directors are looking for when you're doing self-tapes or going on to castings, and what to expect if you're getting booked on a job, the do's and don'ts of what you don't want to do. And then, having Gigi with, the knowledge of knowing a lot of the casting directors within the DMV area and her network as far as all the
She's
age
discovered like faces of like Dior. I mean, we're
Yeah.
talking like billboards in Times Square. She's
and
really good at what she does, and she's such a mama bear.
super good. And a mama
She
bear.
leads with heart.
And the thing is with us, when we tell our talent which is probably one of the best things that I like about it is I'm here to encourage and empower our talent and our models, to be the best versions of themselves and to love yourself and to what you see on, Instagram from all of your top models to stop believing in, what they're exuding on there. Cause I'm going to tell you something right now. The models that everyone probably sees on TV, from your Hadids to your Hailey Biebers to your Jenners, all of them have had
Jenners.
reconstructed surgery of their face to make them, even Gisele Bündchen, who had to get a boob job and then had to get her jaw restructured to make it in the industry for them. And so there's a lot of fakeness within this industry, but with us, I just want the models to know that we are about the model and not about, the agency stuff. We want to do what the model wants to do with whatever agency. Like if we were to send you to agencies to go meet with agencies, it's up to you to see which agency that you click with and then that you love. And it's not about who we think we want you to put you with. We're going to set up meetings for some of the best agencies within that market, but it's your choice. It's going to be your decision on who you want to work with within the agency. And so for me to be wanting to be a talent, to scout for talent is because I want to be able to help models and talent within this industry do what they love and to help them in any best way that I can. And
you're doing it. You have to be at the right place at the right time, and most of all, you have to be ready. And I had just said this to Gigi before. There's Gigi in the middle, there's me, and there's Tanya Kleppner who just finished.
That's awesome.
We love her. So I'll text her that you did amazing. Thank you so much. And Deneen, how was that?
Jeremy, on a scale of 1 to 10, like that, I can't even give you a number. It was amazing.
Thank you
your
much.
passion for the industry, but also for your models is commendable because so many times people will fit people into a box. I love everything you said. It was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you
so much. All right. If you guys love this, show some hearts. Yay! Thank you so much, Jeremy. Where are you traveling to next? Because I know you travel a lot.
Yes, next is New York. I have New York, Vegas, and then Orlando.
All right. Well, let me know when you come over this way.
Where are you at? Where's this?
I'm in Orlando right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
I'm here since the baby. During the pandemic, I moved here.
Yes, I'll be in Orlando at the
Cool.
end of July.
Okay.
When will you be in New York?
July 8th.
Oh, very nice. Okay.
Fun. I know
Awesome.
Gigi's constantly traveling. She goes to Milan a lot. Next thing you know,
Yeah.
she's in like Japan. Next thing you
Yeah.
know, she's on a safari in Africa scouting. I'm like, oh my God.
Yes.
She's a busy girl. Well, it's part of the industry, you can only do so much from Zoom.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You're very
Jeremy.
welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. How cool is it that from the comfort of your own home, you just had the opportunity to hear from someone who is an international model scout? How
So
awesome.
cool.
That's so
How
cool.
cool is it? Out of 100 people, he chose Paula and Brandy just like right off the bat, and they're both part of VIP Ignite. Success
know.
leaves clues. But yeah, I mean, you know, I really want to say this. It doesn't matter about your age, your height, your weight, your location, your measurements. Everybody on here qualifies. Just remember, he does high fashion. That's like such a small, minute part of the industry. We learned about that.
Yep, yesterday. We had a whole presentation about
Yeah.
modeling.
What do you qualify for?
Awesome. All right. So before we move on, I see the energy. I forgot to tell you guys this morning, this is not a pantry party, but if you're able to, everyone please stand up. Not you, Brian. It looks like you're driving or something. So do not stand up, Brian. Stay seated, but everyone else stand up. All right. He's the only one that I can see. Not you either, Lee. You're good. Okay, awesome. All right. I want you guys to move around a little bit because we're going to go into our next presentation. And I want your energy to be high. So, oh, Summer, okay, you don't move either. Stretch, do a little moving, do what you
All right,
gotta
I'll be right back
do.
while you're dancing.
What? Oh, okay, you're good. All right. Well, Ursula's actually dancing. I'm not a good dancer. I like you
Where's
guys.
Soraya? Soraya loves
I know
to dance.
Soraya can dance with the best of them. All right. Do you guys feel a little bit better now that you moved around? How about this? Also, if you have some water, grab some water. Let's hydrate a little bit. I haven't asked you guys, and again, if you're driving, I understand. Don't drink and drive. Got it. All right. Well, we'll have to have a dance off in Hollywood. How does that sound? How many of you guys want to have a dance off in Hollywood? Yeah, okay, awesome. But in order for us to have a dance off in Hollywood, what we need is everyone to take a seat, first of all. Take a seat, and let's get ready to hear from Mr. Michael Funkin, who's going to be talking about something that we're going to be doing in Hollywood. Hollywood. If you're excited, say Hollywood, Hollywood in the comments. Come on now. I know you guys have got some. No, okay. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Ada. Awesome. I'm telling you guys to do a lot of different things. All right. Okay, Mr. Pumpkin, let's get this party started. Looks like we're having a dance off, so you'll have to add that to everything you're talking about.
Yeah, we can have, oh my God, what's his name from Crazy Ex-Girlfriend?
Vince Rodriguez.
Vince Rodriguez. He is phenomenal. Yeah, maybe
Okay.
we can have him as a little surprise in Hollywood.
Ooh.
That would be pretty cool.
That would
Have
be
a
amazing.
little dance training with somebody like
Yes.
that. He's such a good dancer. All right, let me, so I told everybody earlier I'd go over the Hollywood offer again, so I'll just go through that really quick. We'll save the Q&A for the end, because Deneen wants to do special exercise with you. And then we have Ryan Colby coming back. Ryan Colby's going to play Model Garage. For those of you that were on the training yesterday, when I spoke about what do you qualify for, I saw you a lot of guys were paying attention because you realize you've qualified for commercial print. I think it's important to bring on, people who also do high fashion, just because there's always so much miscommunication or not really understanding where you fit in. And, like Alicia said, high fashion, the segment of the business that he, handles, yeah, that's associated with that glitz and that glamour. You saw, what the extremes people will go to fit into that industry. But it is the smallest segment of the industry. It's a little less than 10% of the overall industry. Only 2% of the world's population qualifies. It's a very short-ended career. So, those models are, very difficult to find. And, they do, if you do a campaign for Prada, like, you may make $200,000, but then now Gucci doesn't want you because you were the campaign for a Prada. So it's a very short-lived career, versus commercial print is, there are no height or size requirements or age requirements. Location doesn't matter, age doesn't matter, and it's a long career. That's really where I like to focus our talent on, is in that commercial print. When we have those models that fit in within that 2%, that's great. But at the same time, lean into that commercial print, because that's going to have longevity for your career. As you age, you're able to start promoting more and different types of products and so forth. So with that thought in mind, let me pull up my Hollywood slides. So hold on. Let me share my screen. That would help. And let me see here. Okay. Let's make this big. Okay, everybody should be able to see my screen. All right, so if I have your permission, obviously we went over this earlier. Like I said, we're going to do our next live event that's open to the public. We do have events coming up in Las Vegas and Atlanta and Sedona. Sedona is going to be a really great event because that's concentrating on screenwriting. So that's like one of the big events that I'm looking forward to. Vegas is going to be really cool. And then Atlanta, of course, a huge market there, especially with Disney and TV and film. But Hollywood's always going to be Hollywood. Like, 2025, there's going to be so much opportunities as the industry is fully back open. Schedules are caught up. So much new content coming out next year, so many different projects, TV, film, all the streaming networks are getting so competitive with each other and, really upping their game on, getting those subscribers to stick, right? People like to bounce around from service to service. So it's really about that. You're going to see a little bit of a consolidation among streaming services and so forth, which anytime there's friction in an industry, it benefits people like yourself, definitely benefits the actors and models and so forth. So our next live event is going to be in Hollywood, so that'll be open to the public. It is an audition process. That's why we do this over 2 days, is to give you guys the foundational training, so you really have an understanding of the industry. We don't like to work with people. We like to work with people who are brand new, but we also like to work with people who reach a certain level of success and may have just gotten stuck. But at the end of the day, it really comes down to mindset, having the right tools, the right resources, and once you have that product knowledge, it's really just shifting your mindset and just having the right connections. And, literally that's like the secret sauce to our success, right? That's like our recipe, is just being able to provide the talent with the resources, the training, the skills, and really being able to understand how the industry really works. I'm sure for those of you who've been on for the full 2 days, especially if this was your very first boot camp, where you started yesterday at 11 a.m., where you're going to finish tonight at 6 p.m., you're going to be a completely different person. Like your life has changed already. And this was just from a 2-day boot camp. So the next opportunity, of course, is for you to be able to come out to Hollywood. This entire event, my team will be editing it out. So they'll be taking out, some of the in-between stuff. So if you were here live, that was great because you got the full effect, but they'll cut down right to the content. That'll be available in the free school group. So if you don't like, Mike, what's the free school group? It's really cool. Deneen will go over that later. We'll drop the link. That'll be our gift to everybody for Alicia's birthday, to be able to have lifetime access to that. Plus we'll drop off some other free gifts for you guys too. But it's a great community. We're just building it right now. So we expect within the next few months, there'll be several thousand people in there. We will be the largest community online for people in the TV, film, fashion industry. So it's definitely jump on board now, because there's a leveling system. So that way you become one of the top levels, pretty lickety split. So next event, Hollywood. Okay. For those of you not familiar, we've been in business now for over 18 years. We are considered the premier company for helping aspiring talent meet with high-level executives. People can snap their fingers and change their life in 30 seconds or less. We just celebrated our 200th live event in Hollywood, which was you would ask me 18 years ago, I would have been like, ooh, 200? I don't know. I just want to make it through the first event. But our events are incredible. It's not only the opportunity to sit down face to face with the speakers that you met over this weekend, but dozens of other speakers. It's a transformation. You spend 3-4 days, creating relationships and friendships that will last for decades. A lot of our talent, if you follow their success stories, you'll see they started off in small towns. They now live in Hollywood, New York, Atlanta. Their roommates are other talent they met at events. And their relationships are all built with the people they've met at these events. When we host events, we bring in the best, right? We bring in the people who are creating campaigns for major designers, the people who are the actual decision makers, right? The people who are the final decision in somebody's career, right? We just go straight to the top, because we've learned that when you surround yourself with the best people, the best in the entire world, that's when your life changes. And we follow our own rules, everything from mindset to technology, to the relationships and so forth. We're always consistently building our network, because in turn that helps build your network. At our last event, we had some incredible speakers. We handled everything for the talent. So the talent go through a whole preparation process, everything from working on their resumes to being able to create the right training, to be able to ask the right questions to really be like razor sharp with your skills. We handle everything from the photos to the preparation to the styling, everything that's needed to be able to have that person be as close to perfection as possible, right? So for some talent, you know, they come out to our first event, they hit a grand slam. You know, they're signed to 2, 3, 4 agencies. Some talent, they may go to a few different events, right? Everybody's on their own path. At the end of the day, it goes by how much effort and time that you put into it, right? I can throw you the life raft, but you have to be the one that grabs it. Okay. Here's an example of some of the people that we had at our last event. We had, you know, well over 20 people that the town had the opportunity to work with. But, you know, just to kind of give you an example, again, we bring in some of the best people like Hovland Stillwell. For those of you that were on the call, I believe it was yesterday, her mom actually is the person who started the Atlanta film market. So she's credited for starting the entire film market. So when you start watching the Avengers, Disney, AMC, The Walking Dead, that's all because of the results that she put out there. Probably one of the most powerful people in the industry that you can meet. Hovland, her daughter, is just absolutely incredible. Producer, actress, voiceover. She plays one of the characters for Barbie. Just an incredible individual. Our talent, when they were out in Hollywood, they actually had the opportunity to work with her for 2 days. She did a workshop with them for 2 days. I just actually was sitting down with Deneen, going through some of the results of the workshop, and there's actually 15 people that were at that event that Hovland had hand selected that she will be working with one-on-one. There's actually a huge audition, private audition, it's not open to the public. That's going to be done next week for those talents. So there are people literally already from Hollywood, from that last 200 event, that their lives are already changing. They're getting opportunities that would have never opened up before had they not said yes, had they not been there. Mara, somebody else, absolutely phenomenal person. You guys got to meet her yesterday. And of course, Jeffrey Lane, our inner circle. Our inner circle is our highest level of talent that we work with. You know, these are people who are international speakers, Broadway producers, some incredible people really making moves in the industry at the highest possible level that are a part of our inner circle. And that's something you can't apply for that. You have to be chosen for that. You actually have to attend an event. And then kind of there's a voting process where not only the inner circle, but the staff and so forth kind of observe how that person's behaving, how they're interacting, what is their, you know, values and so forth, what are their beliefs. And from there, they go through a process to be able to have that opportunity to step in to become a part of inner circle. Our inner circle are our leaders. Jeffrey Lane was phenomenal. Our inner circle got to meet with him. Hollywood legend, like literally legendary status. Like this was like I've had dinner with Neil Armstrong. He was the first man on the moon. I'm personal friends with Tony Robbins. Brian Tracy is my business partner. Greg Reed, close friend of mine for over 14 years. I know some incredible people that I built relationships with. Jeffrey Lane was phenomenal. Like he is literally Hollywood legend. He's a publicist, PR person, so he handles PR, public relations for some of the biggest names in the industry. He's in his 70s, and literally, like every single person, we spent the whole evening with him, and it like literally everybody just wanted. We could have spent an entire year with him, and it was just the stories, what we learned from him, just that whole behind the scenes of what it's like to work with some of the biggest names in the industry was just an incredible experience. So everybody who was there, it was definitely life-changing. I know for me, it made such an impact. Deneen's actually going to be doing a podcast with them. So when that drops, probably within a month or so, make sure you do not miss that. That'll actually, the podcast, we have a podcast channel inside of school. So you guys will have access to that for reminders. So definitely make sure you check that out. And, you know, for those of you, I'd love for him to be able to come out and meet with everybody. So maybe those will be, you know, we always love to do some surprises for our event. So I'd love to get Jeffrey on that surprise if his schedule allows it. Again, we work with some of the biggest companies in the world. You know, we bring in some of the best people. You know, we did an event not too long ago, just a few months ago in Arizona. Greg Reed came out. If you're not familiar with Greg Reed, personal friend of mine and Alicia's for over 14 years. He wrote 3 Feet from Gold. He's a producer, film writer, actor. He's also an entrepreneur, very successful. I said this before, I'll give you a great tip. Whenever you meet somebody who's successful, always ask them what the last book they read. You should go out and buy that book immediately. And I cannot give credit enough. Greg Reed wrote a book called 3 Feet from Gold. Everyone should write that down, order that on Amazon, pick it up from the library, download it on Kindle Unlimited. but definitely read that book. It's a phenomenal book to read. It will really open up your mindset to a rich mindset from a poverty mindset, and really, it's one of the most super highly recommended. So definitely write that book down. You guys should all have a copy of that book. Greg Reid is absolutely phenomenal. Whenever we host our events, we always get prime locations. We get $1 million studios for our photos. We hire the best. We get the best photographers, the best makeup artists. Ryan Colby oversees the photo shoots, the styling. He has a 40-year career in the industry. He was the former art director of Vogue magazine for many years. If you ever watched the movie Devil Wears Prada, the little guy with the glasses, Stanley Tucci, that's actually based upon Ryan Colby's character. That was the role that he played at Vogue for Anna Wintour. Meryl Streep's character is playing a Anna Wintour. That's what that movie is based upon. And the reason we get the top-notch people is because we want you to work with the best. Okay. For one, they have the patience, the knowledge, the education to get the results. You know, even at our photo shoots, the photos are not designed for mom or grandma or dad or grandpa. They're designed for casting. They're designed for agents, for managers. They're designed for the people who would snap their fingers and change your life. So we always get really cool locations. We always get the best people. But even more than that, just knowing that you're working with the best, knows you're in good hands and people you can trust. But even more importantly, it opens up their black book. So now you have those connections to those people and to all the people they work with. Because at the top, it's a very small circle. And what's really great is so many times clients depend upon photographers and makeup artists. You know, it's understanding how their agencies work, right? The behind the scenes. You saw just now the gentleman from Milan talking about one of the greatest things that he had through his mentor, through his boss, was Gigi being able to open up these relationships with casting directors, relationships she's built over the past, 20, 30 years. It's the same thing like when working with Alicia or Ryan, you're working with people who have developed relationships over decades. And now something that would have taken you decades to do, you now have access to that in 3 days. Okay. So again, we've been doing this for over 18 years. Alicia, she works with some of the most incredible people. You know, she's put in the time, the sweat equity, the investment, and building up an incredible company, a company that's worked with some of the biggest names in the industry and continuously always gets bigger. You saw yesterday, we just, she was on Kevin Harrington's show, right? And again, even something like the photo shoots are all precisely done. There's preparation, there's calls that you're on, there's styling, there are mood boards, right? Each and every person, we have to decide what's going to be the look for them to have that, right? So again, if somebody's over 50, what's going to be that perfect look for them? What's going to get them the most bookings versus somebody who's in their 30s or 40s or 20s? So each of these shoots is very precise. Ryan runs these shoots at the same level that he would be running a shoot for Vogue, for GQ, for any type of magazine. He's very, very qualified and understands this industry at the deepest possible level. Okay. We do an award ceremony. At our last event, our 200 event, we had an award ceremony done for some of our inner circle members and some of our top talent. And it's important to understand that being a part of this company, it's just not about you, but it's about the impact of the legacy that you're going to leave, right? What is the service? What are the things that you stand for? If you had this opportunity to have financial abundance, where you had that home, you had that car, you literally, owned a home in Paris, you're traveling around the world, jumping on a private jet is not even a win to you, right? What are you going to give back? How are you going to service others? Are you willing to step up to the plate to mentor others? Are you willing to do things? Each and every one of our talent, at the highest level, they bring so much to the table, whether it's international speaking, whether it's making an impact through charities and so forth. There's so much more to what they do. And being a model, being an actress is just a part of who they are. So it's very important to understand that, like, being a part of this company means being able to take that dream, a dream that may have seemed impossible, right? Starting at 10:30 a.m. yesterday. Now, all of a sudden, I want you guys to start thinking bigger. What would it be like to be able to say, I could write a check out for $1 million to a charity? What would it mean to you to be able to say, hey, mom, I'm going to pay off your mortgage, right? I want you guys to be able to think big, because when you think big, you shoot for the moon, right? Shoot for the stars, shoot for Mars, right? You're going to hit something. But if you say no, you don't move forward, you just stay and live in fear, your life will never change. Okay, I can guarantee you one thing, when you're willing to move forward and say yes, and you surround yourself with the right people, it's impossible to fail, literally impossible to fail. Okay, we've proven this over and over again, even our book, Finding Fame, #1 book. Amazon, Barnes and Nobles, in arts and entertainment, right? You know, getting quotes from people like Les Brown. Les Brown's a motivational speaker. You know, his voice and his message has been seen by over 1 billion people worldwide. Okay, he's now in his early 80s, late 70s. Alicia can pick up the phone and reach him in 30 seconds. Okay, he's one of the hardest Pokemon in the world to catch. He is consistently busy, consistently working. People like Greg Reed, right, writing testimonials. Our publisher, Mark Victor Hansen, #1 New York Times best-selling author, publisher, Chicken Soup for the Soul. Okay, he's considered one of the top, #1 authors in the world. His books have been sold. He's sold over 500 million copies of his books. Okay, these are the people we work with. Okay, we spent 18 years building these relationships. When we did the event, in Arizona where Greg Reed came out. Mark Victor Hansen was there with his wife Crystal. They spent an entire day with our talent. 2 of our talent are actually now currently in negotiations and working on writing their book with Mark. Imagine that. Like, this is somebody like legendary, right? It's like having Stephen King working on a science fiction novel with you. Having somebody like Mark Victor Hansen that gives you instantaneous credibility to the New York Times, to the US Weekly, to opening up, you know, interviews and stages that would never be opened up before just because of your relationship with him. Okay, that's being an author, let alone a model or an actor. We do the same exact thing, always at the highest level, always getting the best people imaginable. Again, you saw yesterday, for those who were on the call, Alicia's interview premiered yesterday, just dropped on Fox Business Network with Kevin Harrington. We've got to spend several times with Kevin Harrington. Alicia will be with him in August. They'll be doing a book signing, a whole book tour, and so forth. They have their new book coming out. This was just a part of, she was just interviewed with him, but she also is co-writing a book with Kevin, for those of you not familiar with that. But he's wonderful. He's worth over $1 billion. Okay, you know, he produces television shows. He's got so much going on. Like, he's invested in so many different projects. So to have him as a partner, to have him as these are people that are now a part of your network. These are people that you now have access to. People who, again, can snap their fingers, change your life in seconds. So when you have those naysayers, you know, not believing in you, that's great. I can guarantee you one thing. When you were walking across that stage accepting your award, when you're in the cover of that magazine, those same people who put you down, they're going to call you and they're going to say, I knew you could do it. I believed in you from the start. You're going to be like, what? You didn't believe in me. You told me I couldn't do this, right? Don't get those people out of your life, right? Surround yourself with people like Kevin, Alicia, you know, Ryan. Surround yourself with people who matter the most to get you to where you want to be, right? Allow these people to be your guides. Because once you open your heart, you open up your mind to a different type of thinking, your life will change in ways you can't ever possibly imagine. And, you know, again, you know, Deneen went over this yesterday, and I'll be more than happy to share our Trello board with you. It's our online database. We have over 10,000 success stories. You know, we're consistently adding to them every single day. I think I sent over several today to our team to add to the Trello board. Everything's a process for us. We follow everything like a framework, like a recipe, right down to even our interview process, making sure the talent go through an interview guide, a step-by-step process so they're prepared for the interviews. So even before meeting with us with a chance to come out to Hollywood, we do everything in our power to prepare you, right? Because we know the people are going to rise to the occasion. Those are the people we want to surround ourselves with. The people that don't care, the people that just don't have the push, the people that's mindset is so damaged. You know, I'm not a mindset coach, right? I'm not a therapist, right? I can give you the best advice, the people I've learned from, but at the end of the day, you're the one who has to walk in front of that camera. You're the one who has to rise to the occasion. I can throw you the life quote, right? I can throw you the life raft. You have to grab onto it. Okay, so our next big event that's open to the public is Camp Hollywood. January 2025. This is something Alicia Kabak herself is personally organizing and putting together. She is over the moon excited about this. She's going to be bringing you guys some of the most incredible people to make this one of our best events. You know, normally we always kind of skip a year with our large events. Next year, we want to do 2 huge events. Obviously Hollywood in January. We're also working on a New York event, but that is so far down the future. I'm not going to talk about that today. We still have we still have plenty of events this year, but Hollywood's going to be the big event. And it really, the stars are aligning with this event because everything's going to be perfect to be able to kick this event off in January. This will give the maximum momentum for our talent, the maximum proximity for elevating them to the highest level of success for everybody who has the opportunity to attend this. Now, unlike our large scale events or our 200th event, where we have 125, 150, 200 people, this event is a very intimate event. This event's going to be limited to only 50 people. So this is going to be a very hands-on event. So you're going to get a lot of personalized approach, a lot of personalized attention, not only from our team, but from the speakers, from everything for the entire process, the entire framework of the event. For those of you that are given the opportunity, go through the entire process, this will probably be a huge launching pad for your career. And what's great is we have a full 6 months to get you prepared, to do the calls, do the trainings, to really maximize everything for us to have our highest level of success ever in an event. And our event levels are very high. But this event here, we want to hit some home runs, some grand slams. We want to place people in some really huge projects. So here's what you're going to get. So you're going to get a 3-look professional photo shoot in Beverly Hills with a celebrity photographer. So again, you know, our photo shoots are probably what we're known for. They're probably some of the best. We work with some of the best photographers in the world, some of the best makeup artists. These are people whose books are, you know, have shot covers of Vogue, major magazines, celebrities. They handle some of the biggest clients in the world. Ryan Colby himself personally oversees this, again, having over 4 decades experience in the industry, starting off as a model himself, you know, overseeing the careers of some of the biggest models ever, you know, a decade plus career with Vogue magazine, Condé Nast, art director. He's launched the careers of dozens of photographers, people who've shot in dozens and dozens of covers, major magazines such as Vogue, Elle, and so forth. So again, we're getting the best people in the world, right? And the opportunity to be able to come out, step in front of the camera, go through this process, learning your posing, being able to get the right photos. These, again, are not photos designed for your mom, your grandfather, your grandmother, your dad. These are designed for casting. These are designed for managers, for agents. These are the photos that will get you known, that become your iconic photos, that get you placed with some of the biggest agencies in the world. So not only that, but we also cover everything from celebrity styling, hair and makeup. So there's a whole process of spending time with Ryan, making sure that you have the right clothing, the right look, and so forth, that you're able to play a wide variety of characters, and you have what's called versatility, right? So versatility means you're able to play a wide range of different roles. So very important to be able to be a part of that process. Now, this is something really exciting that Alicia's putting together. Super excited for this. We're going to be doing this in a black box theater. So you're going to have the opportunity to perform live on stage. This is called Camp Hollywood Competition. You'll be able to perform your monologue live on stage in front of Hollywood's biggest names. And literally, when we discussed this with our speakers, they've been fighting literally who's going to have front row for this, because they know we bring them the best talent. So this is your opportunity to step in front of the spotlight, to literally be able to perform that monologue in front of the decision makers and literally have your life changed right then and there. Literally being able to get signed to some of the biggest names, literally having the opportunity to be in some of the biggest movies, biggest films. And it doesn't matter whether you're an actor, a model, musician, being able to go out and sell that product, being able to go out to use your voice, your inflections, your tonality, to understand that, to be able to create that character in that moment is magical. And we are going to spend so much time preparing you for this. So when you walk out on that stage, you can compete against A-listers. You will know the right questions to ask. You will know how to hold yourself, how to pose, everything possible to bring you as close to perfection as possible. We will be dedicating all our resources to getting you to that level. In addition to that, we also have what's called the A-Listers Inside Playbook Access, virtual monologue and performance training. Again, to reiterate, not only will you have this opportunity to get that 3-look photo shoot, being able to work with celebrity makeup artists, photographers, but being able to perform live on stage, but then we have 6 months to prepare you, doing virtual trainings, being able to work with our coaches, being able to work with our team to be able to get you to that level of perfection. So when you step out on that stage, you are ready, even down to crafting your own monologue, writing your own original work, okay? I'm going to tell you something. When you surround yourself with the best people and you are focused, your life will change in ways you can't even possibly imagine right now. Celebrity Confidence Boot Camp, right? So not only will you have the opportunity to meet with these individuals that can change your life, but we're also going to do a whole boot camp and a whole training around being able to have that celebrity confidence, being able to have that charismatic personality that when you walk into a room, people want to work with you. Believe me, I'm very introverted, guys. Like when I'm doing this, I have to go into character. For those of you who've met me on set, you know I'm very quiet, I'm very introverted. I love, I always push Allie, you go talk to that person, right? We've had the opportunity to meet some of the most incredible people in the world. And I like to sit back, I like to learn, I like to watch and observe. But one thing I'm good at is training people how to be able to have that personality on set. That is definitely my lane. And we're going to give you this. We're going to bring in some incredible people who are going to work with you. And this is going to be so powerful, not only for you to be able to secure the bookings that you need, the auditions, but it's going to create that personality when you're going to be on TV, when you're doing interviews, when you're walking on set, anything in life, the relationships you build, you will be totally transformed. So super excited about that. And then, of course, there's just a little fun bonus. Everybody who has access to school, of course, you have a free digital copy of Finding Fame, but we're coming out with a collector's edition later this year. So everyone will get a free copy of that. And it'll actually be autographed. We'll be doing autograph signings, myself, Alicia, Deneen, some of the people from the book. So just as a small little thank you, just as something to be able to have, right? So something really cool. So here's what you're going to get. So 3-look professional photo shoot, Beverly Hills with a celebrity photographer. Retail value of that's $2,497. In addition to that, celebrity styling, hair and makeup, $997. Camp Hollywood competition, performing a monologue live on stage in front of Hollywood's elite. Retail value of that's $4,997. Getting to meet some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry, being able to perform in front of them, a live black box theater, priceless, honestly. A-listers inside playbook access, virtual monologue and performance training, $24.97. People spend hundreds of thousands of dollars going to Yale School of Drama, going to some of the best schools, hiring private coaches, and yet they don't have the connections. They don't have the networking. I've slimmed all that down. I've taken all the fat out of that, all the things that waste time, and our trainings are put together to be so precise, right? Like literally like the best, getting to the meat, getting to the point where you literally understand this to the highest possible degree. You become masters of this. You become masters of controlling your voice, your tone, and so forth. And then, of course, Celebrity Confidence Boot Camp, priceless, right? Learn the secrets only Hollywood insiders know, $997 value. And then, of course, the autographed copy of Finding Fame, priceless. Now, if you total all of this up, it comes out to a total value of $11,985. Now, for some of you, that may seem like a price shock. You're like, oh my God, like that's like more than my life is worth right now, okay? And I get it, it's poverty mindset. But a rich mindset, this is how they look at it. They look at it as this. They say to themselves, you know what, it's $12,000, but when I follow this process and I'm booking work and I book $100,000 job, this is technically free plus profit. This is costing me nothing because now the money I've earned paid for it. And then now every penny I make after that is profit. Okay, that's how millionaires look at it. But I want you just to think about it, right? And I'm going to do something so special for you guys, of course, right? If this is the first time you're hearing this, I'm going to blow your minds in about 2 minutes. But my point being is, the way I look at things when I make investments, and I've invested millions of dollars into Broadway shows and films, is I always say to myself, as I'm writing out that check and I'm thinking about it, if there was just one golden nugget, if this just opened up one relationship, right? Would it be worth it? If I could look back on my life 4 or 5 years from now, right? That dinner I had with Neil Armstrong, even though I had to drive through a snowstorm, even though there was all these obstacles in the way, we still got there. I look back on it now, every moment I got to spend with him was worth it, right? So I want you guys to understand something. Don't look at the price, look at the value of what you're receiving. And honestly, I'm not a certified public accountant, but this is an educational venue, so this is all tax deductible. So in reality, this costs you nothing, okay? But my point being is the value is there just in one little golden nugget, that one relationship. The people that you'll meet, the friendships you'll create will last for decades, okay? So you're not going to pay $12,000, okay? We're doing something special. $29.97 is going to be the price when this offer is put out. But for you guys, because you were here for this weekend, because it's Alicia's birthday, Okay, we're doing something really special. Okay, something super special. So not only are you gonna get the 3-look professional photo shoot in Beverly Hills with a celebrity photographer, celebrity styling, hair and makeup, Camp Hollywood competition, perform your monologue live on stage in front of Hollywood elite, A-listers inside playbook, access, virtual monologue and performance training, celebrity confidence boot camp, learn the secrets only Hollywood insiders know, the prep calls, bonus autographed copy of Finding Fame. You're not going to get all of that for $12,000 or $29.97. We're doing something special for our fast action takers. It's only $19.97. You couldn't even do a proper photo shoot for that cost. Okay, we're doing all of that for you guys. And just to let you know, like I said earlier, is not only are you going to get all of this for only $19.97, it's very limited. Okay, I know I spoke about this earlier. Pretty much almost all of the appointment slots are gone. Deneen opened up some additional slots, I think tomorrow, Tuesday, and then she opened up some on Wednesday. Once those slots are gone, that is it. That's it. Event closed out. Okay, if we do open up any more seats, the event price at that point will be $29.97. Some of the bonuses will not be available because we want to be really focused on this. So my assistant's dropping a link right now. You do need to schedule right now because once this event's done, we will do a Q&A later. But trust me on this. Do not be the person. Remember, this event's only 6 months away. 2025 is coming up on us so fast. You need to be prepared for this event. You need to put in the time, the dedication, the effort, even if it's just a few hours a week to get you ready for this, to be able to answer all of your questions, to make sure, okay? I only want people who are willing to hit home runs, okay? I want you to swing that bat to hit a home run. I will get you to first base. I will get you to second base. I will get you to third base. But in your mind, when you're swinging that bat, you have to see that home run, that grand slam. Okay. And like I stated earlier, even on this event, this is a limited experience event. This is something special that we're doing. This is not something that will be repeated. Having that chance to perform on stage, having that chance to do all these things. Okay. This is something, a once in a lifetime opportunity. Okay. Once we start moving in, we start planning events out a year and a half of events. You're talking now 2026. Okay. Okay. Think how much your life has changed in 2 years. Be there now. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is today. Okay. Do not let fear or anything hold you back. And this is what's called a no risk guarantee, right? Some of you guys are looking, what's that $1 million guarantee about? People always ask me about that all the time. I work with so many entrepreneurs. They always tell me I'm crazy. Okay. We offer what's called a $1 million guarantee. It's no risk to you, which means I am going to take all the risk. You have zero risk. Which this means is you go through the training process, sign up for the event, go through the entire process, get access to all the trainings, get access to the live trainings, the coaching, come out to the event, get your photos done, go through the entire process. And on day 2, by the time lunch is served, you feel you do not got $1 million worth of value, just come and see me. Come up to Deneen, come up to the alley, just pull us on the side. We give you a full refund, no questions asked. No questions asked. And people say, like, what? Are you crazy? And I'm like, wouldn't people take advantage of you? Like, wouldn't people, like, they can get all your content, they can come out to the event, they can meet with all these people, they can get their photos done, and you're going to give them a refund just because they asked? Like, people take advantage of you left and right. I don't believe that. Whenever somebody says that to me, I do not believe that. I believe that people at their pure nature are good. That people, when you over deliver, when you give people results, people want to work with you. Our people, our talent have worked with us for years. We've been doing this for over 18 years. We work with people, Brian Tracy, Greg Reed, Mark Victor Hansen, Les Brown, the vice president of Warner Brothers, writer, producer of the X-Men. People who you see you just saw a small sample, the small, like 1% of the people we work with. And these are some incredible, incredible individuals you got to meet, people that you would never come across in your life. That's how we're able to do this. These people trust us. These people know we bring them quality talent consistently over and over again. And if for some reason there's one person on this call tonight who's like, you know what, screw Mike, I'm going to take advantage of him, that's fine. I'm taking the risk. I'm taking full responsibility. I spoke about this earlier today. Okay. That means I don't look at it as giving them a refund. I look at it as I'm paying them to be out of my life. I don't need that blood-sucking vampire in my life, nor do you. I want you guys to have the best experience, the best time. I know if we have some time today, Deneen will bring on some of our current talent. They can share their experiences with you. Ryan Colby's going to play Model Garage. We still have a full event. You guys will have access. We'll drop access to school later on today and some free gifts. We'll do Q&A. But I'm telling you guys, this is it. This is your opportunity. This is where your destiny, every moment in your life has led up to this moment right now to schedule that appointment. Because do not leave this event and wake up tomorrow with regrets. Do not say, why didn't I schedule? Why didn't I try? Do not let that little thought in your head hold you back from living the life that you want to lead. My name is Michael Fomkin, guys. Thank you so much for coming out for this weekend. I cannot wait to see you in Hollywood. And guys, let me turn this back over to the birthday girl, the wonderful Alicia K-Back, and the wonderful guys. Give it up for these girls. They have been working so hard for you all this weekend. Our speakers, our team, Jemima, everybody that's not able to be here today. Give it up for our whole team, guys, because we always over-deliver. We always want to bring you the best, and our best is to make you successful, guys. I will talk to everybody later. Bye, guys.
Yay. Thank you, Jerome, if you're watching.
He's hosting another call right now. We've got so many things going on. It's insane.
We got a lot going on.
Me too. We got a lot going on. All right. Okay. So, this is what we're going to do. Ryan Colby is so excited to come on here and talk to you guys.
The secret word is birthday.
Yeah, the secret word is birthday. Thank you.
That way I know you were on this call.
Yes. Okay. So, Ryan is really excited to come on and talk to you. And Alicia and I are going, after Ryan comes on, we're going to answer all of your questions. I see a lot of questions about payment plans, different things like that. We'll answer all of those questions after Ryan speaks, okay? Yeah, I want to be really respectful of Ryan's time. So he's going to be on in about 20 minutes. Yeah, he's wrapping up a casting right now. He was like, yeah, he's looking for people. Like literally Can you guys hear Mike in the background? Or do you want me to just keep repeating what he says? He's so excited. Ryan has a lot of things he's going to go over. So make sure your cameras are on. So right now, everyone, do me a favor. Turn on your camera. I want to see your cameras. Awesome. Unless you've reached out to me and told me you can't have your camera on for whatever reason. I totally get it. Anna, I love your hair today, by the way. I meant to tell you that earlier. It looks, it's so nice. I love it. Awesome. All right. So before we bring Ryan on, I just want to do something that is really special to me. The one thing that I've learned is that if you don't know where you're going and you can't see where you're going, then you're not going to get there. So do I have your permission to take you through a little bit of an exercise to get you prepared for Hollywood? Is that okay with you guys? Okay, awesome. So now what I want you guys to do is close your eyes. Everyone close your eyes. You too, Masharat, I see you. Everyone close your eyes. Awesome. Now what I want you to do is I want you to start by breathing in. And let it out. Breathe in. And let it out. Breathe in. Let it out. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to imagine yourself 5 years in the future. Where are you? I want you to close your eyes and I want you to sit down. I want you to truly imagine, where are you? I want you to visualize, where are you in 5 years? Where are you living? Are you living in New York? Are you living in Hollywood? Are you living in Atlanta? Where are you living right now? I want you to just imagine. And when you're visualizing this, I want you to hear the sounds. If you're in New York and you hear the traffic going on around your apartment. Or if you're in Hollywood, can you hear the traffic? I want you to look around your apartment or your house where you're living, and I want you to imagine what What does your living space look like? Can you feel the sun coming in through the window? I want you to imagine who's with you. Imagine yourself right now in your living room. Who's sitting with you right now? What does it feel like to be living in that city where you've wanted to live? Does it feel good? If it feels good, I want you to smile. If you're excited, smile. I want you to go into your kitchen. What does your kitchen look like? How about your bedroom? What does your bedroom look like? I want you to really visualize it. And I want you to visualize yourself now. You don't want to be an actor or model, you are. I want you to see that first paycheck, that pay stub in your hand. I want you to look at your bank account and see that deposit that just went in. How does that feel? This isn't a dream anymore. You just got paid for your craft. What does that feel like? What does that paycheck feel like? What does it feel like to know that you are a paid actor? You are a paid model. I want you to imagine yourself on set consistently. What does it feel like to, instead of driving up to your 9 to 5, you're driving on set. Maybe you're driving to a studio. What does that feel like? What does it feel like to know that you are moving toward your goals? How does that feel? How does it feel? I want you to imagine it, but I want to see the feeling on your face. I want you to breathe in. Can you smell what it's like right now? I want you to smell it. I want you to feel it. And what does your couch feel like on your butt? Maybe you got a paycheck that was so good that you were able to get a new car. What does that feel like? Imagine that new car feeling on your butt and breathe that in. Breathe that new car smell in. Breathe it in again. Let it go. Breathe it in one more time. Let it out. How do you feel right now? You've achieved your goal. You're paid for your craft. How awesome does that feel? Because you said yes to yourself. Because you took an opportunity. It's awesome. All right. I want you to open your eyes. Now you're back here with me. You haven't achieved those goals. That was all something you were just imagining. You never got that paycheck. You live wherever you live right now. You're still going to your 9 to 5 every day. How does that feel? How does that feel? In the comments, let me know, how do you feel? You literally just lost everything you were just imagining. How does that feel? People are speechless. You guys can't even, you can't even write down. It feels terrible. It feels horrible. You're angry. It's embarrassing. Yeah, you just lost everything. You should be embarrassed. Depressing. Anthony, I feel bad for you if you're just living in the normal. Feels like hell. It was all a dream. Feels mad, stressed, not so good. Like actually, it's tough. Devastated. Right? Okay. Back to the beginning. Yep. You just lost everything. Like waking up from a good dream to find out that you're living a bad dream. Depressed. Okay, now what I want you to do is I want you to close your eyes again. Close your eyes. And now what I want you to do is I want you to imagine yourself 20 years in the future. Years in the future. So now you're not just getting started. Now people know your name. When you walk down the street, people know who you are. How does that feel? Where are you living now? Did you move on up? Are you living in a better place? What does it feel like the people actually know your name? When you walk down the street, people are, oh my gosh, hi. Thank you. I want you to imagine where you're living. Imagine your new place where you're living. Who's with you? Is it the same people that were with you before when you were sitting on your couch? Maybe now, instead of just a significant other, maybe it's your grandkids with you or your grandpuppies. What does that feel like? I want you to close your eyes and I want you to walk through your new house. Where are you living in New York? Maybe you moved from an apartment to a penthouse. If you're in LA, maybe you moved toward the beach now. You can afford to see the ocean instead of just drive to it. What does it feel like to be living in that new place? Did you get an even nicer car now? The ones that really hug your butt, right? When you sit in them? Maybe you got yourself a nice sports car. What does that feel like? What does that feel like? I want you to imagine what it feels like. Maybe people, they know your name now, and your craft is affecting people in such a positive way. I want you to imagine this. I want you to imagine that you're so successful that people now are saying thank you for your work. I want you to imagine receiving a piece of mail from someone. And they say, thank you so much. I read your story. And it changed my life, knowing that you could do this. That if you could do this, I can do this. I want you to imagine receiving a letter from someone thanking you for that movie you were in, that show you were in. I want you to imagine that you're making such an impact on people that when people watch your work, it gives them hope to keep going. What does that feel like? Imagine getting a letter from someone saying, thank you so much. Because I turned on that movie you were in. And I was seriously thinking about taking my own life. But when I saw your story and I saw your performance, it kept me going. Thank you. What does it mean to you that because you are practicing your craft, because you've moved forward, that you're literally saving lives from your art? What does that feel like? I want you to imagine one more thing. Think of a charity that you want to support. Think of a group of people that you want to be able to support. And I want you to imagine writing out a check for $1 million to that charity. I want you to get, like, actually, with your eyes closed, write that check out. What does it feel like? When you're giving out of your abundance. I want you to think about the lives that you are literally changing because you are helping people that only you could help. What does that feel like? Let me see it on your face. What does that feel like? What does that feel like? Now what I want you to do is I want you to open your eyes. I want you to open your eyes. Now you're here again with me. You don't have any of those things that you just visualized. So let me ask you a question. How much more do you want it now than you did before we started this exercise? Let me know in the comments. Let me know how much more do you want it now than before you started this exercise. I want you guys to know something. You are no longer allowed to tell me or to tell anyone else that this is your dream. I'm taking that permission away from you. Because when do you dream? Let me know in the comments. When do you dream? Do you dream when you're awake? Or do you dream when you're asleep? Do you dream when you're awake or do you dream when you're asleep? You dream when you're asleep. And is a dream something you control, or is it something that happens when you're not in control? You're not in control of your dreams. Your life is in the palm of your hands. I want you to understand that. We're not dreamers because we're not passive. We are people who take action. Type action in the comments. Type action in the comments. You are an action taker. You are someone who is making your life happen. Do you understand that? Everything that you visualized is possible. But let me tell you something. It's only possible if you take action. How many of you are willing to take action to change lives, to achieve those goals, to get out of where you are right now? If you are ready to take action, type I will take action. I want you to understand that. Being a dreamer is cute, but you know what's better? Being an action taker. Because you know who changes the world? It's not dreamers, it's people who take action. Can you imagine if the person who invented the internet just left to be a dream? We wouldn't be sitting here right now. Can you imagine if in the comments, what's your favorite movie? Let me know what your favorite movie is. I'll take the first one. Come on now. Godfather. Okay, so imagine the person who wrote The Godfather, he just let it go in the vapor. He never wrote it. How much poorer would all of our lives be? Oh my gosh, A Wonderful Life, Mr. Doolittle, Wizard of Oz, Wreck-It Ralph, Black Panther, Scarface, Life of Pi. That was an amazing book, by the way. Imagine if the person didn't take action and put the words to paper. How much poorer would your life be? What is that movie that you watch whenever you need a little boost, right? I want you to think about that. You are not people who dream any longer. You take action. Everything you want is on the other side of you taking action. People who take massive action get massive results. Do you want okay results or do you want massive results? Let me know in the comments. You want okay or massive? Let me know in the comments right now. You want massive results. Oh, who put that? Daisy Brown, I love the capitals. You want massive results. That's my goal for you. That's Alicia's goal for you. That's why today on her birthday, she's here talking to you guys. because we want action takers. We want people who are going to take action. I have people on this call right now that I can call out. Masharad Swinson, action taker. I'm gonna embarrass you for a second, Masharad. Is that okay? Here, actually, you know what? I'm gonna bring you up with me. Hold on. At Spotlight. Hi, Masharad. How are you? It's so good to see you. I feel like I haven't seen you in so long. How are you doing?
I am doing amazing right now, just being here, just to get to see all of you again.
Well, it's amazing to see you too. Let me ask you a question. Okay. Do you remember that time that you flew to Chicago almost by accident? Can you tell everyone that story? It wasn't an accident, by the way, people. It wasn't an accident at all.
Yeah, so it was pretty much around, what was it, 2022, and on Telegram, Denise sent me a text saying, hey, we're having this networking event happening in Chicago. Do you want to come? And I took like 2 days to respond, and I said, yeah. And then I went, and then I met JJ, who was my life coach for about a year. And I learned a lot from him, having, the private Zoom meetings.
But you got to say who JJ is. He's one of the head choreographers for Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
And yeah, and he got his he was trained with or by Tony Robbins too. So
Yeah. His story was too big to play small. He actually, after he left Michael Jackson, after that whole thing, he was the head of Cirque du Soleil for the Michael Jackson's show in Vegas.
Yeah. But you said yes. And it's so funny because when he told me the story, he was like, Deneen, I didn't even mean to say yes. I just said yes. And I was like, crap, I have to go to Chicago now. But you said yes. And you went and you met someone who radically transformed your life. Through saying yes to an opportunity to go to a networking event for entrepreneurs, this wasn't even for acting. You met someone who helped you build your confidence. Now you're signed to a major agency, which everyone's going to get to see him in a couple minutes. You work with Ryan Colby. You're a part of our inner circle, right? And weren't you on track to travel to Europe this summer as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So, okay. And then one more thing too. Not too long ago, you sent me a text message. You're like, hey, Deneen, I just did an audition for how many films did you audition for that day?
Yeah, so this was around spring break, and I pretty much auditioned for 20 short films.
And how many roles did you land?
I got 4 callbacks and landed 2.
That is amazing. So 2 out of 20. That's phenomenal. Now, would you have been able to do that if you hadn't said yes to going to Chicago, start working with JJ, became a part of our inner circle? Would that have happened for you?
Probably not, no.
No.
You're forgetting the biggest thing. He walked New York Fashion Week.
Not once, but twice. Yes, he walked
What
New
was
York
that
Fashion
like?
Week.
Walking New York Fashion Week for the first time, not gonna lie, I was really nervous because
You should be nervous. It's
in my
scary
head-
shit. Yeah.
in my head, I was wondering, all right, so are we gonna rehearse it or do we just walk? And we did rehearse it. We rehearsed it twice. We only rehearsed it 2 times, and after that, you had to get ready and just like, yeah, don't fuck up, pretty much.
And then last season, like you shot with some of the biggest, you shot with some huge designers, you walked huge shows.
Yeah.
Like you're kicking ass, Masharad, because you said yes to an opportunity. On a scale, I see you, Ryan Colby. He's like, I'm on. Let me talk soon. Don't worry, Ryan. We'll be with you in just a moment. This is the Masharad's moment, Ryan Colby. Well, it's no longer Masharad.
I added him only because Ryan Colby discovered you through VIP Ignite, hence submitted you to Fashion Week, and you booked it. So welcome to the circle of life.
Yes.
Ryan's like, I'm not amused.
You can. Go ahead. Talk, Ryan Colby. Go ahead.
Hey,
Hey.
hey, Masharad, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Brandon's here. He just saw you on video. He says hi. He just went upstairs. He didn't rehearse his lines for something,
Oh.
and I'm popping Advil because I threw my back out. So
Okay, well, thank God you don't have to sashay down the runway.
hopefully I
All you have to do
survive
is sit
this
here.
call and I don't fall asleep. I just took 4 Advil.
Okay, well,
Sounds fine.
Let us keep you awake, Mr. Colby. But anyway, Masharon, thank you so much for sharing your story. I love telling your story, but hearing it come from you is so much more powerful than it coming from me.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mhm.
Awesome. All right. All right, guys. How awesome is that? And you can ask Masharad, you can ask Alicia, you can ask Ryan. When we met Masharad, like he was so quiet. I was like, can you talk? And now look at him walking New York Fashion Week.
He still is. I mean, he stays with me and when he's in the city, he's very quiet.
He is, but his
he
confidence
sticks to
level has.
himself, and he does his homework and his online homework, and he'll occasionally chime a sentence out.
But his confidence level
when
from when you
asked.
met him the first time to now has
Oh
skyrocketed.
no, the quietness doesn't bother me at all because there's two types of quiet people. There's quiet people who are quiet and they have anxiety, they're shaking, they're weird, they're not pleasant to be on set because you think something's wrong with them. And then there's quiet people who are just quiet because they either have nothing to say and they're busy in their head and they're doing their homework, and that's fine. I don't mind his quietness because I've had other boys that are quiet and I'm always looking at them like something's wrong with you, and I think you should go home and then come back when you get it together.
That's
He's not one of
probably-
those.
That's probably also because you watch a lot of serial killer shows. So
that too, but he's not that type of quiet. So
No,
I
he's
could
not.
care less if he speaks or whatever. Like, and sometimes it's refreshing. Like all the other boys just don't shut up, and he doesn't speak, so it's refreshing.
it's yin and yang, it's balance. It's all about balance. Okay. Well, Ryan Colby, we are so excited to have you here. Thank you for taking Advil and being here on the call with us. So now it's time for you to evaluate a couple of the talent here for Model Garage. I feel like I need like a theme song for Model Garage. Alicia, we have to make that happen. Model Garage. Awesome. All right.
I like the fact that you're wearing like, what are you wearing? Like a black shirt?
It's just a black t-shirt. I'm so it was painful to get the t-shirt on. I threw my back out bending over to get something out of my bag, to get lip balm out of my bag, and I pulled my back doing the simplest of activities. So
I thought maybe you were dressed a little bit like subdued so I could shine brighter on my birthday. Just putting it out there.
yeah.
He texted me to this. He was one of the first
Well,
people that texted
right
me.
after this, I'm gonna go into Q3. Well, yeah, but I pulled my back out like 2 hours ago. It just happened.
God.
So I sent Brandon just like two and a half hours ago. So
Yeah.
I sent Brandon to CVS to get Advil, like extra strength back pain Advil, and because I didn't have anything in the house, and he just got back like 5 minutes ago, and I just took them.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, so
Well, you still look gorgeous. Are you ready to play Model Garage? Yes or no?
yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna call on a couple of people, and this is how we play. Like over the years, especially since we're New York and LA based, sometimes people would go to one of our events and go, "Oh my God, I'm moving to New York." I'm like, slow down. Is that your blue ocean? Which means, is that where you really belong as far as marketability? You don't just go based on the food or the people, or you like the no humidity in LA. You go where you best fit in. So kind of like one of those like fixer up shows, you're gonna pull into Model Garage. Hi, welcome. It's gonna be Ryan and I. Hi, what are you doing here? And then you're just clearly gonna state your name, city and state where you currently reside, and your height. Is that cool? And then from there, Ryan Colby is going to assess the situation, and he's going to tell you what market you qualify for, the types of roles you could play if you're looking to get into acting, maybe what type of modeling you would qualify for, and how he would style you. I mean, he styles some of the biggest names in show business, like Ben Affleck, who's my celebrity crush. I know he's a jerk, but whatever, just go with it. But Ben, Ewan McGregor, Liam Neeson, Stanley Tucci, not to mention you've done how many covers of Vogue? A lot. So, you okay? I'm going to assess your situation. We need a full tune-up. Okay. Is he frozen or is it just me? Give me a thumbs up if he's frozen or he's sleeping. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna call on some people for Model Garage. I'm not gonna call on anybody that like says pick me. Don't do that because I just won't pick you. All right, let me see. Let me go to gallery. Let's see. Shauna Vu. Shauna, I haven't heard from you all weekend. Hello, how are you? Let me find you real quick and I'm gonna pull you up. Again, your camera must be on in order to participate. Duh, because we have to be able to see you. Hi, Shauna. How are you? Wait, where did he go?
Hello. Thank you.
You're
I'm
super
good.
cute.
Okay.
Hold
Thank
on.
you.
Let me see where Colby went. Hold on. Where did he go? I lost him. Asked to start video. Asked to unmute. Where are you based out of? Where are you?
Located in North Carolina,
Oh, what part?
Hickory, a small town.
Okay, so you know there's not a lot of work where you are. You know this.
Yeah.
Okay. And how tall are you?
I'm 4'11".
4'11". Okay.
Mhm.
And so tell me a little bit about your life. Like what is it that you do and why are you here? What are you looking to get into?
Um, I realized that I have a lot of awakening came around me where I had a hidden talent, and I'm a streamer, and a lot of people tell
Hey,
me
I'm
that.
back.
Okay, good. Good. Okay.
A lot
You're
of
a
people tell
streamer.
me that you should go for acting. You are funny, you have a good personality, and you should be a motivation speaker. So I was like, okay, I'll try
Okay.
something now. Look into stuff like this, and that's why I jumped
So when
in.
you say you're a streamer, I'm thinking
Yes.
like, oh, she's a screamer, right? Because we talk about horror movies a lot. So you're a
Mhm.
streamer. So are you able to cover all of your expenses based on like
No,
self-promotion?
right
What?
now I've been sitting around listening, learning only right now. I'm not in
Okay.
the process to afford anything right now. I'm a single mother of 4.
Okay. So even if given a chance to go and earn $100,000 a day in a booking, you couldn't technically leave at this time.
Not with the income that I'm making right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Ryan, she lives in a small town. She's 4'11". She lives in
Okay.
Hickory, North Carolina. So
Okay.
what would be your best advice for her?
Well, she would be good for commercial print only.
Okay.
So lifestyle commercial print. I would have her shot very classically, simply, jeans, t-shirts, jeans and sweaters, jeans and a blouse, um, simple dresses, skirts, with a blouse. I wouldn't do anything too power suiting. I wouldn't do any of that. I would keep everything very, very Old Navy, American Eagle, Express, that kind of demographic.
Okay.
And that's what I would promote you as.
Okay.
Lifestyle, pharmaceuticals, insurance, cars, banks, that kind of job.
Okay. That's nice.
Okay.
And being
Thank
that
you.
she's in a smaller market, if given a chance to go to New York, you're gonna have to be able to figure it out. So maybe when the kids
I
are a little
mean,
bit more grown, or you could work out the whole streaming thing, or whatever it is that you're doing.
Slowly work my
Because
way up.
yeah,
Yes.
because financially, if you got a chance to even go to Miami or Atlanta, you're gonna have to get there. Like no one's gonna send a town car to pick you up and drive you there.
My daughter can help me. I
So
have a 21-year-old. I say, hey, help me. Come on.
yeah,
Let's see.
but you're really cute and we'd love to help you out.
Thank you.
Obviously, qualify in
Thank
this
you very
industry.
much.
Just here's what you need to know about the location that you're in. And I
Mhm.
say this coming from love.
Mhm.
Don't ever tell anybody that financially you're struggling, you've got 4 kids, because the people that you're going to attract, especially if you're
Yes.
going on websites, oh, well, can you help me financially? No. You'll find people that will post like free photos.
Yes.
It's not worth it. It's extremely dangerous. No one works for free in this business. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Don't show up to like basements, hotel rooms, parking garages, forests,
Yeah.
things like that. We've heard stories about, oh, well, they want to meet me in the woods because they want to capture the lighting at like 11 o'clock at night. And I'm like, what? Right. We've heard stories like that. They want to meet me in a hotel room. They can't afford a
Nobody knows
studio.
I'm doing this. Only me.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. All right.
yes.
Well, just stay
Thank
safe,
you.
and when you're really ready to just come back. But it was, did you learn
Oh
a lot
yes, I'm
this weekend?
coming, listening, learning, and that's what I'm doing,
Good.
slowly picking up. And thank you.
Good, perfect. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Let's see. Who are we gonna call? I'm just going through. I'm going through. Rachel Donoso. I hope I said your name right. You can't kill me because it's my birthday. Okay. Asked to unmute.
Hi, yes, you said it right.
Okay.
My name is Rachel Donoso. I'm from Los Angeles, California, and I'm 5 foot.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 24.
24. Okay, and how long is your hair?
It's like about like to my chest. Like about like
Okay,
the
and
middle.
you're 5 feet. Okay. You're 5 feet. You definitely would need some imagery. You look, you have a stronger face, so I would definitely push you for commercial print and lifestyle. A young executive, I would kind of go that route. I would probably trim your hair. It's a little long for your height. So just a little bit of a trim to make it a little shorter. Thin it out as well. It looks very heavy and long. So I would thin it out, have it trimmed a bit, maybe an inch. And I would promote you as like a young executive, a young lawyer, a young doctor, graduate school, that kind of look. Suitings, but not too expensive of suitings, more lifestyle, realistic suitings, jeans, t-shirts, jeans and blouses. I would go that route and keep it more work-based, more rising executive based. That's what I would do.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay. And where do you
as
live
far
again?
as what location?
Where do you live again?
I live in Los
Oh, LA,
Angeles.
you
I live in
said.
the Valley area.
You have
I'm
more of a New York face. So I'm not saying you can't get a gig in LA. You just need heavy, heavy imagery to get gigs in LA. Like you would need several shoots and different, hairstyles, different clothes, different photographers. You would need heavy imagery in order to work in LA. You have more of a New York feel, but since you're already in LA, you might as well give it a try. It's not going to hurt you, but you would need heavy imagery in order to do so.
all right. I mean, I was just born here, so it's like might as well just.
Yeah,
And when you say
no.
heavy imagery, like
if you're
plethora of
already
photos?
if you're already born here, then that's a great thing because you're here. I'm not saying there's no work for you in Los Angeles. I just see looking at you that there would be more in New York. But since you're here, if you have heavy imagery, you could give it a try. And if it didn't work, then obviously you have an option of New York.
And by heavy imagery, could you expand on that? Like
Meaning you can't just do one photo shoot and think that you're a model. You need a variety of photographs in order for an agency to be convinced that you can do commercial print in Los Angeles. Meaning you'd have to shoot several times.
All right. Thank you
Like
so
you'd
much.
have to shoot at least 4 times.
At least 4 times.
With different photographers in different scenarios. So therefore, once those images come in, then you can go see agencies and you'd have something to work with and they'd have a reason to believe that you could do this.
All right.
Okay.
And as far as like roles on TV, what would you submit her as?
What I said, young executive, a young recent college grad. Yeah, stuff like that, like interns, young executive, someone's friend, a good friend to the lead. You don't have any training to be the lead, so you would have to go for co-star stuff and small roles, stuff like that. And maybe some blue collar stuff, office worker, waitress, stuff like that as well. I would also keep you in mind for those things.
Right.
Okay, perfect. Does that help you? at all? What have you done so far? Anything since you're in LA?
I've only really done background work. I've done some like theater with like school, but I'm just really just background work. I haven't like done. I have my SAG card now thanks to a situation with COVID, but I don't really have any like real
Oh,
work that I could
you
put on a
physically have
resume.
a SAG card?
I physically have a SAG card. I could like actually
Oh, that's
that's a
actually a
problem.
small problem
Yeah.
Yeah.
because you don't
Well,
have the
yeah, go
reel
ahead.
and the work to back it up. So then you really got to work because now you can't do non-union student films. You can't do non-union commercials. You can't do a non-union movie, which would be good for your reel. Even if it was low pay, it's still, if it's a good director, it's great for you to do. So, I mean, it's not the end of the world. People make the mistake and get their SAG card too early all the time, but then you just kind of have to work doubly hard to rectify that in order to get back on track.
Yeah, there's
But could I do my own?
180,000 SAG members. So in your demographic, you would be going up against, let's say, a Mila Kunis, your age, your height, your hair color. So you, just for anybody listening, you don't ever just join SAG because you're eligible. You join SAG when you're ready. So the problem with you joining SAG too early is if you don't do something about it, you're going to be a bench warmer. Because now, like he said, you can't do the indie films, you can't do the student films where you'll actually get the speaking roles in order to build your reel to be an asset for an agent. Does that make sense?
Right. But could I do the mini budget films like on my own on like if I had like my YouTube channel, like do like mini budget films?
If you wrote and directed them, or if you wrote and someone directed them for you, yeah, of course you can. Yeah, you can do that
Okay.
all day long, but they better be good because you got to use them for your reel. And the reel is your audition before you actually audition. So it can't be crap. It can't be low rent looking. It can't be weird looking. It's got to be look of high quality. So a casting director says, "Oh, bring her in." And if you are SAG, then maybe that would be attractive to them. It's not the worst thing in the world. Was it the smartest move? No,
No,
but
it
you
was
can
not.
fix it if you can fix it. And meaning if you did something on your own for YouTube, okay, great, yeah, of course you can, but it better be good. So when people see it, they can bring you in for SAG roles. Like say there's a 10-line role in a new action movie or a new Marvel movie or a new drama. You're eligible for it. You're in SAG. You can audition. But the problem is you don't have anything to get in that room. They're not just going to call you in because you have a nice photo. They need to see you speaking and moving. And if it's good enough on your YouTube channel, then maybe they will. It does happen, but it better be good. That's what I'm saying.
If I had worked before I had my
Okay.
SAG card, like if it's kind of like old. I have like some old work, but it was
How
before I
old
had
is
my SAG card.
old?
Can I use that or no? No, nothing old.
How old is old?
Like before COVID. Like
It just depends on what you
2018.
look like in the footage. I'd have to see it. A lot of this is physical, meaning like if you did a lot of stuff years ago and you look the same, okay, great, that's fine. But if you look like a child and you're growing into your 20s and you literally look like you're a kid, then no, it's useless.
Okay. Thank you so
Okay.
much for your
It
time.
just depends. Okay.
All right. Thank you so
Okay,
much
you're
for your
welcome.
time.
I mean, you're in the perfect location, but now it's just that you don't want to be the stereotype where everybody joins SAG and then 95% of them are bench warmers because they can't book work.
Yeah,
Makes
that was
sense?
a big mistake. I didn't
It's
I didn't have
okay.
great
It's
guidance.
okay. We can still correct the problem. You're here, so we
Yeah,
can
it's
correct the
okay. I
problem.
mean, it's definitely, yeah, I mean, it could be fixed.
Yeah, we
It's
got
not
it.
it's
It's
not
happened before.
it
There's ways
happens
to
all
get
the
around
time.
it. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, good. Let's see. Hold on one second. Remove spotlight. Let's see.
Starting back, I'm in pain. Jesus.
Sorry, Ursula Griffin. Well, you're a pain in my ass. Does that matter? Hi. Love-hate relationship. Go ahead.
I'm from Selma, Alabama. I'm 5'3".
You're 5'3", and how old are you?
I'm 53.
Okay. You have a pleasant demeanor, but the first thing, you have to get rid of that wig.
Okay.
It must go. I would have you take it off now if I could. It needs to go. You need a brown or a honey blonde situation would be acceptable.
Okay.
When you're 53, you have to look that age. You have to look expensive. You have to look like you have money. Even even if you have $1 in your bank account, you got to fake it till you make it. You got to look
Okay.
expensive to convince casting firms to see you. You have to look like something. You can do blue collar and white collar stuff, but you got to look like that visually in a photograph or reel. So the first thing would, I'm sure you have more wigs. Normally, women have more than one. I'm sure you have more than one. So you need to break out those others that are more natural colored, that complement your skin. A reddish brown, a honey blonde, all those colors would be fine for your skin. You have nice coffee color skin, so all those colors would be fine. The length is fine, but it needs to be believable. Then when you're shooting, you need to be wearing suits. Even this little getup you have on is fine. It's like a nice, monochromatic look. That's fine. That works. Pantsuits, stuff like that would be good for you. But you just got to look your age. You don't need to look older than 53. You can even look younger, like in your 40s, but you got to look your age. You got to look like a businesswoman. You got to look like a mom. You have to look like a head of a department. You have to look like those things in order to get those auditions and get those shoots.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
what coast does she belong in? New York,
Alabama
LA,
is near
Atlanta?
Alabama is near Atlanta. I would definitely give that a try. For middle-aged Black women and men, it's a very good market. Atlanta has a lot of lifestyle jobs for the banks and Coca-Cola. A lot of, Atlanta's become kind of like another country for Blacks where the ads are shot specifically for them. If you see the Coca-Cola ads, Bank of America, Lexus, Tesla, they will shoot specifically to draw the Black audience in, and they'll shoot those in Atlanta. So they need everything from children to middle-aged to elderly. They'll shoot everything to lure the Blacks in. Cruise lines, food companies, drink companies, all of that. So Atlanta's become a hub for Black lifestyle and commercial print because all those companies will go there, shoot, and pump out those ads. So for someone like you at 53, and you have no experience, that could be a good starting point, because to shoot an ad for Bank of America, to stand there and smile holding, your granddaughter's hand, you don't need that much experience. You just need okay photos to get in the door.
Okay.
So they pick a lot of people. They pick real people, and they're doing that on purpose because they don't want to alienate the customer. So they don't want like experienced supermodels in those ads. They want real people who just happen to be models, part-time or even full-time.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate
So
it.
my question for you is, did you learn a lot this weekend on the call?
Yes, I learned a lot of, when I came on here, I didn't feel like I was a part of it, but now it's like I could do this. I can really do it.
Were you on yesterday or just today?
No, I've been on since it started.
Beginning. Okay. So have you ever tried to get into this industry before? Like, have you joined websites or paid for pictures or anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So imagine not coming here. Where the hell would you even start? This is why people unfortunately get taken advantage of, because they're joining every website under the sun. They're paying for pictures. They don't know. They don't have the former art director of Vogue, like, literally telling you what you need to do. So how
Okay.
great is it to have a community like this of real people that actually care, that want to see you succeed, right?
Yes, it's
Did you
amazing.
Did you schedule your appointment yet?
No, ma'am, I don't think so.
Okay, so make sure you schedule. Jemima, can you post the link? Make sure you schedule if this is something you're serious about.
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I saw somebody I want to call. Jaquil.
How you doing? It's actually pronounced Jaquil.
Oh, hello. Okay, go ahead.
So my name is Jaquil Taylor. I also go by JT. I'm 29. I'm from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Currently living in Somerville, and I'm going for mainly modeling. And
You live where in Massachusetts? Is that anywhere near Boston?
Cambridge is like 15 minutes from Boston.
Oh, Cambridge. Is that what you said? Okay, I didn't hear you. Okay. You're how old and how tall?
Oh, I'm 29. I'm 6'10".
6'10"?
Yes.
That just oh, okay. That's very tall.
Did you play basketball?
I actually played. I played at Purdue University, Hofstra. I played overseas in Denmark, Turkey, Syracuse, which is why
cool.
I got this right here, Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Then I played in Arkansas and Mexico.
Cool.
Okay, so you have an extensive basketball background. Okay, so
yes.
So what I would do with you, because you're what is called a niche talent, meaning there aren't very many people who are over 6'4" in this career, male wise. 6'4", 6'5" is kind of like Alexander Skarsgård and Liam Neeson, and these people are 6'4", 6'5". That's kind of it. But when you have a niche, when you have a niche talent like you who specifically does one thing, which is obviously the basketball, you could be marketed as that for specific roles that come in for television and film, and you'd kind of be the go-to guy for that if they needed that done. Now you can also transition that to other things, a cop or some sort of what's the word? Kind of a villain, because it's so unusual, especially if you walked into a room and especially if they lit you a certain way, you'd be scary. You know what I mean? So at that height, they can exaggerate it on film. What I would do is also kind of get rid of the glasses and make you look a little younger. To make you look a little younger, the glasses kind of age you into your 30s, and you don't want that. You want to look as young as you possibly can. That goes for everybody. And I would probably trim the facial hair a bit so it wasn't so heavy and black, and make your face open up a little bit more, so you just looked 25 and not 35. And I would, when you have a niche talent, sometimes you have to put on their card, you don't really put their height or stats, because that could color someone's opinion. So therefore, I would kind of just put by special arrangement or something like that, because that will keep someone interested. And then you privately tell them how tall you are or whatever. And you already sell yourself before I tell them the height, so they aren't as shocked and they'll still see you in person. Do you know what I mean? But sometimes if a client will look on a website and see someone's height or sizes that I feel is more niche and not really going to work for the industry, you kind of already have colored their opinion, and then they won't see you. You have to sell the person, get them to like you, and then they may not even hear how tall you are. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how I would work with you, because you're just a little too tall for the industry. But there are things you can do, but it has to be done in a cloak and dagger DL way. In order to and get you in the door.
Because Phil Sullivan's what, 6'5"? So on his comp card, it
No,
seems to be
he's
like
like
6'3".
6'3" and a half. He's
Okay.
like 6'3" and a half. He's not unusual. I mean, he's a little unusually tall, but he's not 6'5". He's like 6'3" and a half. Him and James Devine are the same height, and they're like 6'3", 6'3" and a half.
Okay. I remember I had a gentleman, Chris Copeland, who played for the Knicks, who I met, and we had
Yeah,
some.
but he was tall too, but he wasn't 6'10".
Yeah, I don't even know how tall he was.
I
Yeah.
think he was 6'6", 6'7". He wasn't 6. He wasn't.
Well, you fit
6'7".
into something some way or another.
But you know, for sneakers, basketball, I mean, Chris was different because I was working with him for one season until his annoying ass girlfriend ruined everything. But he was good because he was currently playing for a team.
Yeah.
So it was easy to get him appointments because he literally was on TV every day, you know, because of the games. So it's easy to get him appointments. And he had a little bit of modeling experience from before he even became a basketball player, a professional basketball player. And he wasn't super tall. He was like 6'6", 6'7". He wasn't 6'10". So he did a sneaker endorsement, and he did something for like a shake, that you squeeze into your mouth, or some sort of protein shake thing. He did that, but he really wasn't kind of into it. So he was a hard sell because he really didn't care. He just wanted to play basketball.
Yeah.
You got to care in order for me to get you appointments. I can't make you care, you know?
Yeah. I don't even know if he's playing ball. He just sent me a friend request. So, okay, perfect. Did you learn anything? I hope.
Yeah, I'll say I learned a good amount for sure.
Okay, good. Perfect. Did you
very
schedule an
confident.
appointment with us?
Did I? I don't believe I did. That's the link, right? Scheduling an
Yeah.
appointment.
Yeah.
I did not schedule one just yet.
Okay.
It can
Okay.
change.
So if you're trying to go to LA, there's only 50 spots available. You can see there's over 100 people on the call. Make sure if you have not scheduled. Now, just so you
Okay.
know, if you scheduled for Monday or Tuesday, great. If you scheduled for Wednesday, there's a good chance that we may or may not have seats available by the time you scheduled. Capiche?
Okay. Makes
Okay,
sense.
perfect. Okay, so see if there's anything open for Tuesday.
All right.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Let's see here. I'm just going, hold on. I'm gonna find Paula. Where are you? At Spotlight, there you are. Ask to unmute. Okay. Hi, Paula.
Hi.
Long time no see. How are you?
Very good. How are you? Happy birthday.
Good. Oh, thank you. Paula was one of our talent years ago, and now she's back.
Yeah.
Yeah. And where are
Okay.
you living now? You're not in the US right now, right? Where are
I
you?
am. I just came back last week.
Oh, last week. Okay, perfect. So talk a little bit about yourself and where you currently are, your height, all that good stuff.
Okay, yes, I started with you guys before the pandemic, but unfortunately I was very misled with my partner. But anyway, I went out of that, and the first thing I did is go back to VIP Ignite and do it this time. I am 30 years old. I still have my mother agency from here for San Jose since 2019. I done nothing, just portfolios updates for photographers. Some of them are paid. I did some work with 100% Pure, that it's a brand for skin products, and I was a launch model for a foundation and the nail polish. That's about it. I am 30 years old. My height is 5'3". My weight is 120. My waist is 25, boost 34, hips 38, and dress size 5. I like modeling and acting, of course.
And how many
Okay.
languages do you speak?
I'm sorry.
How many languages do you speak?
Spanish, English, still learning French, a little more advanced French, and sign language. And I can understand Italian and have a very basic conversation when I start, well, other things out of modeling, whatever.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Ryan.
Okay, great. Well, yeah, I mean, you have a great look. You have a really good commercial look. I could see you on television every day. You have a little bit of a more, you have a, with some grooming, you have a very Sofia Vergara kind of feel to your face, and you have nice hair. Your
I
measurements are
think Mark
good.
Cherry would like her. Like Eva
Your
Longoria,
measurements.
PBS Maids.
Yeah, maybe they are rebooting Desperate Housewives.
I
He's writing
know.
it right now. You have that kind of, yeah, like Eva Longoria, Sofia Vergara look to your face, and you have nice hair, you have nice measurements, you have good skin. So I think that at 30, you're at an okay age to really push hard. And don't take offense to this, but this is the year you gotta kind of shit or get off the pot, because once you start creeping into 31, 32, 33, your kind of look, if you looked another way, I wouldn't say this to you. I'd be like, that's fine. You can start modeling at 55 if you want. But for a face and your kind of demeanor, you kind of have to do it now. So you need to, what's the word? You need to make the appointment. You need to, do whatever you got to do. But I think you are a good candidate to work quickly because you have a little bit of experience. You probably have some okay photos, but you obviously are going to need more. And you're going to need some training, and you're going to need a reel, and you're going to need a lot of things in order to get you on the path to actually start getting some jobs. Now, Santa Fe, New Mexico isn't a hub. It isn't, nothing is going on there. So you'd obviously have to trek into LA on a regular basis, but luckily you're not insanely far away, and you'd have.
I live in San Jose, California.
Oh, San Jose. I thought you said Santa Fe. I'm sorry. So San Jose. Okay, well that's a little bit better. It's still not LA, but at least you can get there quickly. At least you can get there quickly. But yeah, you have a great look, and I would just encourage you to like really push hard. I mean, you said that you had a little bit of a complication before COVID, and you were younger then, obviously. So you wasted that time a little bit, but now that you are stronger, you need to do it now. Like, you don't have a day to wait,
Yes, I already
like
started.
literally.
Yeah, I already started with you guys.
Huh?
I started already with you guys. I signed up with you guys 2 weeks ago. I still have to touch bases
Okay,
with,
great.
because I will probably go to Vegas or Atlanta.
Okay, great. Or both, because you really, really need photos and you really need some training. And yeah, I think you're a good candidate to work. 5'3" is a good height for television for females. But like I said, you have that Sofia Ava look, and that, they did it. So why can't you?
You guys.
And Ava went to a modeling convention. She's 5'1", and she went to IMTA, got signed by an acting agency because they kind of told her, "You're tripping. You're not a model. You have a model face, but you're too short. We'll take you for acting." And she did soaps, she did commercials for 4, 5, 6 years, and then here comes, Desperate Housewives, and made her into a star. So, and she's a little bit shorter than you. So it worked for her. It worked for Sofia. Like, you have that look. It can work for you too. You just gotta, you just can't sit around and wait for it to happen.
Well, you guys, I'm with the best now, so you guys are gonna help me. And everything.
That's true.
Okay.
That's true. In my opinion, even though I love Atlanta, I would say strike while the iron's hot, go to Vegas, because we're going to have some big people in Vegas. And guys, Vegas isn't open to everybody. There are no spots for Vegas, but
And Vegas is closer to San Jose.
Yeah.
And you're definitely more of an LA girl, so that's where your career will be. So going to Vegas isn't a huge leap.
Put the photos
You
and
can
get them
drive there
now.
in 5
Let's start
hours.
doing it. You got all summer to work.
Want to
Yeah.
do like course as soon as I can, and I don't mind traveling anywhere, LA, Vegas, or if I have to move to LA, I'll move to LA. My family lives in New York, so I can, if I get work there, I'm perfectly fine going there too.
Okay, so what I want you to
Okay.
do before we forget is schedule or just email Deneen so that way we can schedule a time to talk to you.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. It's nice to see you again. I saw your name on our schedule 2 weeks ago. I was like, oh my God, is she back? So that's so cool.
Thank you.
COVID. Yeah, things happened during COVID. I had a baby. Things get crazy. All right, well, I'm glad to see you again. All right. Let's see. We have time to call on one more.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Gallery. Let's see. Hi, John Connolly. I'm looking. Hi, Sarah Wynn. Hi, Christina Witherspoon. I'm gonna
Oh my
call
God.
Angelic. She's wearing
You're
bright
totally
yellow.
Thank
She's been on all weekend. Hello. How are you? Oh, she's on mute. Hold on. Okay. Wait, you're back. Are you back?
I don't see her.
You should
Have
be.
her speak so we can hear her.
I have to get her to unmute.
No.
Here, I'm asking her to unmute. Let's see. There. Nope. Oh, there she is. Okay, go. Don't touch anything. Go.
Mm, she
Introduce
must have.
yourself.
Yeah.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Yes. Start talking, please.
My name is Andy I'm 65 years old. I'm from Peabody, Massachusetts. 5'3". Do you want all my measurements?
No, that's fine. You're 65 and you're 5'3" and you live in Massachusetts. Oh, that's good enough. Okay, so you have a nice, pleasant look as well. You have nice skin. You're wearing a little too much makeup for an appointment. It's fine for your life, but if I was to send you out, it's a little bit too much, and it's not the right colors for your skin. So I would have you shot correctly so you knew what colors to put on. I like your hair. I would just freshen it up a bit and make it nice and shiny. But the color's great. I wouldn't change it. I would keep it. And you have good smile. You look pleasant. I would definitely market you as a friend, the neighbor, the friendly grandma, the friendly teacher, the friendly, coworker. I would go that route and with you because you seem like that would be in your wheelhouse. If I met you and saw you, maybe we could go the more what's the word? Kick-ass, boss type, like, owning a company, being that bitch and like running things and storming through the hallways, firing people.
That's my favorite role to play.
I could see you doing that too, physically, like your face and hair and that look and could take it, but you'd have to bring it personality wise, and I'd have to see that in order to believe it. But otherwise, you have a good look and you can definitely work. You have a very pleasant way about you just from hearing you speak for 25 seconds. And I think you can work. You just need a little bit of, fine tuning, tweaking.
And as far as which coast, is she New York, LA?
I didn't hear that. I would stay in New York. You have a New York face. I could see you on Law and Order as like, a grandmother, or I could see you as a teacher or a professor. I could see you doing some small New York things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see you doing stuff like that. So I would stay on the East Coast, New York.
I can't tell if she's
Very
frozen.
much appreciated.
Okay, good. Perfect.
Okay. Okay, you're welcome.
Right. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. So, what are some of the most common mistakes models make when they're trying to get into this business?
Doing weird things without consultation, weird fashion shows, weird products on Instagram and Facebook, shooting with weird people who have no talent. And you can't blame them because 90% of the people doing these things don't know they're doing it. So I kind of give people a little bit of a benefit of the doubt, because if you're sitting in these small towns in North Carolina and Kentucky and Missouri and this, and some photographer's like, oh, I'll shoot you. You're so excited, you're going to do it. And you think, oh my God, I'm on my way. Oh my God, I'm about to hit big. So I can't really blame them because,
They don't know. Yeah.
they don't know.
It's like Sbarro pizza at the food court.
But once you know and you continue doing it, then yes, I have no sympathy for you because you were told and then you just continued. A lot of people get stubborn and they think their way is best and they're going to do it alone so they could say they did it alone. And it's dumb because you can't do this alone. There are very few careers you can do alone. So why would this be one of them? So therefore, I don't have any sympathy for those types of people. But that's the biggest mistake that people make, is just doing stupid, weird things.
Getting the wrong types of photos.
Doing the wrong things. This is a location-based industry, so I never understood, like, if I wanted to be a teacher or a firefighter or whatever, yeah, if I lived in somewhere in Missouri, I would just, go to the local school or whatever.
Yeah.
But this is a location-based industry. So if you want to model and act, you've got to go to that city and try it out. You don't have to move there, but you got to go and shoot. You got to go and try it out to New York or LA. I don't get why you're sitting in the middle of some town in Missouri I've never heard of doing photo shoots. Like, what are you doing? Like,
I think sometimes
it's not the market.
enough.
It's not the market for that.
But I think sometimes it's enough, like, just for ego, to show friends and family like you're living the dream, and people like taunt it.
Yeah,
you know
that's
what I mean?
true.
Like,
That's true. And
they
if that's
want
what
the
you're doing,
good,
and you
good
just want
job,
if you just
like
want
you're
cute
doing
photos,
it. Yeah.
if you just want graduation photos or cute photos, okay, fine, that's fine. But if you want to try and be a model and use that word, then you're doing it wrong.
And also joining websites. Like we spoke about this earlier today about, and we've had this before, where, oh, I'm going to walk Paris Fashion Week. No, you're not. Like, that's, no, you're not. And it's not meant for everybody. High fashion is such a small, minute portion of what this industry actually is. You don't ever pay to be in Fashion Week. You don't ever sell tickets to be, for people to attend. Your grandma, your mom, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your priest, your pimp, they can't go to Fashion Week. There are no tickets for sale, nor do you buy into Fashion Week. And Ryan, when you're spending people for New York Fashion Week, one, you're an agent, you get those breakdowns, but two, how long would they have to be in the city for? You don't just go up to the city for one day for the show.
No, it's a 3-week situation. You've got to go for about 8 to 10 days of appointments. You got to go for about 8 to 10 days of the shows, and yeah, so it's like
you want to live that grandiose life where you
minimum
get the toast of New
20
York.
days.
You gotta
Minimum
be in
20
New York.
days.
Yeah. And they're not just going to do a direct booking. Like, you have to go in for fittings and stuff like that. So
No, yeah, there's no
yeah,
such thing.
and that's your responsibility, talent. It's your responsibility.
Even the top girls and guys very rarely get a direct booking unless it's the same designer they worked for 6 months earlier. That does happen. But if you're working for a designer you've never been with, and even if you're a top guy, I had 2 guys do Cucinelli in Milan just a week ago, and they had to go to 2 fittings for that. And one of them had done Cucinelli the season before, and they still made him come in because they changed their silhouettes. They were no longer doing tailored suits. Now they're doing floppy suits like Miami Vice. So therefore they needed to do another fitting. So you cannot do direct bookings unless you're a mega star, like Christy Turlington, Naomi Campbell, and if you're not Naomi or Christy, then you're not getting a direct booking, period.
And you can't submit yourself for those bookings. So for anybody watching that wants to have fun with the brand ambassadorship and the influencer stuff you're finding online, real brands and influencers, they don't ask you for money to promote their brand. You're a consumer. So kind of like if I went to, Abercrombie and Fitch, I don't think I'm a model because I bought a t-shirt. Does that make sense? You purchase them.
No, that's another mistake. That thing actually is becoming less and less. I think people are learning. I've noticed that I'm hearing about that less and less. I'm hearing about that scenario less and less. So people are learning that it's a weird scam and it doesn't work. So therefore, that whole like, oh, I'm modeling for Abercrombie or Neutrogena or Victoria's Secret, like it's kind of dying. People are seeing that it's ridiculous. So.
And also when you do crappy photo shoots or you do like crappy, like not real Fashion Week events, or you even try to promote a brand because you're so eager on social media, when you actually have a real agent like Colby to submit you for a major brand, it's now in conflict. And they may not want to be associated with Omaha Fashion Week or, Kansas City or, some influencer thing you purchased on Facebook to try to impress your friends and family. So the bottom line here is don't impersonate B. You want to be a model? Well, then you gotta cover your own expenses. You got to get in front of the right people. You don't have to move to LA or to New York, but how great is it that you have a company like VIP Ignite where you could go out there for a couple days, do everything you need to do, meet the top people, get the photos done appropriately, and then go back home. So you're planting the seeds in LA and then harvest, right? Does that make sense? Well, thank you, Colby. When are you coming back to the East Coast? Oh, you're not. You're going to Vegas with us, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, we look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks. It's always a pleasure. And I hope your back feels better.
Happy birthday
Thank
again.
you.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you
It's
later.
starting to feel a little better, but I'm going to go in the jacuzzi and hopefully it'll work.
Okay. To Ryan, so quick, if I might pick on a website and it says I've been invited to apply for a casting, fake. The only way you not been on a call for 16 hours. The only way to get legit castings, an agent or a manager would get the casting and then they submit out who qualifies for. Okay. They're all saying feel better. Okay.
I'll be fine. I'm a
Okay.
trooper.
You are a trooper. All right, tell everybody there we said hello, and we'll see you in a few
Okay.
weeks in Vegas, because we're looking for you to get your groove back so you could do karaoke with us. Tanya's down.
Okay, good.
There will be vodka involved. Okay, goodbye.
Okay, see you.
Thanks for coming.
Okay, bye.
Thanks for leaving. Bye. What a ray of sunshine, right? All right, guys, did we learn a lot this weekend? Yeah. I warned you, we're very blunt, we're very transparent, but if you're trying to get into this industry, it's not meant for everybody. You need to have not only a roadmap, but a co-pilot that knows what the hell they're doing, right? All right, so I'm going to go over LA one more time for anybody on here that wants to come to LA with us. For everybody that is already scheduled, great. For anybody who needs me to go over this again, I'm going to do it as well. So I'm going to share my screen. We got a lot to go over. Oh, I love you too. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Yes or no? Give me a thumbs up if you can. Hi, Stacey Roundtree. Okay, so Hollywood. I'll tell you, and I mentioned this earlier today, when I was 6 years old, I knew I wanted to make movies when I grew up. And when I was 17 years old, about to graduate from high school, I sat down with my very conservative parents. My dad went to West Point. He was a corporate lawyer. And my mom, who you guys met yesterday, I was like, Mom, Dad, I want to go to film school. My dad's like, oh, what is wrong with you? Like, no, like that, no, like you become a doctor or a lawyer. Like that's like your choice, right? And so I had to find my own path. When I started applying to film schools, they were 70 grand a year. I don't have that kind of money. Like everybody's a big shot until they're like, oh shit, 70 grand a year. How the hell am I going to be able to pay for that? So I ended up going to a state school. I grew up in South Florida. I went to UCF here in Orlando. But I chose to go to UCF because I felt like it was in close proximity to Disney and Universal. True story. And I mentioned this even in Finding Fame, like first year of college, my mom got breast cancer and it sucked. Like I didn't know what to do. And my choices were to go home and move back home or to stay in college, but have to pay all my own bills. And I was like, screw this. I've tasted freedom. I'm never going back. That's what I did. I worked full-time as a waitress, 18 credits a semester, but I worked full-time. I did not spend my money on stupid shit. I literally put all my money in the bank. And by the time I was 19 years old, I bought my first home. I literally started with nothing. I bought my first home because I couldn't understand why people would invest in rent and at the end of the year be left with nothing. So I learned about entrepreneurship when I was 19. I was able to save up, I think like 5% or 10%, put down money for my first home, and I charged my friends rent. I purposely charged them the same amount as it was to live on campus. They did not know that 2 people in my 4-bedroom house covered not only my mortgage, but all my bills. How smart is that? Scale 1 to 10, how smart is that? That's pretty smart. So when people are trying to get into show business, like, it is a business first and foremost. You want to book these big jobs, well, then you have to, as my mom says, put on your big girl pants and let's do it. Like, you have to become what an agent wants. You have to become what a manager wants. Your desires don't matter. This is chew you up and spit you out territory. Like, your feelings, your passions, even your why, it means jack shit unless you get a chance to shine. And I find that so many people like waste so much time and money on fake websites, fake classes, these fake model searches. Like, it's kind of like espresso. It's going to give you a short-term high, but it's not going to help you, right? Does that make sense? Let me see. I'm going to move this over. So let's do it. So Hollywood, again, is, I love Hollywood more than anything. There's my little boy in the top left-hand corner with Mara. Mara manages people from Star Wars, This Is Us, All American, Outer Banks. She's a talent manager, and she and Tanya work very closely. Actually, right there in the middle, you see me with Mara and Tanya right behind me. It's like the Trinity, you know, you see Ada, you see Kelly Walker, you see Dashri, you see Christine, you see Whitty, you see Marcia back there, you see Desiree Thompson, you see Angel. Like, we love our talent and it shows. We're very much a family-oriented company. You can see Deneen, we're very excited when we get to eat good food. But even Dunia, like the girl holding up the pictures, like, she's unbelievable. And when you get a chance to not only get pictures, but use your personality, how many of you guys know that like your personality could make or break your entire career in this industry? And that's why I get so pissed when people join these like fake ass websites. Those are not real castings. They're never going to book based on a picture. I mean, you know, while I was doing this, I was checking my emails and getting text messages. How many of you guys, and this is going to be really grim, and I'm sorry if this bums anybody out, but how many of you see like the world isn't always such an amazing place, right? Like, people are a little bit effed up. You go to like, I went to Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland. You know, we had some psycho that shut up the freshman building. That's sad. Or like, you hear about like Arkansas, like shopping malls, right? Or grocery stores. You really have to protect yourself. And in this industry, this is the reason why we offer these free calls. I can't even tell you how many scary situations people have been in. And actually, I want to play a game with you guys very quickly. Do you want to play a game with me? It should be a drinking game, but it's not. But I want to play a game with you really quick. It's called Scam or No Scam. And this is how we play. Back in the day when Mike and I had a radio show with CBS, we had Howard Stern's old studio, and we'd have so many people calling in. And, you know, one day I had like Roberta Flack on, you know, one day I had like one of the head people from the Grammys. I had the head of casting for all of Warner Brothers. I got a chance to meet all these amazing people through CBS, and I'm forever grateful. But sometimes when people have a chance to meet somebody that can snap their fingers and change their life, sometimes the stuff that comes out of their mouth, it's like, oh, were you not paying attention? Right? Like nails on a chalkboard. So imagine this. Like, we created this game, Scam or No Scam, getting a chance to talk to the head of casting for all of Warner Brothers. He's a really good friend of mine. And imagine constantly going over all these scams. He's never heard of these companies. He doesn't want anything to do with these companies, right? But somebody asked him, in order to book work, do I have to pay for headshots? And Robert looks at me and I look at him because he was in the studio, and Mike and I are like, what? And Robert's like, well, I'm a casting director. What the hell do you think I'm going to be watching like when that casting comes in? Of course your headshot matters, right? But your acting ability keeps you here. So then this kid opens up his mouth further, right? And he says, well, is it a scam if I pay for a headshot and I didn't book work? So here's my question for you. Scam or no scam, if you paid for headshots, but you did not book work? Scam or no scam? Type it and tell me why. Tell me why it is or is not a scam. Tell me why. I mean, we've done over 200 live events. I really want to help you, but I need to know. Yeah, no scam. You got exactly what you paid for. You paid for headshots. That's the, you know, that's it. We have a saying in real estate. KISS, keep it simple, stupid. You didn't pay to become the next Hugh Jackman or the next Michael B. Jordan. You paid for headshots. That is a service, right? So even if you got a chance to, you know, pay for piano lessons, dance lessons, you know, runway classes, scam or no scam, if you invested time and money, but yet you never got to do it at a high level. Like my son, Caden, you know, I post all the time that he's in music class. I don't really think he's going to be the next John Legend, even though he's pretty good, right? He's going to break a lot of hearts when he gets older. But it's no scam. Like you got exactly what you paid for. So even with the modeling classes, as much as I hate them, I call them the bad boyfriends of the industry. You're getting exactly what you pay for, which are classes. They're not in any way going to guarantee you runway, because runway, it's hard. It's based on qualifications, not based on who has a credit card, right? Does that make sense? Yeah. Are you guys liking this game? I hope. Right. So like when I went to college, I'll tell you right now, I went to UCF, which does not stand for you can finish, stands for University of Central Florida. I busted my ass. I quit my waitressing job when I graduated from college, and I was like, see you later, suckers. I'm too good for this place, right? I threw in my waitressing like little apron. I was like, screw this. I was bartending, waiting on tables. I was making more money in like one night. And I know Brandy understands this because she's a bartender, but like work smart, not hard, right? So I used to make more money in one night than all my friends working their full-time jobs, right? So anybody here that's ever bartended or waited on tables, you know. But sometimes they look down on you. Like they're like, oh, waitress. I'm like, what the hell? I bought a house at 19. Shut your mouth, right? But I find that when people are trying to get into this industry, it's really hard. Like, I don't know how many of you have ever seen Brokeback Mountain, but I just can't quit you. Sometimes you can't quit your friends, your family. A lot of times you are around naysayers of people that think that you can't do this. How many of you guys have people like that in your life? Like, oh, you shouldn't even try. You're not pretty enough. You're not smart enough. You're not special. You know what they're saying? That's how they feel. And Deneen White, who's like one of my best friends, she's great at mindset. She literally, I've been in tears. And there's been so many talent out there that have been so quick to give up. Like even Candace Rayford, she has a big agent. The week before that, she's like, I don't know if I could do this anymore. And we understand, right? We understand. And that's why, like, even here, this is a community of really wacky individuals, but we have such tremendous success because we know what it's like, and we are supported by the biggest names in show business, right? So even if you went to New York, even if you went to LA, you signed a year's lease, think about how expensive it is. I've lived in New York City. I know how much it is to live there. 4 or 5 grand a month to do what? Be closer to New York, to brag to your friends. You still have zero connections in this industry, right? Does that make sense? So like, why do it the wrong way? Let's just go and knock it out. 3 days, knock it out, come back home. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type, I love this. Because you're not going to LA. We're not throwing spaghetti up against the wall. We are going to do it the right way. And you're going to go and meet the best people in the world. Even Derek Warburton, the guy on the right, for anybody that was just at our LA event, he's a celebrity stylist. He's like from E! News and In Style. He's worked with Rihanna and Jessica Alba and Kim Kardashian, and he has a cosmetic line. And right now he's working with, oh my God, I can't even think the name, so many amazing people, A-listers, right? Elton John. So when you're trying to get into show business, like he doesn't know who you are, and you most likely don't know the people behind the scenes, but scale to 10, how powerful would it be if now maybe he's bringing you on the red carpet, he's personally introducing you to people, right? Are you understanding this? Yes or no? Yeah? Okay. Hi, Kent. Happy birthday. Okay. Oh, there I am. So Alicia came back. I don't need to go through my own resume, but I'll tell you what, like, people always comment, oh, you're so lucky. You know what that means to me? Like, again, I've met Al Pacino. I've done tremendous things. There is no luck. It's surrounding yourself with the right people. And when you get a chance, and even Michael even said it, like he's a total introvert. When we go to parties, I go and I'm hugging everybody. I'm introducing myself. I'm bringing him over to Mike. But Michael is definitely the brains. Do you guys understand that? Left brain, right brain. So you really have it all here at VIP Ignite. And I'll never forget the first time I met Al Pacino, people were commenting, oh my God, she's so lucky. I'm sorry, lucky? like Michael said, 7 days a week. Like we work 12 to 15 hours a day. Like even on my birthday, it's what, 6? My mom just texted me, like, we have dinner in 45 minutes. Like I have to go. But I'm here because this is my passion. If I could change one life, like I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it because we're really good at what we do. You heard from Mike, you heard from Deneen, you've heard from Mara and Tanya and Jeremy, who scouts from Milan. You've heard from a cast member from The Sopranos. How many of you guys feel the growth already? Like your friends and family, F you. That's what I tell people. Like, oh, I'm lucky. F you. Do you even know what we had to go through to even get these people on a Saturday or Sunday to help people on a free call? Do you even know? So I want you guys to understand, like, we totally understand. We started off just like you, but we found a way. You don't need to do this on your own. Again, working with people like Haviland from Barbie, and oh my God, she starred in Fiddler on the Roof on Broadway. I mean, these are amazing people. Every time I see this picture, I'm like, where's my other foot? My foot was behind. I was like, oh my God, what's going on here? But even meeting Greg Reed, like such an amazing individual, 3 Feet from Gold. These are books that like we study. And then now we're like hanging out with him, hanging out with Les Brown, Tony Robbins. Sometimes I like pinch myself going, okay. And I always ask whenever I'm in these situations, like, can I really be myself? And even with the writer of X-Men, I always ask Ryan, I'm like, can I really be myself or do I need to tone it down? Because my goal is for these people, I want to get to know them better. I don't want them to think I'm like any other company. So getting a chance to go to LA, again, enough with my pictures, but to get the proper photos, to get the proper networking, the proper hair, the proper makeup, even the styling, like all these things are important. You know, when I got a chance to meet Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank, I froze. Like, I know Deneen gave you like the Disney version, but I was freaking out, like tears, right? Do as I say, not as I do. So we have over 10,000 success stories, but Camp Hollywood is really special. And I'm very excited. I was with Mike and Deneen just last week. We were working on something in the studio and I was there and we were talking about like, what can we do to really help talent? And for those of you that have ever been to Disney, I went to Disneyland. I brought my little boy. We went to Disneyland the other day and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so excited to plan my next trip, right? Like that's always how it is. But we came back from Hollywood and I had conversations with Mara and Tanya and, you know, all these amazing people. And I'm like, the story is not over. Like it's not over. I'm not waiting a year. Like we have momentum. Let's hit it now. Let's go while it's hot, right? So Camp Hollywood is going to be unlike anything we've ever done before. And for anybody who just went to the last event, we have these big events with like 100, 125 people. This event is limited to 50. So this is very personable. It's really cool because you're really getting a chance to know them. They're really getting a chance to know you. But before you sit down face to face, we got some work to do. Who's ready to put in the work? If you're ready, type I'm ready. So here's what you're going to get. The 3-look professional photo shoot. We already went over this. You guys got a chance to hear from the diva himself, Ryan Colby, but he really is a teddy bear. As long as you talk to him before 3 p.m. After 3, it's kind of like my little boy who's cute, but it's like nap time. So we need like sugar, right? To keep him, you know, but you're going to get a 3-look professional photo shoot. That's celebrity photographer, makeup artist, hairstylist, like doing it the right way. This isn't you like, oh, I'm going to hire my friend. Get the hell out of here. Your friend, unless they work for Rolling Stone, Maxim, Vogue, they work with major celebrities, your friend isn't in this industry. Those photos are not going to yield results. So having photos done, having them done right. Ryan will not be cutting hair, but you know, when you show up, your hair is completely dry. They're styling it. I always joke around like Ryan Colby. It's kind of like Mr. Potato Head. He's putting everything together for you. He doesn't care how you like your hair, if you feel like your ears are too big. He doesn't care about preferences. He cares about if I'm working with Anna Wintour right now and you're the star and I'm putting you on the magazine cover, what do I want to see you in? His opinion is the only thing that matters. I want everybody to type Ryan knows. He's the former art director of Vogue magazine. If he's good enough for Ben Affleck, Liam Neeson, Stanley Tucci, Ewan McGregor, he's dressed some of the biggest names for red carpet events, Live with Kelly and whoever else now, Kelly and Mark. He does like movie premieres. Who are you going to trust more? Somebody at H&M? You look good. Or somebody that styles people on the cover of Vogue. And all that goes on your resume. So by the time you go back home, oh, let me see your photos. Oh, who did you work with? Boom. Not to mention, we didn't even go over the 3 Ps, proximity, proof, and power. To have proximity to some of the biggest names gives you proof. So by the time you go back home, look at the people I met, and they may not know their face, but if you like tag them in a photo and they follow you back, you comment, oh my God, it was so nice working with you. And then they share it on their page because they love it. A lot of people don't say thank you. Think about it. Like we've had photographers that worked with Jennifer Lopez and Rihanna and Pitbull, and think about our Miami photo shoots. But how many of you guys want that type of proximity? These people are not available to just anybody, right? So having it done correctly. Now, not to mention, so many people show up to our events and I tell them, like, are you ready? Do you have a monologue prepared? And sometimes they like freeze. Like they'll go to a casting director and ask, like, can you represent me? Or they'll go to an agent and say, what are you casting for? And I'm like, huh? Like, what are you even talking about? So Camp Hollywood, I again, over the years, we've made so many tremendous connections. Even the head of Francis Ford Coppola Productions, the writer of X-Men, Grammy winners, Academy Award winners. I have friends from Ugly Betty. Like we have tremendous people in LA that we can get to come out and listen, give some constructive criticism. But if you're really trying to do this, don't try to like be self-taught. Don't go on YouTube. Like you're not going to know how to do this. And even Tanya spoke about like beats and rhythms and pauses, and Bobby Finaro said the same thing. So there's a lot that we're going to do. And again, getting access live, it takes one person to change your life. You're also going to get the A-List Insiders Playbook access, virtual monologue and performance training. We're not going to let you go and like fall on your face, because that's a reflection of you and me, and I could fall on my face on my own. I do not need your help. So you're going to get a lot of training with us, plus also Celebrity Confidence Bootcamp. Like you don't just say like, oh my God, can you sign me? Oh my God, can you put me in a movie? You sound desperate. Like, no. That's like walking up to somebody at a bar, like, let's get married. No, wrong. Stop talking. So there's a lot that we have to do, but it starts together. Obviously, our book, Finding Fame, we're so proud of it. This is like 18 years in the works. And again, our publishers, Mark Victor Hansen, Chicken Soup for the Soul. So with this program, again, you're going to get the 3-look professional photo shoot in Beverly Hills with a celebrity photographer. That alone, and I think Tanya even mentioned, or even Jared, like $1,000 typically just for actors' headshots. That's normally what this business costs. I mean, if you're looking to get those $100,000 an episode, you need to have like kick-ass photos in order to get your foot in the door. So these photos are going to be done correctly. They're going to be done right. No more wasting time, money. I talk to people that have spent so much money and so much time doing this half-ass, just finding photographers in North Carolina, Mississippi, and stop. We're going to LA. We're going to LA. That's it. End of story. I don't want to hear, you know, the Eeyore, oh, nothing ever happens for me. Wow. No, we're doing this the right way, which is why you're here, which is why you put in 16 hours. So it's a formula, it's a roadmap. You're going to get celebrity styling and hair and makeup. That's a $997 value. That's a real value. We write checks. We have to give them a final head count. A lot of these people work on major motion pictures, TV shows, magazines. These are top people in the industry. Plus also you're going to get the Camp Hollywood competition, perform your monologue live on stage in front of Hollywood elite. Like, in what world would you ever have like in the audience listening to you, an Emmy winner, a Tony winner, a top casting director, maybe a top agent, maybe it's somebody from a hit TV show. How many of you guys are ready? Put your money where your mouth is, given a chance. Now think about it. If I had somebody go out there like Kent, and Kent has pictures of him before he got on stage, networking, do you think it would help him or a little bit or a lot also on his social media? What do you guys think? Right? A lot. That's what we're doing. And make friends with everybody. Have people record you like while you're up there. That's great. And that's valued at $4,997. You're also going to get the A-Lister Insiders Playbook, and you're going to have access to the virtual monologue and performance training. Again, go with monologues that work. Don't try to Google, like, I need a monologue. Most of you would pick monologues from like major motion pictures, like the Titanic. No, Kate Winslet did that. You're not doing that. So there are great monologues that have been picked. Again, we've worked with some of the biggest names in the industry, like the head of Stella Adler, who was, oh my gosh, Ryan Gosling's acting coach, the late Paul Walker's. He runs Stella Adler. These are the top monologues they picked that have had tremendous results. How many of you guys want those monologues? Okay. And you're also going to get the Celebrity Confidence Bootcamp, learn the secrets only Hollywood insiders know. There's a lot that goes involved. And I mentioned this like 20 times when you were on this call. The second you walk into a room, you're on stage. And some of you, we got to work on confidence, right? So there's a lot that needs to go on, but you sell yourself before you walk into the room. And you know, one trick, and I'll give this to you real quick. One trick I do before I walk into a room, especially when I'm brand new, is I'll excuse myself, go to the restroom, and I'll do a superhero stance where I'll just stand up and put my head up, and I'll think about like what it's like flying over these people, like, and I will get into the mojo. So when I'm in that room, I'm ready to rock it. Now I may look like an extrovert, but when I'm not in front of the camera, my friends call me Allie. I'm very quiet and soft-spoken, believe it or not. But I know that like here, I'm Alicia K-Beck. At home, oh, it's going down. Netflix and chill. Like I'm not going to be opinionated. That's not true. But I'm going to be myself. So you sometimes need to have an alter ego, right, in this business. So figure out yours and let's build it together. You're also going to get the autographed copy of Finding Fame. And I'll tell you right now, and I know Angel Bullard got everybody at the last event. She had people that have won VMAs and worked with The Weeknd and Childish Gambino and all these big names like writing in her book. Like that's a yearbook that like is pretty awesome. I don't know if she got the writer of X-Men to do it, but I'll tell you what, he doesn't do autographs because he's not that type of person. But how cool is that? The value of this is $11,985. If you think about it, that's like less than 3 months of rent in New York City. Rent in New York City is extremely expensive. People that I talk to a lot, especially in Broadway, they invest $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year in drama school. Kind of like what I did in college for theater or film. When I graduated, I was never introduced to people in the industry. It was like, join websites and put your resume up there. Screw that. No, I want people live. So total value, $11,985. For everybody on this call, it's $2,997. But Michael had mentioned today, because of a very special birthday, for my fast action takers, $1,997. So for everybody that's scheduled, great. Jemima, can you post the link again for anybody who needs it, please? But I'm only here to help those that really want to do this. And Tanya's mentioned it, Mara, like when you get an opportunity, it is a yes or no. That is it. So since you were on our call for 16 hours over 2 days, when you schedule, I expect you to be able to make your own decisions. I don't want to hear about your mom, your dad, your priest. I know I mentioned your pimp. I don't want to hear about your neighbor, your barista. I don't give a shit. I care about, if given a chance, Rachel, you have an opportunity to go on set tomorrow. That's it. Yes or no. Like time kills all deals. Yes or no. It's like a marriage proposal. When Jeff proposed to me in Malibu, he was on his knee. I'm not like, can I call everybody? Can I do a poll on Facebook? Like, can I get back to you? He'd be like, F this, right? Bye. Because it's a gut check. If you're serious, I don't mind helping you. I don't mind working with you. No, I will never pay for you. Why would I pay for you? These are all third-party expenses. Just move to Hollywood and try to make these connections on your own. Let me ask you a question. If we didn't offer this program, how would you really get in front of these people? Like Mike and I invested millions of dollars in Broadway and movies to even meet these types of people. We had to move to LA. We had to move to New York. We had to go to so many different events. I had to get in the room. I had to talk. We had to take people out to dinner to even get them to understand what our business does, for you to even meet them this weekend for free. This was 18 years in the making. This was our biggest event to date for free, right? So some of you, like Boys to Men says, this is the end of the road. I hope you had a great time. I hope you learned something. Others, you're going to Hollywood and we're about to turn those dreams into reality. So the choice is yours. You're either in it to win it, or you're going to do Flashback Fridays forever and ever and ever and ever. So the choice is, what is it that you want to do? Okay, perfect. Sorry, everybody's texting me like you have to leave now for dinner. So does anybody have any questions? Questions? If you have any questions, raise your hand. Rachel, you have a question? Ask to unmute.
I have one question. So can we do payment plans, or does it need to be
Yes.
upfront? Yes, payment
We do have
plans.
payment plans, absolutely. At the time of the interview, if you are chosen, we're filling out paperwork and you're holding it with the deposit, we're figuring out some type of payment plan. It has to be paid off prior to attending, obviously.
Okay.
Make sense? Go ahead.
Do you know how much the like initial deposit is gonna, just so
It's
I
not
can
a
like,
Honda Civic. So unless you're chosen to be part of the company, we can go over payment plans then.
okay,
But I would
thank you
never
so
say like,
much.
oh, get started for as little as, $100, $1,000. I would never do that because our services are not for sale. So even if you have a credit card, you can't it's not a handbag where you could just purchase it. You actually have to talk to us and we have to make sure that if you're going to sit down with these people that there's a reason for you to go. So make sure that you can make all your own decisions. And at the time of the interview, again, our fast action takers, we definitely will change lives, but we have to know that you are financially able to invest in yourself because there's 50 tickets and you're meeting high level people. So I don't want to hear any sob stories. I don't want to hear about life and everybody did you wrong. I don't care. How would you like to pay for this if chosen? Does everybody understand that? So at the interview, I want everybody to type, I understand. I want you to understand you must have a credit card to hold your ticket. You're holding it either with a deposit or people that could pay for it in full. There's definitely benefits, and we'll go over that at the interview. But all paperwork is done that day. So if you have a meeting with us tomorrow, which is Monday, you better be ready to go if given a chance. Okay, it's like a Taylor Swift concert. How are we doing this? Okay, I don't mind working with somebody if they need a payment plan, but don't go with any type of broke mentality. I'm poor, I'm broke, my mom doesn't want me doing this. Well, where was your mother for 16 hours when we had top people on here? How are you even scheduling to talk to me? I wouldn't even want you to go to my event because what's going to happen is when you're sitting down with an agent, you're going to embarrass the shit out of yourself. Make sense? So Rachel, you're in LA. You want access to real people. You joined SAG a little bit early, but it's okay. We could still correct it. But here's what we need to do with you compared. It's going to be different than anybody else. It's like the Flintstones. You're in the car. You're going like this, right? We're just not going anywhere yet. We have to get you to be able to kick ass. So when you meet these agents, you're good to go, which means we're going to have to work like 3 times harder for you. I'm in it. If you're in it, I'm ready to go. Okay. Any other questions? Twyla?
Hey, can you call me privately, please?
Can I call you what? Privately?
Privately, yeah.
Yes. Text me, but I won't talk to you today because it's my birthday.
I
So
know,
send me an email.
I know, but happy birthday.
Thank you. Okay. Who else? I know Twyla. Okay. Who else? Who else has a question? If you have a question, raise your Zoom hand. Okay. So we only have 50 tickets to go to Hollywood. That is it. That is it. You're going to be part of an amazing community. We have some really cool things happening. Please follow our Facebook and Instagram for those of you going to Vegas in a couple of weeks. Yay! I haven't even unpacked my stuff from Hollywood. Literally, we just got back like a week ago. If you're asking that yes, and thank you, $50 ticket. Justin, I don't even think that's English, and I don't accept $50. No. Okay, so any other questions? Who has a question? Dana? Dana?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
right here. It's me from yesterday.
Hi, Dana.
Hi, I was calling to make sure that I was able to do this. I'm sorry if I'm not able to pay for it because of my group home situation.
Yep.
But I'm not exactly sure. Didn't you tell us yesterday that we have to go through some kind of college and schooling to do this?
No.
I'm confused.
Can I take this one, Alicia? I
Go
got
ahead.
this one. Okay.
Yeah,
Dana,
can
so-
you call me or something?
No, we didn't call you, but let me answer your question.
Okay.
In life, there are right times to do things and there are wrong times to do things. Okay. And it sounds
Mhm.
like to me right now, with everything going on in your life, this is probably not the best time for you to get started. Okay. So what I'm going to recommend you do though is because you have a good look and you could definitely do this down the line. It's just that right at this very moment, with everything you have going on, it's a lot, right?
Yeah.
So this is what I'm going to recommend. Take 2 to 3 months, get yourself together, try to get your situation into a better spot. And then if you see that we're having a boot camp, then come back on when we can actually help you and move forward. But right now you have to get your life, you kind of have to get your life sorted out, and then we'll be able to help you.
Okay, thank you, sweetie.
Okay. Awesome.
Hi, Maria. Maria just went to her first event. I'm gonna add your spotlight real quick. Maria, how was your first event with us?
Oh, I absolutely loved it. I met so many people. It was beautiful. I was overwhelmed, it was joyful. It was happy. I learned so much and I met so many wonderful people. It was exciting. I can't wait to go to the next event.
Now, how do we even describe these events? Like, I feel like even Stacey Roundtree, I'm going to pull you up now. Like when I'm trying to explain to people how these events really work, Stacey Roundtree, how would you even describe this event? I mean, my PowerPoint's pretty good, but you've been to the events. You've been to 2 events. How do you describe this?
The California one, I mean, LA was way more involved than San Diego. It was a big event and met a whole lot of people and learned a lot.
Yeah, John Norman's saying yes, right? Marianne White's here. Hi, Mary. I just want to see her because it's my birthday. Marianne, come on, say hi. She hates me. She's like, what?
Come on, Marianne.
Ask to unmute.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry about that.
No, you're not. What? Okay, you're inner circle. So you've been to how many events and why do you keep going? What do you like most?
I don't even remember how many events I have been to since I signed up with VIP Ignite, which I think August is almost 2 years. I have been to every single event you have put on.
And do your friends and family think you're nuts that you go to every event?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Everybody thinks I am, but I don't care. It's not what they
think. New York, you're going to South Beach, you're going everywhere with us. You're meeting new people. Your photos, by the way, Denise was like in tears. They were so good.
I believe it or not, seen them yet.
Oh, well, I'm just gonna.
I have to go look for them.
Yeah,
I haven't.
When you've been
haven't
sick
gotten
for
that
2
one.
years.
I'm going to add to that. Marianne, these are your, actually all 3 of you ladies, all of your photos came out amazing. So if you don't have them yet, it's because I'm going to send them all at once, but I've been feverishly uploading photos behind the scenes.
Yes.
Your photos are all very amazing.
Awesome.
Marianne, this is your
wait
best
to see
shoot
them.
date.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But you see, I mean, they bring it to the table. I mean, we come back with all these beautiful photos and hopefully and our goal is to get out there and show everybody our photos and be able to market ourselves and market their products.
And you're meeting people live, face to face.
Exactly.
How do you do that? Like,
it's not even the photos. I'm going to tell everybody before I joined VIP Ignite about a month or 2 before, I went to a local photographer and I had pictures done. I hated them. I did not do a thing with them and I spent $5,000.
I just threw up a little bit.
Yes, so did I. And I could not use them when I came to VIP because they were not anything that really was usable. They were more for a business or something like that. They just were not usable. And I spent all that money. And unfortunately, I didn't know about VIP Ignite when I did it. And not only that, what was I going to do with them? I didn't know anyone in the business. There was, I would have started from scratch trying to do it on my own. Whereas through VIP Ignite, I have met so many people that I never in a million years would have been able to be put in front of if I wasn't with this company. And I love all of you for all of the work that you do. And I said that when we were in Hollywood, you guys bust your asses for us.
Yeah.
And if anybody is on this call and you don't think so, you're totally wrong.
And John
Because they,
Conley, I had to add a guy to this mix. You went to your event. What was that about? Did you love it?
It was absolutely phenomenal, outstanding. Words don't even describe. It was, like Maria said, overwhelming, but in the best way possible. You get the information that you need. I feel the growth every single day from VIP Ignite. So,
And you did stuff prior to coming to us. You just
did.
needed elevation. And how many of you got to meet the writer, producer of X-Men? I know Marianne did.
I did.
I didn't get to meet him.
He came back. Some people went to dinner and were like, come back. Because it was the last minute Hollywood thing. He was at Paramount Studios. He's like, I'm coming to the event right now. We're like, it's over. And I'm like, screw it. Denise sending out mass text messages to everybody like, oh, Brandy did. Yeah, Brandy met him.
It was amazing. And he was so down to earth and willing to talk to us like he knew us forever.
Yeah, John Gorman, you met him, right? Like, I purposely didn't tell my fiance who he was meeting. I said, this is my friend TJ. And then afterwards, after he got pictures with him, I sent him TJ's IMDb and just like, F you. How did you not tell me who he was? I was like, I just wanted you to be normal, right? Was he nice? Was he pompous? Was he a jerk?
It was very nice, very open. He was glad to talk to us and give us advice.
He
and we were
wrote
just,
X-Men.
yeah.
How much would that change your life to meet the writer of X-Men?
Oh, gosh.
X-Men, Transformers, Wolverine, Bumblebee, and he was just hanging out with us.
Yeah, we were just getting ready to leave. Then all of a sudden you said, get back in, he's coming.
Get back in, sit down. Yeah. And I just sent Michael these pictures because they're just so good. And I love him. There he is. Hanging out with us.
Mm-hmm.
Hanging out with my little boy. Like, I don't think Kaden understands how cool this is. You know, like we were watching X-Men when we got back, or Transformers, and there's Jeff like trying not to fangirl after he realized. There's Mikey. But like, we're so honored and we're respected by people in Hollywood, which is why our services are not for sale. When you go through an interview, we want to make sure you're really serious, but we also want to make sure, if given a chance, that you'll never mess up this relationship that we built. That's fair, right? If that's fair, type that's fair. Because sometimes people surprise us, right, Deneen? They put their foot in their mouth and I'm just like, stop talking, right? 18 years of busting our ass. It takes one person.
Yep.
Y'all are amazing.
Well, we love you.
Yes,
Thank you for
thank you.
coming. Thank you for coming. John, I love you. John squared.
too.
Mary,
High five, high five, high five, high five, high five, five.
I'll see some of you guys in Vegas in a couple of weeks. Marianne
Yes.
is Kaden's stylist. My little boy who is 3. Marianne always styles him with the coolest clothes. That's Kaden. He's awesome. All right, Deneen, I've got to go to my dinner.
Go to dinner. I'm going to take
Dinner's
over
at
from here.
7.
Everyone say happy birthday, Alicia. Thank you. We'll
Happy
see you
birthday,
later.
Lisa.
Happy
Thank you,
birthday,
guys.
Alicia.
Anything
Happy
else?
birthday.
I love you guys. Congratulations for making it through boot camp. It's like Survivor or Hunger Games. Some of you guys made it
All
to
right.
the end. Others will never know because they've already been kicked off. All right, love you guys. I'll talk to you later.
Bye. All right, guys. So this has been an amazing, amazing weekend. So let me unspotlight everyone so you guys don't feel like you're on the hot seat. Although you kind of are all the time. You're always on stage. John Norman's saved the best for last. All right. So I know Alicia asked questions. So if anyone still has to schedule to come to Hollywood, please, Jemima, if you can share the link one more time, that would be amazing. But because I am who I am, I have to give you guys a challenge, first of all. But I also want to go over school. How many of you joined school last night? If you did, type school in the comments. Jemima, can you also please share the link for school? So I just want to go over our school community this is like a brand new community that we have launched. And some of you did an amazing job. You roasted the challenge, you introduced yourselves. I'm going to give you guys a second chance to do that today. But I just want to go over school really quickly with you guys so that I can show you exactly what you have at your fingertips now. So if anyone has any questions about this, how many of you heard about 50,000 times today that you need training, you need training, you need training? How many of you know that you need to up level? Okay. So we have that here. So I'm just going to go over school really quickly with you guys. Can you guys see my screen? Someone give me a thumbs up. Okay, awesome. All right, so this is our school community. So Now it's even more robust than it was yesterday. Okay. So the first thing I want you guys to see is when you join, if you have not already joined, what you're going to do is you're going to go to this post and you're going to introduce yourself on this post. Okay. So the first thing I want you to do is when you join, definitely introduce yourself so we can get to know you. Alicia's in this group, Mike's in this group, I'm in this group. So please make sure you come and introduce yourself. Okay. What you're also going to see is every week I post updates. So this is what we have going on this week. We have every Thursday at 8 p.m. I actually host I host an accountability call / onboarding call. So if you join school and you're like, oh my God, what am I supposed to do with all this information? I'm there to help you. It's my job to help walk you through this process to help elevate your success. Because I told you guys this morning, I'm addicted to helping people become even more successful. Okay. So your challenge is to join school. First of all, if you haven't, if you have already joined school, this is your challenge for tonight. I want you to post a selfie of yourself in here. Okay. So take a selfie of yourself, maybe even take a selfie of yourself on this call and post your selfie in the school group. Okay. This way we'll get to know each other, but this way we can see you as well. Okay. So when you join school, you're gonna have some things that are immediately available to you, and then you're gonna have some things that you have to unlock. How do you unlock things? How many of you feel like you're a nice person? Raise your physical hand. You know what? You get rewarded for being kind in school. This is part of the reason I love school. So what you're going to do is you're going to go in, you're going to like, post, you're going to comment, you're going to do all of these things. And just by being a nice human being and supporting one another, you're going to get points, which means you're going to unlock challenges. You get rewarded for kindness. That doesn't happen in this world anymore, right? So you're going to get rewarded. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to come to this get started. I have a whole video on how to use school. I also have in here the understanding the difference between an agent, a casting director, and a manager, because I don't want you to stick your foot in your mouth. Now you have all the information that you need. Okay. Something else you're going to have is you're going to have the access to the 21-day challenge. So this literally is Mike and Alicia. For them, it's 18 years of their lives. For me, this is the last 5 years of my life. We started doing online coaching about 5 years ago. And Mike said, okay, you know what I want to do? Like, I used to throw people in the deep end. Like, I'd give you 600 hours of content, do this, this, and this. And people would be like, and no one ever did anything. And I was like, I don't understand. Why aren't they doing it? So what we did is we laid out a roadmap for you to get started in the entertainment industry. We talk about creating a vision. We do some mindset. We talk about creating monologues. We talk about casting. We talk about digitals. We talk about staying zen. We talk about makeup. We talk about dress. We talk about self-tapes. We talk about digitals again. So you're going to have the opportunity to go through the 21-day challenge, and you're going to get the foundation for the entertainment industry. Literally, this that I'm giving you access to, that Mike is allowing me to give you access to, every talent that we start working with, whether they're in SAG or this is their first day, they're like, I have no idea I don't even know what a monologue is. This is where we have you start. Okay. This is the foundation for every talent that wants to work with VIP Ignite and Truth Management. How cool is that? Mike's giving you guys access to that. Okay. The other thing you're going to have access to immediately is notes from Alicia. So how many of you love Alicia's bluntness? You all do, because you're all still here. Okay. So what we're going to do is we've given you access to Alicia. And so she talks about some of our success stories. She talks about her why, about why you need to have a strong why. She talks about 3 events that changed her life. She goes over scam or no scam. She talks about how to prepare for one of these calls. She also talks about why you should join one of her live calls. Okay. So I want you to go in and I want you to hear about Alicia from her own lips. And then what she's going to do is once a week at least, she's going to shoot a video to help prepare you even more for the entertainment industry. Would it be okay if Alicia continues to deliver? So I want you guys to go in there and I want you to go in there once a week and check it out to see what's new in there. Okay. You're also going to have access to some podcasts. I'm the host of the podcast. I love this picture of the two of us. This was like really late at night, and we were like, oh my God, why are people awake now? It was like so late. But I'm going to give you access to some podcasts, and we're going to be adding more in here. Okay. But this is some of the people that we work with. So this is Jen Murphy. She's one of our coaches. Sid is on here, Leslie, David. So these are some of the talent. So the VIP Ignite Live podcast is more geared toward the entertainment side. Coffee in the Green Room is more geared toward entrepreneurship. How many of you know that if you're an actor or model, you're an entrepreneur? You run your own business. Your business is you and your career. So not only do you want to hear about the entertainment industry, but you want to learn about business. So that's why we have 2 podcasts. In addition to that, you're also going to have access immediately to Finding Fame. This is the #1 book in the arts and entertainment sector on Amazon. In this book, we've interviewed probably 35 to 40 of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry, in business. Make sure you go through and you we believe so much in Finding Fame. You have a free copy. You can download it. However, if you're planning on going to Hollywood or any other events, this is what I recommend. Definitely read the copy on your Kindle, whatever, however you want to do that. But buy a copy of the book. And I'm not saying that because I get royalties, because I don't. But when you go to the event and you're like, hey, hi, Mike. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for everything you've done. I bought a copy of your book. Can you sign it for me? Do you think that that's going to elevate you in Mike's eyes or lower you? It's going to elevate you. How many of you want to be elevated? Not only will you be getting that book signed, elevate you, but you reading the stories contained in that book, it's going to elevate you automatically. A rising tide raises all ships, so read the book. In addition to that, we did a special call with Ryan Colby, a 2-day call. We're giving you access to that because we want you to know Ryan's take on all things entertainment, okay? Then you're going to have the opportunity to unlock a model posing guide, ChatGPT prompts, monologues, all of these things, okay? And then when you get to level 9, okay, on the leaderboard, when you get to level 9, we are going to gift you a high fashion photo shoot at the city of your choice. So not only are you going to be encouraging and people are going to be, wow, you're awesome, I'm so excited to know you, but you're going to get rewarded with a photo shoot. How many of you want Ryan Colby to style you for a photo shoot? All you have to do is get yourself there. We're going to take care of the photos for you. Okay. So make sure that you're very active in school. Okay. And then also like tomorrow, I'm going to say Tuesday. Is it okay if I give my team a break? They've been working all weekend with us. So by Tuesday or Wednesday in this Hollywood Dreams here, you see it doesn't have anything in it yet. It's under construction. This is where you're going to have the recording of this whole weekend. So maybe you were like, okay, you know, I know Mara said this, but I don't exactly remember exactly what she said. You can go back and listen to it. Or maybe today Jeremy said something and you're like, whoa, I need more of that. You're going to have the opportunity to go back and listen to it. Okay. And then if you're like, okay, Deneen, I've been listening to you now for 2 days, Alicia. Okay, that's awesome. If you're like, okay, I want to hear from what other people are saying. Do you remember Mireya? We talked about her. She started when she was in her 50s. You can listen to her for 40 minutes, talk about working with us. We have talent here. We're going to be adding to this. Okay. But go in here and listen to what other talent are saying about us. Okay. And then the calendar. Let's talk about the calendar. So Alicia does 2 calls a week. When we're not doing a boot camp, she does 2. It's like an open call, but it's also like a masterclass. If you want to know what's going on in the entertainment industry, Alicia is always on all of the websites that she knows what's going on in the entertainment industry. She's a walking encyclopedia. Get on one of her calls. I'm also going to be hosting a call on Thursday nights, which is going to be an onboarding/accountability call. So if you are like, okay, this is a little overwhelming, I need a guide. Hi, my name is Deneen White. I'm going to be your guide through the entertainment industry. Okay. So we have that going on. And then we're also going to be doing some pop-up calls. I know Mike and Ryan talked about Ryan maybe coming in and doing like 30-minute calls a couple times a month so that you guys can get to know him, so you can ask him questions. Okay. And here's a leaderboard. So we're also going to have prizes for people that are leading the pack with commenting different things right now. Right now, Kingston, Vern, and Masharad, you guys are like kicking butt, but you know what? It's really easy to take them over. All you have to do is go in, post, like people's stuff, comment. You could, I mean, I love those guys, but if you guys want to go take them over, go ahead. Game on. Game on. All right. So I just want you guys to understand, like, we really appreciate the fact that you are here. Oh, if I saw someone, hold on. 5 people, hold on. If you applied to get into school or you did what you had to do, I'll take care of that later, okay? Because I'm still talking. I'm very easily distracted. I know yesterday I talked about the circle of focus, but I get distracted too. All right. So this is what I want you guys to do. I want you guys to join school. I just found out I could see all you Wicked. I was like, Wicked, why are you calling me Wicked, Angelica? I've been really trying all weekend to be nice. But obviously you're from New England because that's where Wicked is. I want to thank you guys for being here this weekend. I want to thank you for playing full out. If anyone still has to schedule, is there anyone that still is like on the fence about scheduling to go to Hollywood? I'm not here to beg. John Norman, I don't know what you're on the fence about. You better jump yourself right off that fence, John Norman. I know you. Look at Marianne. She's like, yeah, John Norman. That is unacceptable behavior. I'm going to stick Marianne on you, John Norman. She's got you. But I want you, if anyone's on the fence about coming to Hollywood, I don't understand why you're on the fence. Because let me tell you something. I've been to Hollywood. I've been to New York. I've seen so many talent who come on and they're like, oh, I don't know. But let me tell you something. Everything you want is on the other side of you taking action. If you can make it in Hollywood, you can make it anywhere. It's going to be in January. We haven't announced the exact date yet. And here's why. We do a lot of traveling. So between now, let me just tell you where we're going to be between now and December. Okay, so we have Mike and I have to travel back and forth to Pennsylvania. We're going to Las Vegas at the end of July. In August, we don't have any work travel necessarily, but we have a couple trips planned. September, we're going to be in Atlanta. October, I think October we're quiet again. And then November, hold on. Yeah, we're going to be in Atlanta in September. October, we're good. November, we're going to be in Sedona. December, we're going to be in New York. January, we're going to be in Hollywood. So because of everything, everything that's going on, we don't exactly know the exact dates. Plus, we work with people who work in the entertainment industry. They're currently working. Okay, I'll give you an example. So Hobble, everyone met Cynthia yesterday. Haviland is her daughter. She's one of our coaches. So she was feverishly going back and forth with me today. Oh my God, I know I'm scheduled for this day, but I don't know. I'm on set. I'm a working actress. I'm like, it's okay. We understand. So we don't have the event planned just yet. We have the event planned. We don't have the exact dates because we have to see what's going on with the industry. Last year, we were supposed to have an event, but then there was this thing called the writer's strike, and the SAG strike pushed everything back. It actually pushed our event back a couple of weeks because all of a sudden the industry is shut down. We're like, okay, what are we going to do? And then all of a sudden it opens back up and it's a flood. So because we don't exactly know, like day by day by day, like what's going on with the industry, we don't plan our events out that far. Okay. We're really proud that we know the next 2 events. It's kind of like a Kardashian wedding. Alicia likes to call this a Kardashian wedding. We plan them. We finish one event and then we move on to the next. Then we move on to the next. Surely you guys can understand that. So, Arlene, I doubt we're going to come to PA. Like Mike and I are traveling there, but we're not going to be doing an event in Pennsylvania. It's not exactly a hotbed of the entertainment industry. We like to go where the industry is. Sedona is the only exception because it's a very special event that we're doing. But yeah. So does anyone have any more questions? or anything like that? Are you guys like, okay, Deneen, we've been on here since 11 a.m. Eastern. Can we please go? Is that where we are? Rachel's like, I'm dying. It's so hot. Like, I see you fanning yourself. And she's like, whoo. I mean, I'm standing in front of lights too. It's pretty warm here. Okay. You guys have been amazing. So your challenge is this. Go into the school community, join it if you haven't already joined it, and post a selfie like a happy birthday, Alicia selfie. That's what you guys are doing. Flood that group with happy birthday selfies. If you already posted it, it's okay, but that's what we can do. All right. Catherine Francis, you have a question. Let's see where you are. Is it a personal question or is it a question that everyone can benefit from? That's, well, continue. Hold on, let me spotlight myself. Add spotlight. Oh, Jesus. I swear I do know how to use Zoom. It's been a long add spotlight. Okay. Oh, do you have enough for the whole class? You're sitting there eating in front of all of us, Catherine. What's going on? I'm hungry. I've been on my feet all day.
I didn't know.
What's your question?
From the New York trip, right? We took pictures with the photographer, and you had asked for me to send you some pictures.
This sounds like a personal question, so why don't you text me? You have my phone number.
I did. I said it was personal.
Okay, so this is what I want you to do. I want you to I want you to text me, okay? I don't want to answer your question for everyone.
Okay, not a problem.
All right, thanks. All right. All right, amazing people. Challenge text. I don't know if there's no text. It's happy birthday, Alicia selfie. That's all I got. All right. Okay, so Jemima, just share school one more time. So if you guys are a part of school, I will see you on Thursday for our accountability / onboarding call. If not, this has been amazing. I hope you guys learned a lot, and I hope that you I can't wait to interview a lot of you this week. Final thing, and then I'm really going to let you go. Rachel's like, please stop talking, Janine. I know you're not really saying that. Final thing is I will be calling to confirm everyone who's scheduled. So if you get a call from 856, answer it, because part of your audition is also confirming your appointment, because that's how I'm going to know you're serious. So everyone type 856 in the comments. Okay, I think you and I are speaking. We can talk about that. So 856. So when I call you, answer your phone. If you're at work, respond. Because you know what frosts my flakes more than anything? When I'm hanging out with you guys for 16 hours, I go to confirm and then crickets. And also, if you did schedule an appointment, go to your email right now. And you either received an email from Ashley or from me. Make sure you find your Zoom link, star it, keep it at the top, because we will be meeting on Zoom. All right. All right. I'm going to leave you with one more story and then I will go. Okay. Stacy's like, I know she's not going to stop talking. I'm sorry. I had an energy drink. I have a lot to work on tonight. Okay. So here's honestly the last thing. So for a lot of you, the reason that you're not scheduling has nothing to do with finances. It has everything to do with your mindset. So has anyone ever heard of the reindeer called Rudolph? Has anyone ever heard of Rudolph? Yeah. So what was Rudolph's major issue? What did he think his weakness was? He thought his red nose. He thought that his red nose was his weakness, right? But let me ask you a question. When Santa needed a reindeer, who did he call on? Did he call on Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donner, and Blitzen? No. He called on Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer. So what Rudolph thought was his weakness was the reason that Santa chose him to lead the pack. So I want you to think about this. If there's something holding you back, maybe it's not actually a weakness. Maybe it's actually a strength. And my job as your coach going forward is to help you see those weaknesses as strengths. So if you're not scheduling because, oh my gosh, I'm too tall, I'm too short, I'm too old, I'm too young, I'm too anything, I don't want to, I'll work you right through that. I've helped short, chubby, middle-aged women make 6 figures. I've helped people who are so shy they could barely talk start booking work. We're really good at what we do. So don't let what you think is your weakness hold you back from this. You've been on this call now for 2 days. 2 days. So, Jemima, if you can share the link one more time, then that's it. I'm not just, yes. Well, it was 6 figures for 1 day. How many of you would like to earn 6 figures for 1 day? Yeah. Go into school, watch Maria's 40-minute video. I'm the one who interviewed her. She was like, oh, I don't know, I'm gonna try this out. I was like, oh, we're gonna try it out. I would say it worked well for her. So if you're on the fence about scheduling because you think that there's something holding you back, I'm the talent whisperer. And I love helping people. It's my job to help you become even more successful. Yeah. Oh, that should be a t-shirt. Rudolph 856 6 figures. I like that, Radia. That's amazing. All right, guys. Twyla, do you have a question? Is it a personal question? We're ending with you, Twyla, so that the whole event is on your shoulders now. No pressure.
How dare you? I just want to tell Alicia, if you see her, again, happy birthday. And I really appreciate what y'all did this weekend. I learned a lot and I'm very excited to move forward in my life dream.
I can't wait to help you move forward, Twyla. I had a great time talking to you the other day too, before you met with Alicia. That was awesome.
Yes.
Good.
Everyone have a blessed weekend.
Yes, everyone have a blessed weekend, but because you know what? I think it's time for us to go have some food. Is anyone else hungry? I know I am. All right. You guys are amazing. Thank you for being here. Join school. Make sure that you post your birthday selfie. And I can't wait to get to know you guys and see you all. And even you, John Norman. I got my eye on you. All right. Have an amazing, amazing weekend. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations. You made it. Let's go change the world. Let's do some amazing things. All right, guys. Have a great night. I'll see you around school. I'll see you guys on Thursday. All right. Bye. Thank you, Jemima. We love you. Hugs. All right. Bye, Lee Porter. I'll see you in a couple weeks. All right. Bye-bye. Have a great night.